Huh? Yeah. Good day. Good day, everyone. Good day. How are we feeling today? What's up with y'all? Yeah, Natasha. Oh, what up, Glow? Get him, Glow. Yeah, Glow. My name is Sharon Bracey, and we are here at the Solution Based Group. And every single day, hey, we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today is no different. Absolutely not. We over here, we want to make sure when you put forth your argument, you substantiate, you just not regurgitate other people's information just because it sounds good. We want to make sure your thoughts are your thoughts, Miss Jalen. Speaking of, you're absolutely right, young lady. God damn it. There goes my pamper girl. Pamper girl. My pamper girl. Today we had a great show. We extended the show. We was having such a good time.
Yesterday?
Huh?
It was like one day. It was yesterday.
It was yesterday. What did I say?
You said today.
I said today?
Yeah.
I meant yesterday. I need some more sleep, I guess. I don't know. Yesterday we had a great show. We wound up extending the show, and we extend our headache. We extended our laughter. We extended our frustration, and we had a good time. We got our feelings out. We got our thoughts out. Hey, it is what it is. What up, Young? How you doing, Young Riaz? You know what I'm saying, Natasha? We got our ideas out. Future HJ, we got our mind. We mind things out. And towards the end of the show, wound up sparking up another conversation, which is clearly a problem within our space. Sexualization versus respect. Where is the line drawn at? Because over here, we don't like to waste each other's time. We like to get right into the show. Let's get it popping. Let's get it building. Good day to y'all. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I feel that great productive energy. Thank you, Young Riaz. And I wish you better, quick, fast. You coming back stronger, healthier than ever. So you're welcome. I'm glad that I could be a part of your recovery. That makes me feel a certain way. It makes me feel good. Thank you, Natasha. That makes me feel great. Oh, yes, I can feel it. I feel like Goku when he was, yeah, I'm feeling it. Y'all building me up. Gosh darn it. That's right. I'm working on not cursing. Gosh darn it. Don't be laughing at my new non-curse words. Gosh darn it. But yeah, so we was having a conversation about over-sexualization, and my brother baked beans. That's what we had to do. We had to bake some beans yesterday. We had to bake them. We had to cook them up. Sorry. Now we are farting. Yes, all the beans that we was eating up yesterday, now we are farting. We are passing gas. So we have the dilemma that Beans was saying that, the uncomfortable truth. A woman don't even have to have any sexy clothes on. Let me drink some of these goddamn tears. I'm sorry. My words is already stumbling upon me already. Let me drink to some of those damn tears already. It's good for you. So Baked Beans he revealed to us that he over-sexualized all females, especially his co-host, the people that he worked with, people that he want to build with. It doesn't matter if they have a hoodie on that is not revealing whatsoever. He is a man that still, because he knows what's under that sweater, because we all naked under our clothes. I'm just naked under my clothes. I'm just naked under my clothes. I said, I'm just under my clothes. I said, I'm just naked under my clothes. Y'all want it? I could take it. You want me? All right. Let me not. Okay. I don't want an overload of sexiness. I'm going to leave my shirt on. And so it doesn't matter if, I understand it because, like, I just understand. It doesn't matter what shirt D-Town has on. Like, somebody like D-Town, we know he got titties up. Oh, is he? Hey, what's up, D-Town? My bad. What up, Otis? Who? All I'm saying, nobody talks about D-Town man boobs when he just be walking around in the streets. So if his co-host or any woman walking down the street, just because you know she's a female and she got some nice boobs because you've seen her before working out or whatever, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to just out the blue comment on her damn titties. I'll never comment on D-Town titties. All I ask D-Town to do is go walk 15 minutes that way and 15 minutes that way. And maybe within that half an hour, D-Town and podcasts are like, they could walk the estrogen out their body and they could become more chemically balanced. Because we know there's a chemical imbalance going on. We know what unstable creatures are. Regardless of all that, let's get back to, we need to keep our sexualization off of human beings. Salute. Nobody cares. Work harder. So we always have the problems. Okay, let's talk about the hot or the holy. It's a dilemma. Which one is it? People with sexualized Mona Lisa, they're like, "Ooh, look at them titties." Because apparently you can only be one or the other, right? So who know being a well-rounded human being was so complicated. And I thought was real interesting about it is that while podcast, he making excuses from all over the world why he could sexualize a woman, doing to her hair and everything. And even gay men complimenting a woman's breast is not considered sexual in his mind. He trying to find every single way to unhumanize these female creatures that we love. He loves. He loves them so much that he can't see them besides. He cannot look them past they breasts and they ass. That's how much he loves women. Cool. But Method Man was on the Tamron Hall show yesterday. And himself, a man, he said he do not want to be over-sexualized. He want to be respected. He want to be recognized for his craft. He do not want to, every time he go outside and some woman that he doesn't know starts drooling over him, like, "Ooh, Method Man, let me see your abs. Ma'am, I got a hoodie on. Ooh, your chest be looking so good when you be lifting iron and you showing your videos in the gym, ma'am." But Method Man, when you be sweating in the water and the sweat be dripping all over your body, ma'am, stop it. It's like, I understand, because so maybe podcast never been sexualized. See, me, I understand. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just I get it. I mean, just look at me, God damn it. Look at this skin. Oh my goodness. Look at those naturally waves. All I do is put soap, water, and I put some oil and I brush my hair like this with my hand, and that's what comes out. Imagine if I put a do-rag on, tie it, pow. I'll be 360 and you see the glow. I mean, like, I'm like Bruce Leroy. I got the glow. I feel the power when you got that glow. The power is in the zone. I mean, I get it. I don't look my age. I understand. See, this is what it is. I think a lot of men just don't understand how much pressure it is to be a sex symbol. Look at me. I got the glow. I'm looking great. I'm feeling good. I feel just as good as I look. I mean, shit. Look at those teeth. I'm exactly where I need to be. However, I want to be respected for my mind as well. I'm tired of all these women that are like, God damn it, Sharon. I can't contain myself. It's difficult.
A lot less women like that compared to
It's just so difficult to be a sex object all the time. Every time I go outside, I feel this, what's the word I'm looking for, babe?
I don't know. You lost it.
All I'm saying, I understand what these beautiful ladies and Method Man is going through. Maybe podcast just doesn't understand because he's so round. He's built like a bean. Maybe that's why he was named a bean his whole life, because he's shaped just like one. So he don't understand how it feels to be sexualized. Every time I go outside, they be like, Sharon, why don't you just take off your shirt? Excuse me, ma'am. I'm a man. I'm a human. God damn it, I understand I look great. I understand that I don't look my age. These young ladies, I gotta beat them up with a stick. I'm like, get out of here, you long, sexy little thing. Get out of here. I'm old enough to be your daddy. And she said, well, you can be my daddy. I said, leave, lady. Eating those damn TV Salisbury steak dinners. God damn it. You know, we also got the wardrobe wars. And when you're dressed too sexy, you're asking for it. It ain't my fault when I put on my running gear and all my muscles is just pow. I'm just looking good. They're like, damn, they be walking up on me, 6-year-old lady. She's like, damn, young man, tell me you're not gay because you look so good. I hope you sharing your DNA around the world. I'm like, ma'am. And then if I dress too conservatively, then I'm like, you know, oh, you stushy. You're stuck up. This is what's wrong with you bougie ass black people. Always thinking you better than somebody. All I did was put on a nice goddamn outfit. I don't think I'm better than you because it ain't my fault that you still got to wear goddamn fitted hats and jerseys still. It's not my fault that you still got to dress like you're 20 years old going to the goddamn park. You got on basketball jerseys and fitted hats. That is your wardrobe in your room. Goddamn, it's a goddamn shame. It is not my fault that while you have those beige walls behind you, right at your feet, you got 50 hats. You pick up 50 hats and say, look at all my hat collection. And you like this. Look, I know all about the fitted hats. And you got like a whole, and you pick it up and then you put it right back down on the floor. It's not my fault. Shake your ass, ho. It ain't my fault. But that's what these men want to make you believe, that they got the swag because they have a matching fitted hat with their jerseys and their jean shorts. They're so stushy. It's ridiculous. So it ain't my fault. I promise you, man. It ain't. So now then we go into where it is. Well, are we complimenting or are we being creepy? Because we could clearly see if I tell PhD Diva, I love your mind, it's so beautiful the way how you communicate, the way how you just curse a motherfucker out. I'm just like, And then we got podcasters creepy. A woman, she be fully clothed, hoodie on. Then he be like, God damn, no titties look like you don't even see her. You creep. It could either be nice dress, it can make her day, or you could say it in a way where it make her want to change a whole nother country. So I gotta get the hell up out of here. You understand that some men are just creepy. And some men are actually giving compliments because they're just giving a compliment. And we be trying to act like we don't know what's the difference. And this is the problem that I had with Baked Beans and Sway, because Sway was trying to help out Baked Beans yesterday, which was very confusing to me because he considered himself one of the heavy thinkers in this goddamn space. So why the hell you thinking anything like Beans when he's being egregious? Sometimes he got it. Most of the time when he's over here and he's disagreeing with me, he's losing. It's part of the game. You know, Big Beans, he wanted to be just like Mr. Rimtastic, picking up all his fitted hats off the floor. All his hats is right on the floor right next to him. He picked up all his fitted hats and said, look, y'all, I got swag. I got over 50 fitted hats. I'm a fitted hat connoisseur. That's his wardrobe. It's wild. He's a fitted hat connoisseur, Mr. Rimtastic. That's his idea of being swagged out. And this is the problem that we have. Because he is another person that always over-sexualizes any woman that he's having a conversation with. No, Otis. Let me see. Stop, you little freak. Black, stop, just stop. God damn it. No, freak nasty. Thank you. Yes. So these men that always over-sexualizing a woman for no reason, just to break the ice. They think that they're being cool. They think they're being funny. They think they're being catty with women, but no, you're just creepy. And you're teaching other men how to be creepy. And you're going to teach other men how to get their ass fired from a goddamn job. How they going to get sexual harassment charges. Yes, that's what you are teaching. You need to teach men to respect a beautiful goddamn woman for more than just her goddamn body. Because guess what? Us sex symbols like myself, we want to be appreciated. They also got this thing called the halo effect, right? Over-respected folks, they get put on a pedestal so high, they need oxygen mask. So people like Rimtastic and podcasts, they give themselves this halo effects. They feel like they so high, they get so big and bloated. They fill up with gas. That's what beans happen. That's what happens when you eat beans. You get gassy. But too bad they can't, people like Beans and Rimtastic, they cannot see the real world from up there because their head is too goddamn big. They start floating. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But I'm going to always drop it. So this way we can have a conversation. Absolutely not, Otis. I'm living in reality. It ain't my fault. I promise you it ain't my fault. Let's see where we at with the likes. Make sure y'all disrespected the like button already. Let's hit that like button. Let's hit that share button. Let's get it together. Let's enjoy the day together. As we talk about this difficult conversation of how people do not recognize that they are over-sexualizing other human beings. That it shows a lack of respect when you just overly sexualizing women all the time. When everything that's a part of your algorithm, you look at a woman go to the gym wearing a gym outfit. It doesn't matter what gym outfit she got on, whether if it's short shorts, leggings, sweatpants, a hoodie, you will find a way to say she will be doing a squat, working on her goddamn glutes, and you're like, shit, she know what she's doing. She know what she doing when she did those squats. Yeah, she was working out, you little nasty freak. Young Riaz, you're not a nasty freak, are you?
Nope. Nope, I'm very pure actually, very very pure though. I'm pure virgin now. I'm 22 and I kept my virginity and I lower my gaze every time. So when I go out in public, I see if a woman or a girl they dress in certain ways. I don't look at them like that. I just basically mind my business. So I just lower my gaze down and walk past them. It's not that I don't value them or I don't think they're not looking nice. Of course, there's like feeling and thought is in there though. But I gotta learn to control that because it's not just for them, it's for me as well. You're not just lowering a woman's, value. You're lowering your own value if you do that, because it's self-preservation. Because
I
that shows real men, know how to
talk
control
to him.
their own thing.
Talk to him, young. Talk to him, young. And before we keep it going, let me also show some love and respect and possibly some sexualization. Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess.
Good day, sir.
Get
You up here wilding already.
Hands up, don't shoot. It's just, sometimes I just starting to understand, PhD Diva, that some men like Black, right? Black, the conquering king, he would never be sexualized.
Right.
And I think that's what the issue is. So they get mad at a brother like me, get sexualized all the time, because when they look at me, they're like, God damn it, why I can't have skin like Sharon? Because they need to exfoliate.
So what do you use? What do you use for exfoliation?
Say, well, me, I don't put nothing on my body that I can't eat.
Okay.
Everything I put on my body is edible.
Mhm.
My soap, oils, everything is goddamn edible. And a lot of these men, see, the problem is I'm filled with so much love that it comes out my pores, PhD Diva. And these other men, they are filled with disdain and hatred. And this is why grandma used to tell, you better watch them dark ones.
Absolutely.
But you cannot tell what's up under that skin. It hides a lot of stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, but you didn't tell us what you use, though. Tell them what you use. What's your face regimen?
To be honest, I really don't, I'm a man, so I don't really have one, to be honest. I put some goddamn coconut oil on, and I keep it pushing. That's it.
You don't wash your face?
But I wash my face every day, though. I wash it. I use natural soap with no chemicals in it. It's all from the earth. I use, for the most part, most of the time, I used to use the original Black African soap from Africa, but it takes so long to get here.
Right.
And then where I got to pick it up from, it smells like fish. But that is some really good soap, but it dries your skin out because it takes everything off. It cleans you. But now we be using, I forgot, Dr. Brona. See, I was about to start lines. I was about to call it Dr. Martens.
Oh, Dr. Braun. Okay, I'm familiar with Dr. Braun.
Yeah, so I use Dr. Bronner's and then I use Dove after. So I use two soaps because I use the Dr. Braun to get all the dirt up off me because that shit is strong and it takes everything off. Then I use Dove for sensitive skin, unscented, so I could put a little bit of moisture back into my body.
Okay.
So the Dr. Bronner cleans everything off. The Dove give me a little bit of moisture, and then I top it off with some goddamn coconut oil all over my body.
All right now. So there you have it, man.
So just like Diddy, I got like 1,000 bottles of oil.
So that's why we can't find no coconut oil.
That is exactly why you can't find no coconut oil. And I think this over-sexualization is very interesting because it is sad to see that we hear it often on these spaces, right? So a lot of times when you are having an argument, the first thing they want to do is see what you look like. Mm-hmm. So they can find different things to sexualize and have an argument, whether either you're ugly or beautiful, they're going to have an argument for that. Well, the reason why you act like that because you're cute. Or the reason why you act like that because you're ugly. The reason why you act like that because you got a big breast. The reason why you act like that because you're in shape. The reason why you act like that because you're fat. They're going to try to find some way to, even within an intellectual argument, they will find a way to put your look within it. I think it's strange to me.
Okay.
What you think, Diva? Do these men have a goddamn problem? What is this? What is this reasoning of over-sexualizing other human beings?
Well, I think, for many men, that's probably the only way they've been taught to interact and relate to women, right? On the basis of sex. So I would imagine outside of that, they don't really understand how to deal with women or interact with women. It's just like a couple days ago when you were talking about the conversation you had over on Hamp's show, and they were presenting you with different scenarios, and a lot of the men didn't really know how to diffuse or disarm an aggressive woman, verbally, right? And so I think a lot of men just don't have a lot of experience dealing with women outside of sex. And I think many of them don't even have the sexual experience. They get that from, TV or social media or whatever. So this is just what I imagine.
That is a very interesting point. I got two gentlemen at we about to bring them up. One is sexy, and the other one
breathe hard.
Hey, what up?
What's up, Genesis?
Oh god.
So,
what's up, man?
You're one of the sexy men in this space because you out here showing your stuff. You out here showing your whole back and your bald head. You let all the ladies know how sexy you are. How does it feel to be over-sexualized rather than respected?
I guess it feels okay.
He love it. He love it.
I wouldn't say I love it, but I'm humbled by it though.
Okay, well then get up, turn on the camera, and take your shirt off.
That was not good.
Let the lady see.
Back in my heydays, maybe my wife wouldn't appreciate it though.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. So, Jay, anti-manosphere. Keep your shirt on. What is it that you got to say about this over-sexualization that men do to women?
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm gonna keep my shirt on because we know that you get pegged. But back to the point. But back to the point. Niggas don't know what power is. See, if they know what a lot of these niggas are warehouse niggas. Yes, and that's why they work in the warehouse all day. They don't know shit. They like to they thinking though Tupac and Kevin Samuels is their hero while they're out there begging beans and bologna. That's that's why they got nothing else to talk about but beans and bologna because they have no power. They don't know no concept of power. So the only focus thing they can worry about is they think what's between their legs is power, where true power comes from character, integrity, and knowing how to project your will on even giving situations. And that's why these niggas, like one nigga who's an ex-con who's in Louisiana, and he married a murdering bitch. But I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta leave that. I'm sorry. Let me calm myself down. I'm about to go. I'm about to.
The first curse of the day. You have to give me a cash app or a super chat or something. You cursing already. Go ahead, Jay.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about it. I'm sorry. I got the devil in my heart because I it's one nigga I hate on this YouTube speed. Yeah, but anyway. But you got too many of these warehouse niggas.
Talking about? Who is this person? Is on is a YouTube personality or is
a bum ass nigga that? And this is the reason why I said, I don't know why your lady is want to talk about what. You know what? Let me leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna ignore what's. Yeah, I gotta know what's in that chat room because. Anyway, the point is, we got too many of these warehouse niggas who got so much time. Okay, we got some niggas on here who spend their time in warehouses and baloney factories who don't know what power is.
Who the hell?
You don't know what intellect
Jay,
is.
Hey, are you talking about somebody named Warren?
Hey, I ain't saying no names.
Who the hell is Warren?
We ain't saying no names. But we got a bunch of these warehouse niggas.
Who the hell walk in a glizzy?
We got a bunch of these warehouse niggas talking and they don't know shit. They don't read.
Oh no, Warren, come on up and defend your.
No, hold on. They don't read. They don't research. All they do is sell meth on the goddamn streets of America.
I thought
they're selling drugs out there in America.
Hold on, Jay.
And they want to blame women for drill music and shit.
Shame, blame, and explain.
Shame, blame, and explain. SBE. And that's what the fuck it is.
Jay. Hold on, Jay. Who are you talking about? You cannot be.
No. I'm talking about 4 or 5 niggas. I ain't just talking about one. I'm talking about 4 or 5 niggas.
Name them.
No, I ain't naming them.
Why?
Because that gives them power. You know, I ain't giving them no fucking power. But they don't like me when I drag these bitch ass niggas though. But the thing is, they look, these warehouse niggas.
All right, fine. You said that already.
Empty brain.
Okay, we got you. The warehouse niggas is on the prowl. So now, are you saying because they work in a warehouse, this is the reason why they always over-sexualizing women on the day-to-day basis?
They think their penis is the biggest thing they should be worried about. Mm-hmm. Rather than talking about gaining actual real power.
Absolutely.
They think between their legs say, yeah, man, she look good. I'm gonna talk, yeah, man, grabbing their crotch all the goddamn time, thinking that's a power. No, you are a stereotype, nigga.
Damn. So when you approach a young lady, Jay, so how is it that you approach a nice, beautiful, sexy young lady? What is it that you suggest young men should start doing?
I think men should use their intellect and their whatever talents he has to attain attraction to attract the willing female. And I think that's
So first thing they need to do is they gotta lower their tone. So I see you change your tone when you was
Sometimes. No, I did not create a new term, warehouse. That's somebody else created a new term, the term warehouse boys.
So, this is an actual thing that's in a space, so people know about this warehouse boys.
Yeah, the warehouse niggas.
Also,
they don't know shit.
What does that actually mean? That the warehouse boys? What does that mean?
They're not educated on shit. They believe in conspiracy theories. They believe that their dick, their balls is that's all there is.
Oh, okay. And so you believe so, and I'm gonna ask you, so you believe it's more than life than just dick, balls, and conspiracy theories?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
That's what these.
Are you now actively using your dick and balls with a lady?
You know what?
But a gentleman never tells. But we know, though, you admit that you have been rimmed in, my nigga. So I
never
got pegged. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Why are you out here spreading rumors? I never said anything like that. Not one time in my life I ever said anything like that. So why are you out here spreading rumors like a little?
And why are you spreading rumors?
What rumor did I spread?
No, because you keep talking about you trying to say I'm roundabout way I'm being an incel and
that's what he
so
said.
forth.
He asked if you using your dick and balls actively with a lady right now.
A gentleman never tells. Right. Thank you.
All right, so I never brought up no goddamn rumor. I asked you directly.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
no,
insinuate
your
nothing.
line of questioning, Sherrod, is your line of questioning, and you know what the hell your ass is trying to do.
I ain't trying to do nothing but have a conversation. Marvelous opinion. Are you a warehouse boy?
Negative.
So you believe that is more than life than dick, balls, and conspiracies.
Obviously.
Oh
So
my
what
God.
is it that men need to do to move forward so we won't over-sexualize women and actually get into the intellect of women? Because Jay don't want to tell me. So
Well, I would say I mean, there's no absolutes to this game, but I would say if you want to stop it. I would say try to show pride in some way of having restraint
Mm-hmm.
and seeing someone be an example of that and kind of highlight more than just, a woman as a trophy or something to gaze at and to upon, rather than looking at the finish line waiting for the girl, at the end. It's like, oh, I can't wait to get that trophy. That's all I can focus on getting that trophy. It's like,
so you don't
why
think
not?
women want to be looked at as a trophy?
I don't know what women want. I'm not going to talk about women. I can't tell you what women want personally.
Shit, but you tell men not to treat them like a trophy. Let me see. PH Diva, would
Yep.
you mind if your man would treat you like you are a trophy? Put you on a pedestal and say, God damn it, my woman looks so good. I'm so happy to have her. She's smart, intelligent. Trophies is a place of of accomplishment. Do you want to feel like you are a sense of accomplishment?
So a trophy is something that you get, right? So it is for an accomplishment, but you kind of put it on a shelf and like you use it to show off. No, I'm a person. I'm not an inanimate object that's used to buttress your man's ego or his sense of accomplishment, right?
So if he's walking around like, look at my woman. She's educated. She got a big old booty, no stomach. You saying you're not going to appreciate him doing all those things, putting you in a trophy case, so to speak?
So certainly every woman wants her man to find her attractive and be proud to have her as a woman, but to be a trophy, no, because like look at the archetype for a trophy wife, right? It's usually something that's like certainly they're not making women trophies for intellect. It's usually on the basis of their external appearance, right? The stuff that we see on the outside. And a lot of times the stuff that we see on the outside is unattainable in some way. So a lot of times it's fake, right? So the archetype is typically the thin, excuse me, thin, blonde, fake boobs. You get what I'm saying? That's when you say trophy wife, that's the archetype that it is. And so, no, I don't want to be a trophy wife.
Okay, so I guess Marvelous hit on one of the points. No trophies, man. Do not over.
But you know what a cure for all of this oversized sexualization?
No, I don't.
When women go on a no nigga diet. I think women need to close their legs and deny any of these bum niggas any pussy.
Okay, so now before you move forward, okay, only the bum ones. So what about the ones that not bums? They could get some vagina.
I don't think if you want to SBE all the time, you shouldn't deserve nothing. I think any man who shame, blame, and explain all the time doesn't deserve to have no romantic. He doesn't even deserve to hold a woman's
That is fine.
hand.
Okay, so we
Okay.
understand. So we understand the bums and the SB ears, they should not get any vagina. Understood. Now, what about the men that are doing all the right things? Should they be getting the vagina?
If he finds the right person, yeah, he can. I mean, you know.
You know what? I'm gonna add something to this too, Sharon. Go ahead.
ahead.
So I was thinking about it. If we want to, I would say, tone down the sexualization of women. You need to tone down the perception how women are viewed. So, for instance, women are over sexualized in sports, for instance, right? Women would just be playing sports, but men have a natural attraction to women in general, but they'll probably not pay attention to what the woman's actually performing, but just look at her body.
So
And
you
they
mean
have
to
to,
tell me, Marvelous, when you watch women's volleyball,
I'm not,
and
don't put this on me. Hold on, don't make it personal. I'm giving an example, bro. I'm just saying in general, men
so
tend to
I'm asking
sexualize
you, I'm
women.
asking you to speak for men,
No, I
if you
can't do
can,
that.
if you
I can.
can, if you can. So when we watch women's volleyball, Brazil versus the Dominican Republic, what should we be seeing?
I would cheer for Brazil, 1,000%.
Why you laugh, PhD, bro?
Because you asked, what should we be seeing?
That's what I was saying.
Don't cry for me, Argentina. All right.
No,
Now,
but it's just think about even think about this: the way women uniforms are compared to where men's uniforms are. All
so
right.
now here's the thing: is that women's basketball, for some reason, that is a sport where most men are not saying that those women are beautiful.
Mhm.
Don't cry
No,
for me.
I can't speak for men's preferences, but I will say this again: if these women, and I don't want to say this, but it's true. Men will pay attention to certain sports if it's I would say multi-gender, where like both genders are pretty much competing, like UFC or racing or something like that. That's cool. Or tennis is even good. But even with tennis, that's kind of on the borderline. But still, I think men can enjoy with certain sports without being sexualized. But then there's some places I know, like volleyball. Men don't give a fuck about no volleyball. They don't even watch dudes play volleyball, which is a clear hint that they don't care about volleyball. They care about the women playing the volleyball itself.
Now,
So they like
I
them
do.
shouts.
Now, like as for me though, I watch women's wrestling,
Uh-oh.
and I like Bianca Belair and yeah,
What you like about it?
Do you like
the abs, man. Like you see her
Big J? So
workout.
what you like? You like the
Yeah,
let me
I have
guess.
to tell
routine.
you, I like about
Hold on.
her.
Let me
I
get
like
your favorite move. Your favorite move is the scissor kick.
You know what?
This nigga.
Hey, but if you had to ask
What
me
is
about that,
wrong
I'll
with
tell you
you?
what though, since I'm a wrestling fan, I can tell you though, what I like about her is her talent. Her talent
All
though,
right,
she actually be,
hold on, young. Hold on, young. We're gonna bring some goddamn seriousness to the goddamn conversation. Hold on 1 second. Welcome to the show, Bolo TV. Goddamn, let's get some goddamn guidance. How you doing, sir?
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Oh, all right.
Good morning, Bolo.
What's going on, my brother?
So, Bolo, can you please explain to us why you over-sexualize women when you have a conversation with them?
What? Damn. Wow.
Answer the question, Bolo.
Okay, say it again now. What happened now? Repeat the question.
Oh God.
Repeat the question. Sean?
Over-sexualizing women. Why do men do it?
Because when it comes to men, the majority of men, mediocrity is the new standard.
Facts.
We've been taught to live in our lower two bodies, the emotion and the physical. Emotional and the
Facts.
physical, opposed to operating in the spiritual and the mental.
Amen.
So,
Uh-oh.
that's how, we've been taught, right? And so we don't take the time because, society doesn't talk about, taking your time to do things, right? Remember that song Mama used to say, take your time, young man. That's gone. Everything is microwavable. Everybody wants things quickly. So again, we're getting married for the feeling of love opposed to the action of it, right? Love has to be proven, right? How do I become Sharon's best friend? Through thick and thin, through things that we've gone through. And when the smoke clears, it's back against back. Me and my brother, we standing against. So, when he's needed me, I've been there. That type of accolades doesn't happen overnight.
That's very true.
That's why,
So,
and that's why though people need to appreciate cooking the pot roast instead of trying to go after the hot pocket.
But see,
I'll put it in layman's terms.
yeah, I mean, and when you look at it, when you get the hot pocket, it's unhealthy.
You're
a bunch
right.
of preservatives, a bunch of salt, a bunch of sugar. But when you have
Mhm.
that meatloaf, you know that person. It's like when a woman brings you your dinner. You
Right.
can tell if there's been love in it, right? By the way it's
Mm.
placed, the way it's prepared. These little things are very important. These little things are very important, and this is what us as men miss because we're so quick to want to be that dude. And our manhood is attached to how many women we sleep with, how
Damn.
much bread we make,
Damn.
and things of that nature. When my integrity and character, regardless of how much women I sleep with or how much money I make, doesn't change my position in the home as a husband. See, a lot of the times people want, we're taught to trust the plan, right? Opposed to trusting the man.
Huh. So you saying that so you believe that women should trust the man more than his plan?
Absolutely.
Shit. I'm complete opposite. I think a woman should
Let me
trust his
explain to you
plan,
why.
not the man.
Let me explain to you why.
Hmm.
If you have a man that has integrity and character and he's intentional, sometimes that first plan may fail. God may have set it up for him to learn something from the first entrepreneurship that he tried to get to that next position to where he's going to flourish. You dig what I'm saying? So if the woman trusts in the plan itself, and someone, I understand what your point. I'm talking about totally, right? If she trusts in the plan totally and that plan fails, then what? You put all your eggs in one basket. But you have to understand when you trust in the man that he's going to have a plan, that everything that he's going to do, he's going to walk circumspectly. Doesn't mean that it's going to succeed. You dig what I'm saying? So again, it's a tandem dance between the two, but understand everything that we put our hands to may not flourish. Right? So when you have that, it's just like when you have that woman and she may not be able to cook or whatever. You see the potential. You dig what I'm saying? And that's what we have to see in each other. We don't see it. Like God is never going to give you something already created. He's not.
I think I'm picking it up. Hey Diva, let me hit the super chat real quick and
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, a lot of women have tried to go based on potential and it was never realized. So it's got to be a little bit deeper than that. Empress Sports Channel. The problem is people turn their back on God, but that's the spiritual, religious side of things. I don't know. Black people, the most God fearing, out here and still be doing the worst. So I don't know.
It's
so that's why I was like, that's why I look at it, Polo, as that's why I look at like the plan before the man, because like for example, if you use the God example, so the plan is the Bible. So you have that plan that you could go and follow on time. You might have some bumps and rolls and failures along the way, but as long as you sticking to the plan, the man will always be able to succeed. Versus how PSD was just said, like, so you could believe in the potential of the man without really a real plan. So every time he fails, he's coming up with something new. That is fine. That he is resilient, because I think that's what you are more talking towards, Bolo, is the resilience of the man. And I think that's where the difficultness is within this conversation right now.
Can I give a little pushback, just a tiny bit? You have a lot of people like with PhD, but when she says that the black home or the black family or black people are very religious. Black people on a whole don't serve God the way they need to, not according to the scriptures.
Well, apparently nobody does, right?
Well, no, there are people that are.
Well, I'm saying as a whole, we talking about collective
The
groups,
majority,
right?
yeah.
Well,
right. And so now you point out the race or the ethnic group that is worshiping God or following God like they supposed to.
Well, I'm pointing it out because you brought it up. You said black people. Right. So what I'm saying is
black people. So let me explain why I said that. Because they said our problem, meaning us, we talking about black people and our issues, is that we turned our back on God. And what I'm saying is a lot of these people have behaved in a way that would suggest they turned their back on God, but they still have better outcomes than we do.
Well, I absolutely. But here's the thing, right? The Lord tells you, the wicked will prosper in a wicked world, right? So when you have people like, remember that I believe you were here when we were having that conversation with podcast, right? In the script, you were here, right, for that?
Probably.
Yeah. So you can't pick and choose what portions of it that you want to take and apply to your life. It's either all or nothing. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like dealing with the woman. You either going to take the children with her, take her past with her, or leave her alone.
Right.
You
Okay.
you see where I'm coming from? You can't. So a lot of the times people worship the Father on how they feel. That's why I was saying that we're living in our lower two bodies when it comes to us as a whole. I can't say everyone, but us as a whole. We're very emotional people opposed to being logistical. Now, again, we can't do things without emotion. So that's not what I'm saying. Emotional means when all rationale is gone, because you and I can have a heated conversation and we can both be still rational in the conversation. We're just passionate on our points. But when you have someone, I don't care what you're saying, or starts name calling and start saying some things that makes no sense, at this point, the conversation becomes circular. So what I'm saying to that is, again, I agree with the plan, but a lot of the times we don't take the time to really understand the man. A lot of times we don't take the time to understand the woman. We see her, we see her
talking about.
we see her body. We see that she might have a head on her shoulders for maybe 10, 20 minutes. That's our wife. We didn't take the time, we didn't take the time to go to her home, see how she was raised, see what kind of background she might have had, trauma. All of these things take time to really make a sensible decision on if this is the man or is this the woman that I want to be with.
So now my thing is this. So now wouldn't the plan give you a decent determination of how this man is moving, because is he accomplishing his plans and he's checking off boxes as he's moving through this thing of life? Because if we just going by, if we put a plan in front of him and he executed and he failed this one, but he made 3 of these, so we could kind of see what kind of man is. He's a failure or he's a successful man, not just look at him like, oh, resilient. We don't know you must be resilient.
You're in Brooklyn? Are you in Brooklyn?
No, not today.
Okay, so check this out. How many dirtbag dudes do you know that has executed plans?
Not many. Most of them are failures, in my opinion.
Financially, there's a lot of dirtbags that I know that have financially come up.
Okay.
That goes to what PhD Diva was saying, right? There's a lot of dirtbags that have come up, but they have no integrity or character at all. Is that the type of man that a woman would want?
So that's perfect. So then but that's the thing. So, but we could see that he is not following any plan. He's actually following no rules.
He has a plan.
He has a plan.
Was to make money. The plan was to be successful. He's successful, but he's a dirtbag at it.
But he's only finance. So that's the thing. So that's how we could determine what that man is, right? We could see what his plan is. So his plan is to get money by any means necessary. He don't care who he hurt along the line. So yes, he is following plan. He's successful at that plan. However, now when we put in plans out for a human being of what we like and love and respect, the majority of people is going to put respect and all these other things.
There you go.
Before the finance thing, right? Finance is an important part, but it's just one part of a human being being successful. And so that's why we do have to put the plan in front of the man, because we got to make sure you have a man that has the great understanding of where we want to go.
What you said. But what you said as far as his character, his integrity, his intentionality, that's not the plan. That's the man.
Yes, exactly.
He executes the plan with the integrity, character, and intentionality. Because you can have a dude that's a dirtbag that go out there and executes financially right. But when it comes to him dealing with his woman, he's off totally. So that means the man is off. The plan in presenting I'm gonna give you a lifestyle that you've never had. That's the plan. I've given you that. But me as the man treating you like myself, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. If I'm hurt, you're hurt. That's the man.
Right. So I like how we build it right now. So like for me, right, if somebody called me a square for back when I was younger, that was considered like, disrespectful. You a square, right? That's
y'all so silly.
I'm serious. It makes it seem like you lame and you corny and all these things. But now that I'm older, I will be proud if somebody call me a square, because I really want to present myself as somebody that doesn't cut corners. So yes, absolutely, I'm not rounded. I'm very square. I do not cut corners. So therefore, my plan is always to move at a certain level, and I don't talk about things that I don't know about. So if I want to be intelligent, I go and read it. If I want to be savvy, I'm going to read about it. If I want to dress a certain way, I'm going to read about it. I'm going to read about the boot. I don't even, for me to pick a boot, I got to study what are good boots for like at least 2 months before
I agree.
Sharon, but hold up, just 1 second, Bolo. That's some points I'm real quick. Sharon, what you just did and that whole thing you just did, all I heard was I, me, meaning you're highlighting yourself more so than the actual plan, which is what Bolo's point is. I'd rather have some faith in you more so than your plan, because at least I trust in you that you're going to do. Even if something fails, you probably have a backup plan. So a backup plan. But that's what the point is. I have more faith in your leadership, not so much just your plan. The plan is what comes with you. The plan is not ever ahead of you.
So but the thing is that the things that made me better is because I studied something else. I studied a plan on who is the best boot maker, right? So I studied his plan. So now I could go ahead and decide what's the best boot for me to buy.
But why did you study it, Sharon? Why did you study it? Why did you study it? Why did you take the time not to waste $300 on a pair of boots that everyone else was wearing? Why did you yourself take the time to study to find out what would be best for your arch, what would be the best for this type? Why did you do that?
Because I enjoyed having knowledge beyond myself. I want to learn from other people that put forth a plan and have success on doing the things that they are doing.
Now watch this. Now watch this.
That just had a vision. No, I want you to show me that you successfully done something.
So that's the man checking off to make sure that I spend my $300 well. So now when you go with the plan, okay, I'm going to get this type of boot. That's the plan. So it's a balance. You need both, but it's a balance, because sometimes even though you took the time to study this boot, you still might have made the wrong decision when you put it on your feet. But from what you read, you're sitting there saying, I thought it was right. So in my mind, I'm going to say this happens, but I know Sharon is a studying dude. I know Sharon did his best with what with the information he had to make the best decision that he could have made in that situation. I know he didn't just take the $300 and just willy-nilly go. You dig what I'm saying? So it's a little bit of both. I think more of, put it this way. If would I trust you with $300 from the character that I see here on YouTube? Yes, I would. Right? I can sit here and see a dude that's very financial and everything he puts his hands to, he makes bread. I wouldn't trust him with a dime. Why? Because his character is flawed. He's a dirtbag, right? Diddy makes bread. Diddy knows how to make money, but he's a dirtbag. That's it. That's when they asked Usher, would you put your son through that same schooling garbage that your mother put you through to live with Diddy? You know what he said? Hell no. He didn't just say no. He said, hell no. Why? Because I know the type of dude he is. So although he gives you results, what the hell do I got to go through to get to those results? That's the point. That's where the character. So again, someone said in the chat, you need both. Absolutely.
Go ahead, PS Diva.
All right. Empress Sports Channel. I wasn't saying that to just speak to black people, but if we are just speaking black people, they turned their back on God because several of them concerned themselves looking the part instead of being it. Again, people who gave you the Bible and used it to make you servants, right? So apparently they had turned their back on them long ago, but nothing ever happened to them. And so I don't know, that just irks me when that's black people's or explanation for anything.
Can I just respond
and
to
I also want to let Jayla know I got you, and Young Riaz got they wrench. Thank you.
Can I respond to what PhD just
somebody
said?
bought you a wrench, Young Riaz, and I got somebody I owe somebody something to as well. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, PhD. Yes, you're absolutely 100% right. A lot of, I get pissed off at that too, right? However, when you read the word, it also says that the world hated Christ, so the world's going to hate you. So that's why he says, pay no mind to what the dudes that are prospering on this earth, pay no mind to them, because your goal is for paradise. Paradise ain't here. Everything here is temporal. So a lot of the times we get so impatient, we want it now. I want that good woman now. But you don't understand that you're not that good man. So how can you appreciate a good woman if you're not good?
Damn.
You dig what I'm saying? So
So this is the reason why Black the Conquering King is single right now, because
You so damn silly.
you are crazy. So that's the
Look,
point.
Bolo, I hear what you're saying.
Yes,
but
sir.
honestly, I think one of the biggest scams that they were able to successfully pull on Black people is the idea that, you know, they get to have their heaven on earth, but you wait until some shit that you don't even know what's gonna happen, and then that's when you gonna get your reward. You got like fucked up. I want mine now.
Well, who says you can't who says that you can't have a good life here though?
Well,
You
no,
dig
I'm
what I'm
not saying that, because again, and I think part of the issue with Black people in this the whole, you know, God thing is when you are basing everything on something external to yourself, then it kind of abdicates you or separates you from responsibility for a lot of things, right? Or yeah, right, from taking responsibility for a lot of things. And so I think for me, I don't have that type of ideology, and so yeah, I'm gonna get mine now, and I'm going to have a great life right now. But I think for a lot of us, and as a collective, a lot of the things we go through would kind of hinder us from having a great life, right?
Right.
And so that's the thing that
You know what's so crazy, PH?
let her read the super chat
Oh,
real
I'm sorry.
quick.
Oh, okay. All right. Conversations with MJ. Look how many ironclad contracts did he put so many people through and destroyed their career before it actually begun. He's not a good man. All them people got to read those contracts and decide if they wanted to sign.
But
not necessarily. So a lot of times they could put a contract in front of you, and that contract seems okay, and they say, "Hey, we work out the particulars later. We just let the lawyers deal with that," and then you wind up having a somewhat of a contract.
Right, but so you got to know that that's not, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not on the up and up. And if they put it in front of you, you need somebody looking at it, and not somebody
Absolutely.
that they supply, right?
Right.
That is another problem too, because the lawyers be in on it as well.
The
So
law-
they
it be
have
their
to have a
lawyers.
lawyer that
Right, but that's why you got to get your
underhanded,
own.
because
Right.
those contracts is not in English at all.
Right, agree.
They are not.
Can I respond to what PhD was said earlier?
Yes, we're gonna let Bolo respond, and we're gonna bring Dr. G in right after. Go ahead, Bolo.
So again, this is the problem that a lot of us have when it comes to the word, right? We don't read it. When we read it, the first person the Lord says hold accountable is you. That's why he says you can't go out into the world and say PhD got a stick in her eye and you got a beam in yours. There's a reason why he said beam opposed to you having a little stick, because I have to have some type of gall to look past my flaw and correct you on yours when I got the same damn flaw. Right? So the first person that you need, that the scripture says to look at, is you. Right? The same way he says, love your brother as you love yourself. I can't truly love my brother if I don't understand what love is when it comes to me, myself. I can't truly. And this is why a lot of people, you know, they get into these relationships thinking they're in love. Understand, when I love my brother Sharon, there's going to be times I don't like him.
Bar.
You dig what I'm saying? There's going to be times I don't like him. There's going to be times I say, oh, Sharon, man, listen, man, I ain't like the way you talked to me that day. Give me about 2 days, bro. But if he called you, Bolo, listen, such and such, I'm there. That doesn't change the fact, you know, so we have to understand that it starts with us. You're completely 100% correct. We need to start reading more and stop listening to these pork chop preachers. These dudes that are only in there for the bread and only in there for the money. We need to start reading it ourselves.
That is all facts. That's pretty much the answer to everything that really honestly, everything you just said, brother, that's the answer to even this question that he proposed, that you hinted at, that I was going to emphasize more and saying, what's more valuable, Sharon or Sharon's plan? If Sharon's plan, which is an oxymoron to think about, I think that's more valuable since it came from him himself being the golden egg. Like, it's like saying, what's more valuable, the golden egg or the goose that laid it? obviously the goose. So why would I put the egg before the goose?
Well,
That's
thank
why
you,
I
Doc.
side with Bolo on his side when he's talking about.
Thank you, Dr. G. I mean, Marvelous.
Right.
Sorry about that, Dr. G. I apologize. How you doing?
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody.
doing,
What's
Dr.
going
G?
on, chat? Grand rising to everyone. Yeah. So I was, I think Bolo took the words out of my mouth because I wanted, talk about those quote unquote pork chop preachers. Um, because I think that's the whole beginning of the whole grift, and that's why people have turned their back. I believe that people have turned their back on the church because they started to see that what was coming out of the church was not changing their situation. We don't even learn in church how to read the Bible, right? It's just a person picking out various scriptures that they're going to use to promote a particular message today, right? But there's really no lesson. Even in Sunday school, you don't really learn the full context of the Bible. You don't learn that there are scriptures that have been removed from this Bible. You don't learn that reading the Bible from front to back is not really the way that it was intended to be interpreted. And so again, it comes off like a grift. And I think that people have just turned their back on the church more so than they have on God. That's just my opinion, or at least that's where I stand with it.
You know, so crazy, Sharon. The schools have our children, the church have our women, and the jails have our men.
Shit.
That's how it's been separated. When you look at it, that's
Say
how
that one more time. This is the only time I want to hear it repeated.
schools have our children, the church have our women, because that's what they cater to, and jails have our men. So when these men, we, again, like I said when I started off, mediocrity is our new standard. That's our new standard. You know what I'm saying? You look at a chick, she got a fat behind or such and such, such and such. That's it. You look at husbandry. There's a reason why the Lord says a man that findeth a wife is a good thing.
Correct.
Right? So obviously she was a wife before she became his. But what was he before he became her husband? A husband. The foundation of these things were laid. So he knew what he wanted and he knew what he could offer. So that's why when he comes across that wife, he already knows what it is. He knows when you go in that candy store and you only got a dime and you don't know which candy you're going to go, your eyes are big, right? But when you go in there with a plan, when you go in there with intentionality, I'm only going in there for the hubba bubba. I'm not going in there for no Boston. I'm going in there, and those of you who are old know what hubba bubba was. So that's what I'm going for. So what the Lord does is he gives you parameters.
So this is when it gets a little confusing, and so now it sounds like we are putting the plan before the man.
When we look, we don't have plans. Look at the black community. What plan do we have? Let's look at the men. What plans do these brothers have, my G? They don't. They walk in and they dictate that women should submit, and don't understand that being a husband is not an entitlement; it's a service. So if your leadership was more Christ-like, the answer to that would be automatic submission. It would be automatic. But because you have not earned, because understand something, obedience is something God demands. Submission is something that a woman chooses to give. That's her choice. So what are you doing? What are you presenting to these women or this woman for her to want to submit to you? For her to say, I'm going to submit to your plan. These dudes ain't giving a damn thing. They themselves don't know what they want. This is why they argue and talk about this for 34 hours during the weekend. They spend 45 hours on the woman they don't want, opposed to putting out there the woman you don't want. And what they don't understand psychologically, your brain will always affirm how you feel. They don't understand that. So if you continue moving negatively, your brain will only affirm the negative.
That's it. And now all of a sudden you cannot see no great productive women. Saying they turn invisible to you because
that woman that's right there, you don't see her.
Yeah, you turned off that spectrum of like yourself. You did it. Crazy. Go ahead, Diva. That was good.
Yeah, it's funny. I woke up to an email. I don't even know how they got my email address, but they doing some type of something this evening and the topic was like, if the woman is the breadwinner, should she still submit? And it was just like, huh? Or should she do all the housework? I'm tempted to go just to see what they say, but
Word. And
nevertheless,
take a recorder too.
right.
I want to hear
Or
that.
to disrupt the space. You say the wrong thing and I'm act a fool. Scorched Earth 824. Anyone wants the truth and how to move forward in life? Come on Bolo TV on Friday nights. All this talk y'all doing for likes, clicks, and money, not there. Empress Sports Channel. The reason a lot of people don't read the Bible who go to church is because all they are concerned about is looking the part. Look at how many people attend church versus Bible study. But we can't say that because the preachers read the Bible, right? Because they the ones teaching it to people. But look at all the bullshit they do.
Right.
They read it wrong. I just watched Jamal Bryant, right? Saying I'm gonna do a show on it tomorrow. He said, I think 5,000 people, 100 people need to give $5,000.
Okay. Yep.
He says,
it's like a month ago.
Right. 20 people got to give $2,000. All of it added up to $1 million. And he parsed that into saying the more money you give, the more blessings you'll get.
Wow.
That's demonic. Because when the Lord tells you give freely, what he means by you giving freely is don't expect anything in return. That's when you truly receive the gift. That when I give Sharon that $100, I'm not putting 50 on top of it. Brother, you needed it. Get it back to me when you can. That's the blessing. That's the love, because now what I garner in him is a friendship that can't be broken. You dig what I'm saying? So when these cats are talking, again, they need to read. They're going and having these false shepherds sit there and tell them, I need a damn G4 while you go home to the projects. That don't make no damn sense to me. It doesn't.
Yeah,
and the Lord tells you give as you can. He didn't say
it definitely needs some middle ground with that. That is I was gonna cover that, but I was like, I wasn't sure if I should touch it or not. It was an interesting thing that day. Go ahead, Dr. G. I know you had some.
I was just gonna say that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, PhD. Can you guys hear me well? I'm outside.
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, Dr. G. I just started talking at the same time. That's all. It was
okay. Go ahead, Diva.
No, I wasn't. I was just saying another preacher in Houston recently did that, where he was telling the people he wasn't waiting on the insurance check. That all of them need to give like $4,000 or $5,000, so they can rebuild the church, right? And then when the insurance money comes, he can just put it in his pocket. This Shawnee O'Neal husband.
I knew that. Yep.
Man,
he was in Texas at Joel Osteen's church, and he got tired of operating under their rules because Joel Osteen would let them use his church because the storm did whatever. And like Diva said, a storm hit the church, and he didn't want to wait on the insurance because it's such an exorbitant amount of bread. He didn't wait, so he just said, listen, man, I need the people to give me this and to give me that. And the crazy thing is, when we look at leaders, Moses was a good leader. Why? Because Moses had the keys to Pharaoh. He had the keys to Egypt. What did he do? He let it go and go to live with his people in slavery. You know what I'm saying? So a leader should have his thumb on the pulse of what the people are going through. You can't live in the lap of luxury while your parishioners are going home to bills and things of that nature. The church is a haven. The church is supposed to be a place where we all come together and say, listen, Diva needs to pay rent. We need to get that bread up. That's what we need to do. Let's not put it on one person. So, and it goes back to the village, right? Because if we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people up here. If my refrigerator is empty, if it's only Sharon and Diva that gives me food, they're lacking. But if everybody takes something or 1 or 2 things from the refrigerator, no one gets that hurt. And that's
Go ahead, Bolo. I'll finish it up.
No, that's it.
Okay,
and,
so I was going to say was
before you go, Marvelous, I wanted Dr. G to get her thought out because she gave the case Diva. But before we go there, go ahead, Diva.
All right, Scorched Earth 824. Read and study the word to show yourself approved. Too many people looking at the pastor as their leader when Jesus Christ is the real leader.
Woo, bar.
Planet Fitness. Bible study is no different than school, i.e., Black people still have to study other books and resources to learn historical context, etc. Seminary school.
That's a good point as well.
Empress Sports Channel, you follow the word, not man, i.e., the pastor.
Yeah, I think people definitely need to get into self-education, like not just rely on the preacher, the teacher, the professor. You need to do some self-study as well. Get some other books that is maybe even contradicting so you can learn better. Go ahead, Dr. G.
You know, another thing that came to mind just in the conversation is of all the years that I was actually attending church and, you know, studying the word and, you know, doing good service and all of those things, the church wasn't really teaching me about myself in terms of what it means to be a Black woman in this world and how to contend with that. Most of the lessons that come through church have nothing to do with the women of the Bible, which is a huge contention for me. How am I supposed to, in my particular situation, know how to live in this godly fashion? And this is a hypothetical question, right? How am I supposed to be a woman of God, live in a godly way when most of the lessons that come out in church don't have anything to do with the women and what their position was in the biblical day, you know? And so it, to me, is just another sign of how patriarchy has taken control of a religion as a way to control us. And I think that was something PhD said quite some time ago in this conversation. You know, it's just another way to keep us dangling on a hook, waiting for something to happen. Meanwhile, you suffering, you don't know yourself, you don't have any Black pride, you know, because you're not being taught that the people of the Bible were Black, or, you know, were in union with who you are as a person. And so to me, that's the problem. That's why we lack in so many, you know, in various characteristics, because even when we were in church, we weren't learning anything about ourselves. We weren't being identified with the people in the Bible as those being your people, those tribes, those nations, they are you. That was never really communicated well, in my opinion.
It wasn't. I read an illustration of that. Was it Easter? I don't think it was Easter. I don't know. The last time I went to Sunday school, which was ages ago, I asked the pastor, because it was something about Jesus or something. And I just asked, okay, well, what made Mary special? Why was she chosen to, you know, birth the Son of God? And the pastor told me, God can use anybody. That was his response, right? And so, but I just really don't think most of the preachers or anybody has really, like Dr. Drew was saying, put much thought into the lessons that come out of the women in the Bible. And so I always wonder, like, about women who are in the church, like, well, what are you getting out of it? Because they're not really talking to you other than telling you, reading that passage about submitting to a man and, you know, being a fool. And a lot of Black Christian women are fools.
Shit.
Right? For men.
And it's very important that.
Yeah, well, let us read this. Yeah, Diva. That's an interesting point. I never knew, because I was also watching the chat while Dr. G and PhD were talking. This is a feeling that multiple women are feeling. This is not just, it is very interesting to see that so many women feel this way about the church and the Bible. Go ahead, Diva. This is interesting.
Planet Fitness. If you're a Christian and follow the it's man's fault or women's fault, at the end of the day, all will still be judged according to their works. You like how I did that?
I like that.
But here's the thing, you know, and that's the problem, right? To what Dr. G and Diva saying, that's the problem. A lot of these guys, they give the word with ego and pride. They don't give it selflessly, right? The word is the word. It says what it says. And again, a lot of people don't read. A lot of people don't pay attention, right? Because again, mediocrity has become the new standard. For example, when you watch the 10 Commandments, the original 10 Commandments, the original, you know, everybody there was Caucasian.
Mm.
The Egyptians and the Jews. Now we all know that Ethiopians are kin to Egyptians. When the Ethiopians came to give reverence to Pharaoh, they were black.
Mm.
So how is it that the Egyptians are white, but the Ethiopians are black?
Mm.
How can a people, because the original Egyptian, everyone's people of color, how could he make a mistake and think Moses was his grandson if he's white? Ain't gonna happen. So it's little things like this that, again, it's like a child. If you continue to always help that child when that child is trying to walk, the neural connections that child is connecting and trying to figure out how to get to that fourth step, you stifle them. You dig? So what happens is our growth has been stifled. Everything is food. It's spoon fed to us. You don't have to go out there. Like you said, if I'm going to look for a pair of boots, I'm going to do my due diligence on which boot I'm going to get. How many people think like that? Not too many, especially men. This is why the one thing I agree with, one of the many things I agree with your cousin is it starts with us. It starts with us. Even when we were on that day, that channel, and it was just us, when that woman groped Tyreek. What did we say? Where are the men that want to hold women accountable? Where are the men that want to hold them equally such and such? Where are you? Here's a chance for you to hold women accountable in the law. In marriage, you can't. It's impossible to hold women equally. You can give it fairly responsibility and accountability, but it can never be equal just for the positions that we're in. But here is the law. It's blind to everybody. So if a woman does it, if a man does it, it's blind. Nobody came up on the stage. So this is why I look at these dudes and say, y'all all full of garbage. Because when it's time for you to stand up and put your dollar in, you don't.
Damn. It's
Okay,
crazy.
but I feel like you slid right past my question. I still want to know what was special about Mary.
We're gonna get to it because I don't think it's that easy for we're gonna get to it again. We're gonna read this and we gotta get to it. Give us some great examples of why she chose Mary. Give us some great examples of how women can use the Bible as a way of uplifting themselves as well, because we have plenty of examples of the Bible where men could uplift themselves and put women in submission. However, there's no examples where women, or at least that is taught, is not many examples that people are outwardly speaking about women in a great light from the Bible.
All right. Planet Fitness. God don't care about gender wars. There's no blame shifting during his judgment. I don't know. Didn't they say he addressed Eve first when he had told Adam not to eat the stuff? Nevertheless, your life, not others. All right. Your life, not others, will be judged in that book.
Oh, that was a good one, Diva. All right, so okay. Bolo, you can attempt to give us some good reasons and some examples of women showing and being righteous and beautiful and uplifting and showing women the righteous way to move forward so they can know thyself.
Well, here's the thing. The same thing that applies
And
to
before you do that, and also Diva, she wants to know why.
Yeah.
the same thing that applies to men applies to women. Her character, her integrity, her thought process, her devotion to God. It's the same. It's the same for men and for women. It's the same. We just execute it differently because of the positions that we have as men and as women. But the foundation is the same. So I hope that answered your question.
So, ladies, did I answer the question?
Well, so I feel like there would have been many other, because she was a young girl, like many other similarly situated girls or young women during that time, right? So just what made her special?
Well, let me say it to you like this. I was having a conversation with Black Man, right? And I'm going to answer your question kind of roundaboutly. I was having a conversation with Black Man, and Black Man was like, yo, Bowler, there's scriptures on wicked women. There's scriptures on wicked women. How come you don't really see no scriptures on wicked men? And my response to him was, the whole Bible is about wicked men. That's why you don't see a chapter. The whole book is about wicked dudes. So yeah, you had the Deborahs or Deborah, you had the Ruths, you had the Marys, you had the Mary Magdalenes, you had many women that would save kings. I believe it was Ruth, I could be wrong. That the king didn't even know that he was going to die if it wasn't for her, and her being a praying woman. So
So here's the thing, Bolo. So what Dr. G was saying is that it's not enough of it being on the forefront to give women this this confidence and boost so they could know who they are and where they hold a stronghold within the Bible and in the community. And
well,
that's
the Proverbs 31. Proverbs 31 gives them that answer, right? The virtuous woman, right? So again, you have to understand, before I'm a father and before I'm a husband, I'm a man of God. That goes beyond everything, and vice versa. Before she's a mother or a wife, she's a woman of God. So there are positions that we have to hold with him, period, right? So how serious do we take this? So, if my wife is tripping out and bugging out, that does not give me liberty to trip out and bug out with her. My God tells me, let me continue moving straight, and the Lord is going to iron it out. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to deal with her, admonish her, or rebuke her, and vice versa. If your husband is tripping, that doesn't give you liberty to trip out. Let's find out why he's tripping. Listen, I've been with PhD for 30 years. I've never done nothing like this. Obviously, there's something that happened or something that was introduced that's making me move this way. Let's figure that out.
So interesting. That's the same conversation I was having just
it's a serpent in the ear, man. Come on now.
And I want to also bring in Sacred Serpent and then Scorched Earth.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. I gotta do something
run now, Bolo.
I gotta go. I gotta do something with my son. He keeps coming into the room saying, "Pops, let's go." Diva, it was good having a conversation. Dr.
Bolo
G.
running.
Come on.
I'm gonna get you, Bolo.
I'm losing weight, so I gotta run. I gotta do that 15-minute walk like Sharana was.
Yes. 15 that way.
Have a
15 that way.
Have a blessed day, guys. I'll holler at you, Scorch.
Go ahead, Sacred Serpent. Go ahead, you got the floor.
Can you mute Big J?
Oh, I'm here. Why?
No, I think that was Scorched Earth that was had background noise.
No, we keep hearing Big J breathe.
well, that is your fantasy, baby.
Okay, well, all right.
Go ahead, Sacred Serpent 17.
I mean, are you a single woman? So if you
we can hear you. Hold on, Jay, before you go on with your flirting. Go ahead, Sacred.
Now, I think I put it in the chat a couple seconds ago when the brother Bolo was talking, not to respond without responding inadvertently to him. This is not directed at him. I think the disingenuousness of the statement that he was making about from the sister when she asked about, no good representation about women that comes through the teachings of the Bible, and that's basically by systematic design. We have to understand that this version of the Bible has come through the European lens. So this is not our melanated version of what the Bible was meant to be purported to be. And I'm not a Christian, so to speak. I'm more spiritual than anything, but I don't think there's a level of judgment that can come down to any version of a person that chooses faith through religion or whatever means they choose to get their faith from. And I just say that to say that the reason why there's not a really good representation of the woman archetype for our women today is it's not made that way for a purpose. Because if we show the true power of the divine feminine, and then the real divine feminines on this earth get to experience that, I don't think that's something that the man-made so-called patriarchy will be okay with. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you're saying that if we were to start producing and promoting the virtuous woman, that most men is not going to appreciate that woman?
Not only that, the created dynamic right now is this gender war, right? But what's not really spoken about is that it's always been about a gender war. It's never been about race. It's never been about these physical constructs that we as humans on this realm decide to dissect and label each and every aspect of our being. It has always been about the man versus the male archetype versus the female archetype, because we did used to exist under a matriarchy. Quiet is kept. You know, they don't want you to know that women used to be in rulership too, right? Like they don't want you to know that women used to be the original hunters and
Damn.
they used to go out and get the food while the man held down the community. They don't want you to know that because that is a melanated archetype. That's not their cultural archetype. They don't want to speak through our lens because they empower us by speaking through our lens. So
God, yeah.
I think when we try and dissect these different aspects of the Bible or the Torah or any one of these religious constructs that were written by man, and not only were they written by man, they were written over 300 to 400 different times. So we have to understand who's writing that. What agenda do they have when they're writing that? What instruction are they trying to employ when they're writing that? These are all things that have to go into account when we're making our judgment based off of what is and what isn't. So the understanding of the understanding of the female archetype within this dynamic, this world that we live in right now, it's combative, it's chaotic, but that is exactly what the female is, right? She's always moving. She's within flow. She's within destination, and she is all over the place at the same time. But that is a part of her power. We have been taught and programmed to fight against her power. And then she has been taught to relieve herself of her power and adopt this masculine archetype of this demonic influence of independence. Like there is no such thing as independence. Independence is
Put a period on it. Put a
demonic.
period somewhere so we can have a conversation back and forth though.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So PhD Diva, so he's saying it was a matriarchy and the men were house husbands. Are you willing to go back there?
Absolutely not. The whole time I'm thinking, this nigga want to put us to work. No.
Dr. G, are you willing to go back in time and build back the matriarchy and put men in a rightful place as house husbands in 2024 and beyond, Dr. G? I'm willing to be your house husband, Dr. G. What are you willing to do?
You know, I don't know. I tend to take a pretty isolated stance on our position, especially as it relates to that with men. I don't know. I think that in order for the Bible and religion to have a proper place, then we have to go to the original form. We have to, you know, and I guess that's what you're asking me. So yeah, we have to go back to what was originally intended and what was originally done. And we can start by making sure we understand that the Bible is not in its whole position. There are many scriptures that were removed, right? I think you can find those in what's called the Apocrypha. My question becomes why have those scriptures been removed? What are we studying when we don't have the whole context in place? You know,
1000%.
So that's where I take issue with, beyond it not teaching us anything about being Black in this wilderness. Okay. Beyond that, there are things that's missing. It's not in its whole form. So, you know, we could quote different scriptures to say, you know, this is for man and it's for woman too, and this and that. But until you show me the complete, unabridged version, then, you know, I'm just not.
Right? In context, right?
Yeah, I'm not really interested otherwise.
Okay. And
yeah,
that's interesting. Dr. G, are you walking right now?
I'm sorry, you can hear me?
That is the awesome thing that goes to show who's putting in work and who is not. Right? We got plenty of men that be on these goddamn spaces,
And
and they
can I
cannot
just say
walk
can I
15.
just
I
say
got
one
you.
quick thing?
They
Can I
can't.
just
Yeah,
say one
and they
quick
can't
thing?
walk 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes that way. Shout out to Dr.
Can I,
G and her working. I got you, Sacred. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, PhD, and then we're gonna let Sacred jump in.
So I guess the question I have for Dr. G. So you think the original way was the women working and the men holding down the community? But you can answer
no,
that after I read the
no,
thing.
no,
No,
Very
no,
well,
Hold on, Sacred. I got you,
sir,
no,
Sacred.
no,
sir.
Hold on,
no.
Sacred. I got you. You got it.
Asking
We're gonna
Dr.
have a
G.
conversation. Don't worry. Just hold it. We got you.
What is going on?
You're excited.
Well, calm down.
you
Very
know,
white. Oh.
Diva, it's a great question, and it's one that I often think about because I'm not really sure, to be honest. But if we were in fact ruled by a matriarchy, what exactly does that look like? What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it means that men become house husbands. That's not what that means.
Thank
Um,
you, thank you,
but
thank you.
again, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of
It looks like
trying
the
to make
insight.
sense of it.
Can I can I
It
You
add
know
looks
what
like
some
I'm
the
saying?
context?
it looks like the
That's all I
insight.
wanted to do.
All
Looks like right
right,
now.
we
It
get a
looks like
chance. I
legitimately. It
promise
looks
y'all,
like
y'all
the
will get a chance. Just give me a second. Y'all will get a chance to respond. So I
Oh,
promise.
my bad, my bad, my bad.
It's okay. Y'all gonna get
And he
y'all
came up
opportunity.
here
I
and
promise.
said it's the women that got the chaotic nature. Nevertheless, Barry White, Miss Jalen, PR, DB, Natasha Vincent, PH Diva. Hey, Happy. Where you at, Happy?
All right. So I know everybody want to jump in on this subject. Sacred, make it short, get very concise so we can all join in. So Sacred, I think Marvelous has something to say, and we're gonna end it with Jay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a small little context. I do apologize. I can't ramble. It's my first time on this, and I was just trying to get a point across. Honestly, when I say that it was a patriarchy before a matriarchy, that doesn't mean that the men just sat at home and did nothing. Please understand, right? That woman, to learn how to fight and to learn how to hunt, had to learn from someone. Who did she learn from? Right? So the community of raising a family within the nuclear family within a matriarchy is not really different from a patriarchy. The difference is within the matriarchy, she makes allowance for more people to have a say, versus in the patriarchy, it's really just one person. There's a hierarchy and everybody falls in line under that.
Perfect. That's
But
a
with,
great place to land it right there. That was beautiful.
okay.
Go ahead, Marvelous Opinion. What's your thoughts? Are you ready and willing to be back in time and be a house husband?
I would continue to be high as I am, as a lone wolf. I would rather die alone, and I'm good with that. Personally, I came into this world lonely. I will die lonely. I'm good with that. That's my
What
thought on
are
that.
you talking about? You are married, sir.
Yeah, and I would private and matriarch. I'm looking at it from the sense of this, because people would probably rely on each other, but I also know human nature. So y'all talking about this whole thing from a human perspective, and I'm just like, bro, I don't think y'all see it from a spiritual perspective. It tells you in the beginning how things were, and the thing is, mankind in general believed that they know what's best and would develop their own kingdom on earth. I'm not concerned about the kingdom on earth. That's what I said. Y'all can have that either one way or another. I'm still going to seek the glory at the end of the day. That's just me. I'll be a
So,
lone wolf doing that personally.
so are your ass gonna go back in the house? Yes or
Sharon,
no?
can I just say something real quick? I think that, I think that, I think that when I think matriarchy, I think that it's the women being recognized as the brains of the operation.
Right.
Okay. That's what I think it means. So we're exercising our power, our leadership to ensure that there's equity amongst our tribe and our people. We're the brains of the operation. That's what I think it would more look like.
No, I disagree. See,
That that
Of course you
the
that's
do.
not
Of
sacred.
course
that's
you do.
Well, hold
that's
on,
not
hold on.
exactly a brain description.
That's not okay. When we're talking, because I agree with most of what Sacred is saying, because if the closest example of a matriarchal society was Egypt 200,000 years ago.
The Nagas.
Right. Exactly. I'm glad though you mentioned that, because it's not like when like we're talking about matriarchy, it's not like what you are describing it, Dr. G. It's more of a mindset where because patriarchy is dependent on the scarcity.
It's more of a mindset. What, Big J? Finish that thought.
Right.
Patriarchy is more operating out of scarcity, and also operating under this assumption that everything have to be competitive.
Okay, so what's matriarchy?
Right.
So a matriarchy is
Big
very
J.
simple. A matriarchy.
Lord. See, this is what I'm talking about.
All right, hold on. So I got something for y'all. I got somebody in the back that's gonna set all these men straight and get them acting in a proper perspective.
It must be your cousin.
Huh?
It must be your cousin.
Why you say that? You the only one that's gonna get these men. Let me call him out. Hold on. Let me see. It wasn't him, but let me call him. Let me see if I can get him. Hold on. Cuz. Good day, sir. Good day.
I knew it was family. How you doing, Cuzzo?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, man. First of all, Cuzzo, let me take my shoes off before I walk into this room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH diva. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel. It's me, Dr. G. And peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, Bomb Cherry Juice. And peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Rogue C, Sexy Red TV, Natasha Vincent, Latasha, Victorious One, Talking to Kinfolk, M Mills, Conversations with MJ, Jalen, Genesis, all the queens, man. Zero Tolerance, Dawn, Renee, all the queens, man. I want to forget about none of the queens. You know, every time I hit this platform, man, I'm going to make it my business to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on this internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. And Cuzzo, what I want to do, man, I just want to kind of bring it back to the topic a little bit, right? And I want to speak.
You don't want to talk about the matriarchy and how men need to take their rightful place in the household.
Nah. I want to actually speak to the topic, right? Because you did a topic today, and I feel like it's an important topic that we gotta discuss, man. And I don't want to deflect. I don't want to derail from that, right? Because we gotta understand this. These men who believe that they can just walk around and sexualize women and objectify women, they're dangerous men, right? And it's important for other men to speak out against it and let the woman know that they don't have to accept that type of behavior, right? So I want to bring y'all into the mind of a man who thinks in this deviant way, right? This is a man who either doesn't understand the intricacies of consent, or have chosen to totally ignore them, right? These men are underdeveloped. They never properly understood how to communicate with women. They don't know how to properly attract women. And they never understood how to be charming, how to have chivalry, how to have charisma, right? When they are communicating with women or when they're in the presence of women, right? So therefore, Cuzzo, what has happened with these men is they have suffered from being rejected by women.
Damn.
Due to their social awkwardness when handling women, when communicating with women, when being in the presence of women, right? But the issue with these men is, instead of undergoing the necessary self-reflection to try to understand why these women are rejecting them, what they did is they've taken upon trauma from being rejected, and now they have chosen to have vitriol for women. But within that vitriol, cuzzo, they still feel entitled to these women, right? So what happens is, when it comes to communicating with women and finding women attractive, they have chosen to do so in an aggressive and disrespectful manner, right? Just like the conversation yesterday with Beans. He said, well, hey, if I can compliment a woman's smile, if I could compliment a woman's hair, then I should, in the same manner, be able to compliment a woman's breasts, right? But he didn't understand that, well, one could be looked at as uplifting, while the other could be looked at as creepy or disrespectful. He thinks they're both the same because he's one of those brothers who have suffered all of their lives going through this rejection anxiety and putting on this type of mask to where he's trying to handle and mistreat women, right? And what I'm saying, Cuzzo, is it's important for us to dissect that type of a dangerous mindset, right? Because oftentimes when these men are rejected, they go to DV, they go to SA, right?
Damn.
These are extreme behaviors, right, that they're willing to go through in order to gain compliance from women, because they wasn't able to gain consent by just uplifting a woman, by just treating her right, by just talking to her right? They don't understand that it's important to, stimulate a woman's mind. Right? Stimulate her mind, cuzzo, and then the body's gonna follow.
Jeez.
Right? But they never learned that, cuzzo. Right? So what these men have decided to do is, well, no, I'm not interested in your mind. I'm only interested in your body. And since I'm entitled to your body, therefore I'm gonna do so in a forceful way. So I'm gonna come to you and I might squeeze your butt. Or I'm gonna come to you and I might just compliment your breasts.
Damn.
Right? And if you tell me I'm being inappropriate, now I'm gonna cuss you out. Now I'm gonna totally mistreat you, and I might delete you. Cuzzo, we not exaggerating. Hold on, my brother. 1 second. We not exaggerating when we're talking about this topic, because we understand, we hear it day in, day out, how women are being abused, women are being mistreated, and some are even being deleted just because of unwanted sexual advances, right? So we need men to understand, listen, take some accountability for your own missteps, right? The reason why you've been rejected by women all of your life is because you haven't properly ever understood how to properly uplift a woman, right? You've never put a woman first. You've never prioritized making this woman feel good about herself. All you care about is the nut.
Damn.
All you care about is self-satisfaction. All you care about is you being pleased at the end of the day, right? And these women, what they're telling y'all now is they are rejecting that deposit. They don't want to be around y'all. You are off-putting and you are egregious. And for young men like Sway and other men who will attempt to defend this nefarious behavior, guess what? If you're defending this behavior, then you're just as guilty, right? Because you either speak out against it and say, well, you know what? Our women deserve better, or you're part of the problem, right? So we need to communicate to these rim brothers, these no good suckers, these red pill men, these incel men, these manosphere men, that you either going to turn a new leaf and treat our woman properly with respect, decency, and order, or else you're going to be ostracized from our community.
Mm.
And those who choose to sympathize with them, you're going to suffer the same fate. Because our women deserve better. And guess what? Our men also deserve better. That's why we here at the SBG network, we communicate with men and tell them, recalibrate your value system. Remove lust, degeneracy from the top of your value system, replace it with God, add some honor, integrity, self-reflection, accountability, self-discipline, self-control, emotional intelligence, and stoicism in there, right? And when you do all of those things, you will be able to get the results that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love.
Go ahead, Sacred. We love that. I know Sacred wanted to jump in there, and then we got Bomb Cherry. She gonna jump in and cook some more.
Yeah, salute to the brother. He didn't say nothing wrong. I just wanted to respond. Like, I think he gave a little bit more grace than is needed. See, when we talk about these situations, we talk about these men, these dudes that are not really men. He gave them grace and he called them underdeveloped. And I will just say that some of these motherfuckers are just really deviants. Like, some of these motherfuckers just want to be this way. You understand? So, like, the manosphere, this whole red pill, that whole ingredient, that shit is an infestation. Because if anything, if you're looking at any examples of the nuclear family, like, the man never treats the woman that way. So what we're looking at is a bunch of dudes that have been done wrong by women. We're looking at a bunch of dudes that didn't like how things ended. These are a bunch of dudes that kept score, right? We call them in spiritual circles, we call them building sandcastles, right? Niggas want to talk about all the shit they did for a woman, and then when they lose that woman, even though they were doing wrong to that woman, it's the woman's issue, right? So these are a lot of butthurt niggas, right? There's a lot of butthurt niggas running around here, and they just getting a chance. They got an avenue to voice their opinion on the internet. Like, they just dropped off podcast equipment at all the angry niggas' houses, right? All the angry niggas' houses. I swear to God. So, like, everything that the brother said is true. I don't want to be long-winded, but yeah, that is an actual fact. We got a bunch of deviant niggas that run around here, and some of them are undeveloped. You're right. But some of these niggas just want to be this way. Some of these niggas just want to drop a deposit and not have to check on the fucking incubation, right? They just want to do it. Like, that's what these niggas want to do. So we have to judge these niggas where they at. Not judge these niggas off of what they say or what they was feeling at the time or their preconceived trauma that they went through. Like, no, we're not judging them off of that. We're judging you off of where you at, right? Because if we doing anything else, then we giving too much leeway and too much grace to niggas that don't deserve it. You see how niggas act when they don't deserve it, right? They make a podcast about what a bitch did, right? Like, these niggas is weird. Like, that's all I got to say.
Perfect. Go ahead. Welcome to the show. The beautiful and always gonna cook somebody. I don't know who it's gonna be, if it's male, female, or indifferent, but she is always looking to cook. Welcome to the show. The beautiful Bomb Cherry Juice.
Hey, Bomb. Hey, Bomb.
Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? Good morning. As we say over here, good day. Okay, good day over here. How y'all doing? I don't really have anybody to cook. Somebody was breathing really hard. I ain't gonna say their name, Big J, but I did. They were breathing hard. What's going on, Big J? You good? You have asthma, baby?
I had sinus problems. Hay fever. Yeah.
Stinging nettle. If you take some stinging nettle, Big J, that'll help. No, really, stinging. I take it.
What's it called?
Stinging nettle.
What is
stinging nettle?
It's an herb. Yeah, stinging nettle.
Oh, I never heard of that.
It's an antihistamine.
See, we can write that down.
Yeah, word. Let's put
Would
that.
that help my?
You gonna have to
I
write that in the chat.
understand tablet form.
Stinging metal, and what you gotta do? Steam it and drink it, or just steam it and breathe it? Diva, PhD, Diva, you there?
Can you hear me?
You know what? I got a question, Sharon.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now. Go ahead. So what is it? You got to steam it and breathe it in, or steam it and drink it?
It depends on how you buy it. So I buy it in capsules. So I just pop a few capsules. But it does come, it's a leaf. So you can steam it or steep it and drink it.
All right. Go ahead, PhD with Sugar Bum.
All right, Shiesty Bum. Truth is an engaged Christian that's asking every bitch in the chat for her IG.
Damn.
And got a hell nah, you're broke and busted. Is that godly?
Shit.
Right, right.
Wild.
Y'all be a mess. Y'all be trying to blame it on me. I have nothing to do with that mess. Go ahead, Marvelous.
Yeah, my question. God damn, I'm trying to remember what it was now. I got lost in the comments.
What that?
Only thing I was gonna say was
breath messed you up.
Yeah, a little bit. I was gonna say to what we're talking about, because I'm always thinking way too big, so I'm trying my best to bring it back down to where you guys are at and what y'all talking about. But I always say bigger picture, and ultimately we always talk about earlier with Serpent, he was talking about how society should run, whether it be a matriarchy or a patriarchy, and it can go either way. Honestly, even economically, that's basically saying socialism or capitalism. It's the same damn concept, really, honestly. But ultimately, we're talking about how we should direct people. And I think that's where we're kind of getting it wrong a little bit, because we wonder, it's like when you say that, like even me, I'm humble enough to say, I don't know what's best for everybody. I can say that because I don't know everybody's situation. But I'm not going to dictate what your situation should be based on how society should run. Because once you understand what a society actually is, sorry, did I miss something?
Yeah, it was a comment in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
But that's how I see it. So, I mean, that guys can always, have these debates and these conversations about what's good for society, what's bad for society. I'm good with that. It's all about perspective. But is there a perfect way? No. Because I already know in the beginning, it was like there was God's way and then there's man's way. And all we're talking about right now is like, what is mankind's way of life? What it's going to be. So that's why I say, like, when y'all talking about, the matriarchy and the patriarchy, I was like, I'll walk along for all that, honestly. I'm kind of doing that right now. I'm still, even in a matriarch or patriarchy we're in, I still walk my own path regardless.
No, you don't. You in the military.
Right.
There ain't no walking your own path in the military.
We gotta join the new military. New military actually there is a your path now. They try to get people in.
So what you saying? Hold on. So you saying if it was a matriarchy, you wouldn't be in the military or you wouldn't be married if it was a matriarchy out here?
If it was a matriarchy, because matriarchy to me is too
Answer
controlled.
The question. Don't tell me what you think.
I understand before. I'll probably try to get away from society because it's too controlled. Way too controlled.
Wow.
There's no freedom. There's no freedoms in no. There's no freedoms in that type of society because it's socialism itself. Socialism itself, it limits things.
It's not.
Because you have to share. You have to be considerate. Wait. Let me explain myself because you're not listening.
And you can correct them after.
Yes. From my perspective, it allows people to mostly be working as a collective and to share amongst each other. It takes people into consideration, right? From that perspective, right, it looks all good, but man is not perfect. You cannot account for every cause and effect. It is not a possibility. So it's still, no matter what you say, the world will still be unfair. It's just mankind's interpretation trying to make perfection or heaven on earth. It's not going to ever happen.
Damn.
I don't think
it's hold on, Jay. Hold on. How you pacing? I know you want to cook up, Jay. I know you want to cook up. Hold on, Jay. Hold it. Just hold it for a little quick second. I know Dr. G. She's walking. I want to get Dr. G in there real quick because she thought it was nonsensical as well. So we're gonna go Dr. G, J, Bomb Cherry, Supreme Goddess.
Well, I was just gonna say it's ridiculous because when have you ever? What matriarchal society do you have to compare to it? To what you're living in now? Like you don't have any basis for comparison. To make an assumption that it would be, some sort of way without ever actually having lived in the matriarchy, it's a baseless comment.
No, it's not based. It's only because you look at human behavior, right? You study human behavior. I'm not talking about the stereotypical stuff. I'm talking about humans in general.
Yeah,
What
but
you
we're not
learn.
talking about, from a biblical sense. Remember, we were talking about the Bible, and we were talking about from the beginning when there actually was matriarchal rule that then became patriarchy. So there's evidence that a matriarchy has existed and was successful. What are you comparing to? Is what I'm asking.
All I'm comparing to is the very beginning, the very, very beginning, when Adam was made and then Eve was there, right? The order: God, man, woman, child. That's the
Yeah,
structure
that,
and order I'm
that
looking at.
I
patriarchal.
can't.
That don't even make sense, dude.
How does that make sense? If God came first, then man, then woman, then child, and that exact order, like literally the order, like how we all came into being. If that's exactly what the order is, that's how I'm looking at it, that's how I'm applying it. How am I wrong?
And see, that's
Because
why
though,
I have a
because
problem.
though
If
you're
God
not
came
because
first in existence, if God existed first, then it was man, then it was
What makes
woman,
you?
and then it was child.
All right, so
How
we're
am I
gonna let.
wrong for
Okay,
that order?
all right, so we're gonna let Jay
I
cook.
mean,
So it's gonna go Jay Bomb Cherry PhD. Go ahead.
okay, you see, he's failing to understand. Like 200,000 years ago, there was a successful matriarchal society, and you're thinking, in your mind line of thinking is, oh, the women was in control of all of everything. No, there wasn't.
Mm.
um the issue with um what was going on in a matriarchal society was more like, it was more inward. It was more like people were sharing. There was more about partnerships, and also you the first thing you automatically did was bring up socialism, and you do, and you sound like though you're trying to be a Christian conservative, on y'all's little shame, blame, and explain SBE. You trying to SBE it quietly. No,
Right.
if you go back in time and actually look up I forgot what the brothers the name of that culture in Egypt. What's his name? What's his name? Who was on here earlier? Serpent. He
The
actually
Nagas.
identified.
The,
Yeah,
the
thank you.
Nagas. You talking
The
about the
Naga,
Nagas.
the Naga civilization. That was a matriarchal society 200,000 years ago. And the reason why though it switched to patriarchy because of a certain event when outside forces invaded, or though there was a climate disaster which made people to patriarchy exists because of scarcity, not the other way around. And that's
All
Perfect.
what
right.
you don't get.
No, I
Anyway,
understand. Wait, 1 second, Jay.
Good job.
I never denied any of that stuff you're talking about. I said the order of man, which you guys are referring to right now, patriarchy or matriarchy, that is still the order of mankind. I'm
Mm.
saying there's a better order to all the systems that mankind could ever flow. I'm not worried about the worldly outcome. We could talk and debate about that all day, and I said that. I said
Mm.
I'm more toward the spiritual order of things. That's the only thing I made reference towards. I walk my own path spiritually. Y'all can have this world. I said that. That's what you're not getting.
I walk this lonely world, the
If
only
if
world
if if
I walk alone.
if you
Okay,
want to
okay,
if
Wait,
you
are we
want
Hold
to
skipping
on,
people?
Sacred. It was Bomb Cherry.
all right,
It
I'm
was your
sorry.
turn next. Go ahead, Bomb.
okay,
I'm
yeah,
after bomb.
okay, yeah. The reason why I say it's ridiculous what you're saying, Marvelous, is because you say in the beginning of time, as if Christianity was the beginning of time. That Bible that you're talking about. So tell me, how did a woman come from a man? So that's what you're going by this you call it the natural order of things.
Okay.
How did a woman
I'll do that. I'll give you that. I'll
come
give you that. I'll give you that
from
scientifically. I'll give it to you scientifically. Okay.
Oh
okay?
shit.
Well,
All
that
right. So we look at it this way, right? Man and woman, you take both bodies, right? Now the thing is, that's kind of weird about this. Your evolution, your other theories, I dip into it as well. You can go whatever evidence that you choose to want to look down to, you can look at it. You look at the truth of what it is right now. What
Mhm.
sex carries two types of sex in it? The
Wow.
man literally has titties and has what you would call, the genitals and all that stuff. The only difference between man and woman is literally the X and Y. But who contains both? The man. Who determines the sex? The man. So why do we have this back and forth discussion about who was what, who was who?
how
We
did
know
who
Wait.
how
Let him
did a
finish.
man
Let him
start out?
finish. Let him finish.
Oh,
We
okay.
know
because
what.
only thing I hear
You know
about
it
this,
was
because the only thing I know seriously, one thing I hear about
We
this all the
got you,
time I hear
Bomb.
this
We got you,
debate.
Bomb.
The only thing I hear about this all the time I'm hearing is What about me? How important am I? If you want to be special, if it makes you feel good in a sense to know that you are special, that's all I'm hearing is I want to be special, then you can have that. Because I could care less about who came first, the chicken or egg. I know the spiritual order is this because I look at just objectively. You can see the truth in itself. The truth is in the pudding.
All right,
it's not that hard to tell.
Let Bomb finish her because she wasn't finished. She was interrupted. Go ahead, Bomb.
Yeah, well, look like PhD. We're going around the same route I'm going, so you got it. You got it.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to hear him finish that particular sentence, but he moved somewhere else. So go ahead.
Yeah, because when he said the proof is in the pudding, but then he says he kind of mentioned evolution as if back in the day the man used to have the babies. Is that what you said when you mentioned evolution?
No, I'm saying people can take that as. I'm saying people can take that if they want to. Whatever science says, people are going to acquiesce to that, of course. Because I still don't believe that I came from an ape. People think that we evolved from monkeys and shit. You have to catch me outside with that bullshit. Sorry, because the monkeys are still here. So that's why I don't believe that bullshit. But again, you can believe what you want to believe from these scientists if you want to.
You don't believe in science, babe?
No, I don't believe that we are from monkeys.
No, that's not what the science says.
Yeah, but still, Bomb had asked you. So when did the man produce? How did the man produce the woman?
Well, technically, it says this is the thing. I can't convince you. Otherwise, with the book that was written thousands of years ago that you don't believe in,
convince us of anything.
No. But I'm saying she already knows what the Bible says because she knows what the Bible says and she mentioned it.
Slow down. She asked you where do you have proof that man created the woman? Because that's what you had said.
Well, I never said that. Well, I'm never going to say that man created woman. I said that woman came from man. That's what I said.
Okay. The woman came
there
from
you go. I could have sworn I said that. I was like, I did not say we created some women. That's crazy.
Okay, so a woman came from a man. So again, now substantiate that argument is what
I already did. X and Y chromosome. Who carries both? The man. Who determines the baby? The man. There you go.
Based upon what?
Okay.
That's science right there.
Okay,
right.
Hold on.
So can we
hold
delve
on. Let
into that
PhD
science?
Go ahead. Go ahead, PhD.
Can we delve into the science? Because you're saying that women came from men because men have an X and a Y. But do you know what that Y chromosome actually is?
A little bit. I looked into the whole transgender thing, and for the most part, it's not even.
Wow.
No. I was gonna say because even when it comes to developing the body, there is testosterone, this estrogen, and it doesn't say like it doesn't really.
We're not talking about hormones. We're talking about chromosomes now, right? So
well, yes, chromosomes have a certain number in them.
A Y chromosome, and so do you know what that Y chromosome is?
No, go ahead, give it to me, PhD.
Okay. Do you know that the Y chromosome is about a third of the size of the X chromosome?
Yes, it's shrinking over time. Yes, I'm aware.
No. It hasn't shrunken over time, honey.
No, right now it is.
No. It didn't shrink. It's a degraded form of the X chromosome. Right?
So pretty much she's saying that your coochie fell out.
Right. And so everybody had X's at one point. Right? And so that Y was actually a mutation of that X. Right? So you actually come from us, which is why you come from us. Right.
What PhD?
Yeah, that's kind of wait. I want to make this wait. Let's go back. If what you're saying is true, then right? What you're saying is true.
She's 1000% correct.
Yeah.
Based on science that she studied, I understand that part.
We always start off as women.
That ain't got nothing to do with science.
No,
that's biology.
Yes, it does.
That's biology.
That is science.
That's biology.
Okay. And what is biology? Biology is under science. Thank you very
science
much.
comes from biology. Totally different, brother. Totally
I see why
different.
God came back. I see why God came back and like killed everybody because of shit like this is going on.
Totally different, bro.
I see why.
And that's what and Sherrod, that's why I said these damn warehouse niggas need to stop talking. Now the thing is though, I guess he forgot about the mitochondria was inside of DNA. The mitochondria, I know I can't pronounce it.
Sharon,
I know I'm saying
mitochondrial right now.
The mitochondria is primarily in women.
Nigga.
is it primarily in women? So how can you? No. Better yet.
All you
Let
gotta
me
do is
ask
just
this
talk about
question.
the E gene. Ask him about the E gene. You know about the E gene? She's the only
Only thing
woman
I was
on
gonna
record.
say, only thing
She's
I
the
was gonna
only
say
woman on
was, wait,
record
wait, wait,
that
wait,
has
before we go
produced
further.
every DNA on the planet Earth, and she was a black woman. The
Okay,
E
so
gene.
no,
Just type it. Just
wait,
type
wait, wait,
in
wait, wait,
E
wait.
gene.
I
Just type
understand
in
all
E
that.
gene.
The one thing I want to understand is this. So why was it necessary for women to evolve the way that they have? Why have we evolved into this form that is actually a weaker state? Because if we were, let's say this, we were reproducing, you can assume asexually because there was no male counterpart. There was just one part. So how was that thing able to replicate itself, and why did they stop doing it in the most efficient way? And why did they figure like we need to evolve in this way
The
where we
question you're
split
posing is
ourselves, which is more
wrong.
Sir, you
The
have
inconvenient?
to
question
let
you're
people
posing is,
speak. No,
I'm
no,
sorry, but
sir.
the
No, but
question
you
is
don't
worded
just get
wrong
to
because he's
speak over
separating the two
people.
beings.
Yes,
You
but why
can't
you think
separate
that
the
it's
two
okay for
beings.
you to speak over
I'm sorry.
people?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You can
I
let him finish,
apologize.
and then you can say, "Hey, you posing the
You know
question
what?
wrong."
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, what was the question now,
My thing
Marcus?
was this: how are they reproducing? How is reproduction done in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
Is it asexual or is it still two partners?
Well, even if it was
Can I
once
can I
upon a time,
That's a good
can I
question
answer
though.
that?
so
It
Can I
Marcus,
is.
answer that?
It is.
even if it was once
You can,
upon a time
I can answer that.
asexual, if it was
I,
once upon a time asexual, the only
I can answer
being
that.
that can be asexual is a woman, not a
Right.
male.
I can answer that.
But that's the
I
thing,
can
though. There is no
I can
female or
I
male
can
counterpart. There's no counterpart. There is no such thing as male or female. To my point, because it mutated.
So when
so
I
So
say
then
hold
we're
on, hold on,
still
hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no.
So let me ask this question.
Hold
Let me
on,
ask
Jay.
this
Hold on,
question.
Jay. Hold on, Jay.
I can
Sacred wants
answer
to
him.
correct
I can
something.
answer
Go ahead.
him.
That's
Go ahead,
fine.
Sacred.
Listen, you're talking about spiritual and physical things, and you're adding them together and you're mixing them up. Okay. So when you talk about Adam and Eve, Adam was split from Eve. The original man is a hermaphroditic man. It is a man that has both parts. When it is split and it comes down to this realm, you get split into a man and a woman. All right. You can have the seed, which is the sperm, not to sound crass, but the seed can produce a man and a woman, but it can only incubate within the matrix, which is a woman's womb. Okay.
Okay, land it there,
So,
land it there,
so,
land
Yeah,
it
this
there.
is
so,
all getting crazy.
so
It's crazy.
when you're talking about on that level, when there was asexual propagation, you're talking about the hermaphrodite being. You're talking about the complete being. You're
Never,
talking
Yes,
about the
and that's
man
well,
and the woman
yes,
put together. That's
yes.
why on this realm down here, split, the man and the woman have to come back together. They're thirsty to get back to one.
Wow.
So
It's
when I
not.
was
It's
talking
not
about,
because the man and the woman. It's not because the man and the woman want to have sex so bad. It's because they're thirsty to get back to one. That's the split. When you come down from that realm, yeah, you are a hermaphroditic being, and the
why do you
split.
men think you
Okay.
own the seed? That's what I want to know.
Was
Child.
no, that's what I'm saying. The man doesn't.
See, that's
The
another
man
one.
only owns the seed. The woman
No,
owns
he
the
don't. So I'm
matrix.
asking why you think that. Why do you think the man has the seed instead of you just being the fertilizer?
Damn.
Uh-oh.
She has.
Fertilizer.
again,
Because they're monototem
A
soul. That's why they
fertilizer
think
is
that.
a fertilizer is just a fancy word for saying that a man has the seed. Like he has
No,
the
That's
So hold on,
fertilizer
hold on,
is the
hold on.
seed.
So
The
that's
hold
the
on.
part
fertilizer
we
is
can't
the seed.
receive.
Okay, so hold on.
no.
So now you saying that the fertilizer can be this, you saying that the men hold the seed. So now which one is getting planted in the ground? Is it the sperm or is it the egg?
The egg is getting planted in the ground.
So wouldn't
The
that
sperm has
okay?
to
So
find
now
the
by the
egg.
way how all
The
right, so
sperm
now
has to
by the way
find
how
the
we
egg.
do by the
The
way
egg.
how we do this one,
First of
farmer,
all,
hold on, hold on,
the egg
hold on. I'm
picks
not
it,
trying to get you in no kind of moments. I'm just talking
and
to
the
What's
you.
egg
wrong with
picks
this
it.
man?
The egg
Okay,
picks that sperm.
that's fine. So now what I'm saying is this: when we go to farming, what do we put in the ground? The fertilizer of the seed.
The seed.
Okay, so wouldn't that make Bomb Cherry's point saying that women carrying the seed?
Oh yeah, I wasn't disputing that point. I'm sorry if I was arguing against that. I wasn't even disputing that. I was just saying that the seed has to get planted somewhere. The man carries the seed. The woman is the incubator. She is the.
Oh Lord, he said it again.
No, absolutely not. What he's saying is the woman's what they call the egg is the seed. The man's sperm, which fertilizes the egg, is the fertilizer.
Right.
And it's
I'm
just
sorry if I'm
another,
saying
it's
it wrong to
another,
y'all.
Okay,
all
hold
I
on.
hear is
Hold on,
compare
hold on.
contrast.
Dr.
All I
G,
hear.
hold on, Marvelous. Dr. G want to go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. G. And then it seemed like Marvelous wanted to jump in as well. Go ahead, Dr. G.
to me, again, this is my belief, it's just more trickery from your Bible because the
Damn.
Bible tells them that. But there's no basis when you eliminate the woman from the Bible, sure. Okay. But there's no basis for that to even make sense when you have the woman that we know that is bearing the children, right? We know this. But when you eliminate the woman from the Bible and then you keep that text that the man carries the seed, nobody questions it. Nobody, ever pushes back and asks the question, how? How is that even possible? We just go along with it. It's just another contention I have with this Bible. It's just more contention I have with the Bible. But that's what it is.
It is very interesting. Before Marvelous jump in, it is very interesting when you go to like farming. You just look at farming, right? The woman is the earth, and the seed is implanted in her. And what we are the spark of life because we water it, right, and we give it that spark that get the engine turning. So I think, but we need to just put it in what we are doing because we both are needed. And it doesn't mean just because the woman is the earth and the seed, it doesn't mean that our spark of life coming from the sperm is not held at a high regard. It's just let them live with what they have. They are the earth and they are the seed. It is okay.
We can look at nature. We can look at nature. That's it.
All we gotta do.
But that's what one of the purposes of religion is, to separate you from nature.
Damn.
Yes.
But can I provide a little bit of push?
PhD, I ain't separated from
before you push.
I've been here.
So this is what we're gonna do. So it seems like Marvelous, he has something to say, and Jay got the pushback. Go ahead, Marvelous.
All right. So before we start pushing back, because I'm telling you where this is going, I'm looking at the conversation. Look, I'm not here to champion men and say that men are this and women are that. I don't give a fuck about that shit personally. What I'm trying to say is this. All I'm hearing is we're this and you're this and we're this, but we're special too. And then all I'm hearing is a bunch of insecurity. Honestly, it sounds childish as fuck to have a conversation in this type of manner because it's like all you're trying to prove is that I'm better, which says I'm special. You can be special.
Marvin. Yeah, Marvin.
Honestly, I'm just saying, if you want to be special, you can have that. I could care less about being special. But if it makes you feel good, because that's another thing that we talk about is feelings all day, you can have that if it makes you feel good. But I think it's disingenuous and you're only being delusional. Self-pleasing yourself at the end of the day. That's what I think about the situation.
But it wasn't about being special or anything. Like you said something that was inaccurate. Incorrect. And so we started correcting it, right? So if you're saying like, oh, men create women or women come from men, I want to quote you accurately, because only men have both the X and the Y chromosome. And then we explain to you, well, actually, everybody had two X's until there was a mutation. And that's how y'all came about, right? That's not saying I want to be special. That's just clearing up that, in fact, women do not come from men. It is men who come from women, which is why y'all come from us now.
And
okay,
also before Jay,
PhD, will you believe that?
And hold on,
I know that.
Because clearly Big West Coochie definitely fell out.
But wait a second, before you go, Gracie, I want to Gracie. I want to clarify something, Gracie.
Fell on your face, right?
Hold on. So what I'm saying, Marvelous, we are actually doing exactly what you're saying. We are not trying to make either side feel better. We just tell you what's the signs behind what you were saying and why you was incorrect about what you were saying. That's all we did. We didn't try to make either side better. We actually did what you all suggesting that we do. It's just correct it, call it how it is, down the middle. This is what it is, and that is it.
Okay, so wait. I have to finish this off. I submit to that. I have no problem with that. I should more specific to what I'm talking to. I'm talking about the tail end of the conversation, not the thing that me and PhD was having. I was good with that. I agree with a lot of that. Maybe the terminology is a little bit different in the sense of man. I think the word man kind of distracts and language kind of fucks it up. but man was the first thing I could think of what we were. Then he said hermaphrodite. That's probably a better term because it doesn't really separate. That's my whole point was the separation, right? What were we before man or woman? And even look at the words man and then woe, man. It still has the word man in it. Even female or male, it still has male in it.
Now, Marvin.
Wait, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. 'Cause I'm not trying to go there with it. I was just saying that's the problem. It's a language. That's more of what I was kind of hinting towards where I was going to go for.
So, but even
and
when
we're
you do it,
speaking of profane language, so that's how it comes across. It's a witch's language. So
even when you do it that way, it makes the woman more complete than a man, right? Because she has more.
Subjective.
Could
be subjective.
You have to take off the womb.
Yes, but that's subjective. You can look at it both ways, though, Bracy.
From a complete. So if you're going by how you are trying to communicate.
But Bracy, you can add it either way. You can literally go both ways.
Y'all got to be able to listen.
It can go either way. That's what I'm saying. That's just words, though. We don't have to get caught up in semantics. We don't have to get caught up in that.
I gotta ask my question then. I gotta ask my question, Morris. Okay, Morris. Now, you was the one that brought up the religious aspect of this, then, right? So I gotta ask the question then. Who is created more in the image of God, men or women?
It's mankind. So you're still doing the comparison thing. I said stop doing that. This ain't about who's better, who's special. That's all I'm hearing.
Hold on. I got you, Jay, because that's a very good question. No, he's not doing a comparison thing.
You said man or woman.
Hold on.
Is that not comparing?
Hold on. Hold on. He's asking you a question, and it's a clarifying question. You cannot say it's comparing.
I tell you what, Sherrod, let me rephrase my question. Let me rephrase this question. Are women created in the image of God?
Everything that you see before you was created by God, so why not?
You see, I wish people would answer.
But you're disassociating females, and I say yes, of course, women were. Why would women not be created by God?
No, he said created in the
image of God.
Mm-hmm.
I look at God's responsibility for all things, including the image. Yes.
So why did he have to give a rib up?
Right.
Why did he what? Say again? What's the question?
Why did he have to give up his rib?
When it comes to the whole that whole talk, that is so.
You brought it up though. That's the point.
But that's the thing. Like you understand, language is so.
No, you brought it up.
God.
You brought it up. Like I did bring it up. You brought it up.
Jay, I did bring it up, but I wasn't trying to go in depth because first off,
hold on. So what is happening in real time is his cognitive dissonance that he's starting to struggle with because like he was being very rigid. And now that rigidness is going to have to break eventually because as we keep breaking it down and we bring it to common sense, he's having a struggle between the new information that he's possibly getting that shows that his ideology, the way how he's moving, it could be a little flawed. And that's what we are witnessing. So we don't have to scream at him. Just let him mind it out and he will accept it or he won't accept it. That's just up to him. But that's
now
what
the thing is, you're right, Bracy. Like, first off, I'm not going to say that. First off, I'm not trying to be rigid on the Bible because I already know the Bible's flawed to 100%. To you, the first 2 chapters are already written by 2 different authors, and in English for that matter. So I'm not trying to say go exactly by it, which is why I'll say language is so fucked up. Like we communicate in so many different ways. In English, it's the most fucked up language of all. I'm not even gonna cap, but we all know that. But this is why I say like I can't really have that type of discussion for first of all, because I don't want to lie to you. First and foremost, I do know certain things, certain truths, and I don't want to lie to no one here, Mr. Godbody. So I was saying, like, for the most part, I'm just looking at the order of things. Now we went to the natural thing, right? Because I was trying to more hone on the spiritual things aspect. I have more spiritual knowledge on this. But y'all want to try to bring in the worldly things. But I said we can discuss and talk that all day. We can have discussions about how mankind should do this and man should do this and women should do that.
Hold on, just pause 1 second. I just want to let y'all know this is how it sounds like in some people's minds. They got all this information, they trying to mine it out. He just able to voice out his real thoughts going back and forth. Like you can hear it, it's going back and forth. Like and he's not sure which side to go. So I just think that is a beautiful thing for us to pay attention to. That he is really challenging his thoughts versus our thoughts, and then what he see as the world as. So hey, give him some space, let him think about it. Shit.
Okay,
No,
but
I think
can I
it's not
finish?
Can I
Can I
get
okay.
finish?
them to
Finish
speak,
my
hopefully?
pushback?
I've
He,
waited
Can I
patiently.
finish my pushback?
Go ahead.
I gotta disagree with Dr. G and the ladies on here because I know y'all like to call the Bible, you cuss the Bible out and all that. But let me defend something though. Somewhere in that Bible, I think in the New Testament, who was the most loyal to the Lord? And it wasn't women. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't men. It was women.
Damn.
So for y'all to sit there and try to say the Bible was anti-woman, y'all being disingenuous in that
it is
statement, I believe.
anti-woman.
Well,
The
so
base
But what I
okay.
woman.
said,
Okay.
but
I
what I
believe in the
said was
Holy
that
Quran.
Hold on,
I
young.
didn't say.
Let the ladies establish their position. Go ahead, Dr. G. Reestablish
Okay.
your position because maybe he misunderstood your position.
Right. No, I just said that because we were talking about it in terms of preachers, right? That's when
Mhm.
we started talking about that. And I said that preachers never bring any light to the women of the Bible. I never
Right.
said anything about it being anti-woman. I just said that there's no teachings about the women.
Right.
And I called cap on the fact that the Bible is not in its whole self. You're studying something that has been adopted and amended. There are scriptures that have been extracted, and you're not taking the whole thing into context. Why would you live your life based on something that's not even in its whole form?
Facts.
Right.
So
The reason why I'm saying it is because if you look at who was surrounding the disciples, who was feeding the Nazarene. Well, when the Nazarene was getting beaten up and about to be nailed to the cross, who betrayed him? The 12 niggas that he was with.
No, so this is the thing, Big J.
And then,
'Cause I was there.
who was with him? Mary, the two Marys,
Wonderful.
the woman who grabbed him, he grabbed his garment. All the women that who life he been surrounding himself with was the only ones that was right by the cross, right by when he was being beaten up and everything else, being nailed to the cross. It was just the women there. Where were the niggas at? Nowhere to be
Okay,
seen.
but what I
You see what I'm
said, Big
saying?
J, is that the Bible, women can't use the Bible to empower themselves, right? Because everything you just mentioned, even what Bolo mentioned, I think it was the story of Deborah, where he was saying the king wouldn't
Yeah.
even know he was in danger or what was going to be killed unless it were it not for her being a praying woman and coming to tell him. All of
Yeah.
this is women being in service of men, right? And so and let me y'all don't realize how rude that is. So there's no women using their own gifts or whatever to empower themselves. And the importance of that is when you bring it back to the church and you can see women in there being the most faithful of members and being at every service, but not being able to use that information to better their own lives, right? So I had a flight where I sat next to a black Christian woman, because this seems to be something particular about black Christian women, who told me that God had her in one particular book of the Bible for 10 years, a decade, so she'll
That's facts.
learn how to deal with her cheating husband, right? I watched a woman she was a first lady and sat there and let her husband and his infidelity that was so brazen that he impregnated a girl that went to high school with his oldest daughter. Huh? And she sat there and let this man worry her hair up out of her head, right? And so when when these women are living their day-to-day lives, how do they use that garbage in that book to empower themselves in their own lives? Not to just be in service to men, because they got that part down pat, right? They can always be in service to a fucking man, but how do they use it to empower themselves and make their own lives better?
go ahead. Go ahead. Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
Hold on. We'll bring somebody in that knows it very well. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York.
Yeah, so PhD, but that's a great point, right? And she hit on to some unfortunate realities, right? To where we found that corrupt men have utilized the scriptures in order to manipulate and control women, right? That has happened since its inception, right? So she's absolutely correct when she speaks to the misogyny of it. She's absolutely correct when she speaks to how men have utilized the scriptures in a self-seeking way in order to put women in a permissive state, right? But this is what I would say to the topic, right? We got to understand the conversation we're having and what we're doing. We're attempting to make something that happened in the supernatural realm make sense and become logical in the natural realm, right? That's impossible. That's why Proverbs 3:5 says, just trust in God with all of your heart and then lean not on your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge him and he shall direct your path, right? We have to learn that we're not going to always have all the answers, right? Because we are mortal, right? God is immortal, right? So it's certain things, certain information that God is going to have that we're not going to be privy to, right? That's where faith comes in. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, but the evidence of things not seen, right? So all this comes down to faith, whether you choose to just believe it or not. But certain things aren't going to make sense, and certain things aren't going to seem logical to our natural minds.
I got something to say, and I'm gonna leave after this.
Okay, Rick, she's there.
There's one thing I noticed though. In the Old Testament, a rib came out of Adam, from a woman. But in the New Testament, a woman gave birth without having sex to a man. I think people need to when they need to want to sit there and try to use the Bible, they really need to shut up and actually look at who's it for. It's for everybody and not just for one group over the other. I'm that's all I'm going to say. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, JX. Or Jay.
Did he just say he has two different sayings and it's for everybody? Or is he? So you saying they lying in both of them?
Okay.
They just telling different stories in each.
That's what the man said. He said he wanted to leave with that. That's what he wanted to leave with.
Okay, hopefully I get a chance though.
Very interesting.
Yes, it is. It is very. It's very interesting that where we started from, and how we got here, and it shows how men need to have more consideration in how they communicate, how they speak, and how they move, because it's plenty of women that feel slighted in this world, even with the good book, something spiritual, they still feel slighted. They still feel like it is something to hold them down and push them down, and we are not given enough upliftment. It shows even more that what me and the cousins doing is very important. Like, just to give a human being flowers just because, not because we want anything from, we don't want that sexual from you, we don't want a relationship from you, we don't want none of those things. It shows that it's more important than I ever thought. It's kind of wild. I never knew how many people felt that society is pushing them down, literally, and there's nobody out there is giving them no kind of upliftment. It's wild to hear that in real time. And even from the people that is considered leaders is not doing it and recognizing it.
Right. Right.
And that's why, that's why I take issue with the preachers. Because I mean, let's face it, we've been the most religious, the most faithful. We were holding down the church. We were there. We were doing what we needed to do in terms of the church. And the preachers weren't doing what they needed to do in terms of real teaching. because no just God would ever eliminate or push down the one that populates the earth. We give life to the world. How would a just God deny our existence by not having us present in his word? That just wouldn't be.
And then when you think deeper into it, it also gives people that want to do nefarious acts, it gives them some kind of power to go ahead and furthermore push down a certain demographic of human beings on this earth as well. It gives them the actual ammunition, and nobody's checking it. Is wild. I didn't know was that. I had no idea women actually felt this way about the Bible, to be honest with you. I did not know that when y'all look and listen to preachers on the pulpit and you hear them talking, you look at it in a logical sense, like, God damn, okay, we get it. Eve ate the goddamn apple, but hold on. Can you tell me something decent about myself?
Eve ate the apple, but why you cheating on your wife?
Even that apple thing, right? Because if he didn't give instructions to Eve,
right.
He gave the instructions to the man, so he's the one who didn't do his job.
Correct.
And patriarchy holds all that up, pushing down the woman, and she should be below the man and submissive and all of that. It's the patriarchy holds that up, and then our men fight to be a part of it. We had this conversation. We should be creating a game, our own rules. We are not intended to be a part of a patriarchal society, especially the one where we don't know the rules to. And like PhD Diva said, when we learn the rules, they change it. But we fighting so hard to be a part of this system instead of creating our own system within the system, so to speak. Now, that's just my idealized, sort of thinking on the matter. But yeah, patriarchy definitely is a culprit in this whole mess.
Damn.
Most definitely. Look what they do with our periods. They tell us it's a curse.
Shit.
But if that's the thing that brought life, they turned it into a curse and make it seem like it's dirty. Certain religion, the women she gotta stay away from the man during that time.
Sleep in a whole nother room.
For example, for me as a Western, for the women, if they cover their bodies, the guy's supposed to cover his knees, lower his gaze, and basically treat it with respect and honor and stuff like that. That's how you're supposed to respect a woman. You're supposed to basically, you can basically be in the same space, but you're supposed to lower your gaze and respect her, because your eyes will actually give you a thought that will actually make you not look good in that way. So that's why I lower my gaze and actually learn to self-control myself so I don't have such desires like that. That's why 22, I'm pure. So if I expect my future wife to be pure, then I should be pure too.
Perfect. That was a great point to land at. Welcome to the show, The Sherelle Show. What's your thoughts, beautiful?
Grand Rising, everybody. Hope y'all having
doing, Sherelle?
Grand Rising, sis.
I'm just so proud of the women on this panel because I feel like I've been fighting this fight for years. But what she just said about the patriarchy, I just fought 30 men, one woman, 30 men, on why the patriarchal system just does not work. And it only benefits the men at the top. Like our ancestors, our native ancestors were matrilineal. The reason why the older women ran and were the leaders is because, of course, men are the strong ones. So they do the harder work. They do the harder jobs, which means still to this day, women outlive men. So the old wise men are really just old wise women. But when you find a woman with wisdom who is connected to earth, who has greater understanding, right? They would just call her a witch, vilify her. But she is actually supposed to be the leader, and she appoints people into what positions they need to be. It doesn't mean that men wouldn't be the protectors or the providers or the hunters. It would be. But it does not, like, your wisdom is what's supposed to actually lead. And yes, they always talk about men are more logical, right? But that just shows, which you can look it up, that men are more susceptible to only using one part of their brain, while women are to use both parts of their brain. So if you know that you're supposed to be leading over women and men, why shouldn't we choose the person who is using both parts of their brain? You can't run the entire world off logic. Emotion matters. Your heart space matters. Everything that women do, we matter. So when men think about it, they just think about what matters to them, right? And they're looking at it from that standpoint. And you're not. That's an ineffective leader. When you're not thinking about the entire group or the benefit of the entire group, our men were never like that. Like, and it just never benefits us. The whole idea of the Bible, in the beginning, God created man and women together, male and female. So you mean to tell me God created the human above all animals, but when he created all animals, he created them in pairs. Yet he didn't create us in pairs. Even the fish got females. There's female fish. There are female ants. There are female bees. So ants, as small as ants are, ants came in pairs, but we came from the rib of a man. God just created the man by himself and let the man live, and then say, "Oh, he bored. Let me give him a servant, a woman servant." Yet all the sheep, what animal can you find that doesn't have a female? And what female are you? What animal are you gonna find where the female isn't the one that reproduces? Nothing. The only thing wrong is that Adam and Eve story, which is really a cloning ass story. If you trace the history back to Enki and Enlil in the Sumerian text, where that shit comes from. Because we know that the Bible is a collective of stories about people's interactions with God. But it has also been manipulated. Books have been removed. Why don't they talk about the book of Adam and Eve? Why they don't talk about how many times Adam tried to delete himself? You do know that the books of Adam and Eve are in the Apocrypha. The books that they took out of the Bible. They say they don't believe in parthenogenesis, but they believe that their Messiah came from a woman being impregnated by the Holy Spirit of God. But when we say that women can do it alone without a man, as long as God is involved, they don't believe it. But they believe everything else until it goes against their narrative. I'm just happy y'all. I'm proud of y'all because we can't keep on believing the same thing over and over and over.
Mhm.
And let's just get it together. The southern states are where all y'all come from. We are the true inhabitants of this land. It's all in our blood. It's all in our DNA that shows we're not from Africa. So y'all always trying to talk about the South, but we know much. We know a lot. Y'all act like y'all didn't run to the North because y'all couldn't survive in the South. Let's get that together. You trace your roots. If you're a black person from this country, you trace your roots, it's gonna come right back to the South. So yeah, we're more in touch with our history. We're more in touch with our you know what I'm saying? Like what we really come from. Our own heritage, yes. So why wouldn't y'all listen to us when y'all was the ones that got up there and let somebody whitewash y'all history in y'all mind?
Bar. Beautiful. Go ahead, PS Diva.
All right. Conversations with MJ. Women typically have verbal centers on both sides of their brains, while men's brains typically only have verbal centers in their left hemisphere.
Sheesh. Hold on, we got one more. I'm doing. So
Conversations with MJ. As a result, women display a stronger aptitude for social cognition, like empathy, and verbal communication.
Mhm. Yeah, and I also believe as well, though, that paradise is under the feet of the mother, not the father, because she's the one who brought you in this world, raised you, did everything, though. So that's why, if you respect and listen to your mother, that's why you get paradise, though. So it says paradise is underneath your feet of your mother. So it shows you your mother is 3 times higher than your father. So that shows you a woman is 3 times higher than a man. But both is equal in a way, and both is equal to God, but a woman is 3 times higher.
bars. So
Literally.
I think it's highly interesting the human beings that have to put one side down without no proof in the pudding is interesting to me. Like nothing that Sherelle said was trying to push anybody down whatsoever. However, they took her words, even though she was attempting to just uplift and be proud that she ain't the only one that has this thought pattern, right? And there's other intelligent women and intelligent men that's willing to fight with her with this thought pattern that she has. That's all she was talking towards. It is men in the common sense that have to do the opposite and push women back down again to prove their point instead of just uplifting men. Just say, hey, us men, we are the men that did stay at home. Maybe possibly the reason societies could flourish is because the men was at home while the women's out there hunting. So now when another group of men come into the goddamn town to try to burn everything up, it's actually warriors there to defend the goddamn community. Instead of them being outside, going fucking hunting the goddamn deer, and then now they see all this smoke up in the air, even though they 10 miles away, and now they gotta rush. They didn't get no food, and they gotta rush back to a town that has been destroyed.
Exactly. Because I mean, they're always comparing themselves to apes or wolves because they want to be betas, alphas. But who hunts in a lion? The male lions are to protect the cubs, to protect the tribe from people who are trying to prey on them because they are the warriors, so they fight other men. So it's like, who's hunting gathering though? The female lioness are the ones out there bringing home the bacon.
Absolutely.
Naturally. So my whole thing is, even with the idea of, oh, but so you go downstairs when we expect our husbands to go downstairs and die for us when if somebody comes intruding. No, we expect them to go down and kill for us. Let's get that together. We're not expecting our husband to go downstairs and die. We're expecting him to go downstairs and do damage. And the reason why he's going downstairs, because he knows there's another him trying to break in. Another him trying to break in. If it was women burglars, we'd go downstairs.
Right.
If it was always, if we knew 100% of the time, if somebody is coming breaking somebody's house in the middle of the night, we know it's another him.
That is very true.
The hymns protect the hymns protect the hers from other hymns.
That is a boy. It's not a bunch of women breaking into houses trying to scissor nobody.
Who is scissoring? Cut it out.
But it's a valid point, and also it's a valid point the way how she described when there's a bump in the night, nobody's expecting their husband to go downstairs and die. They expecting their husband to go down there and kill and protect. They're not saying, hey babe, go downstairs and die so I can go find me some new dick to get. That is not how that goes.
But you know, that's another trick of that patriarchy. It's reduced our men to this state of submission, to the fact that they don't even see themselves as fighting warriors. They're gonna be demolished. They can't even stand up and protect.
Damn.
You know, and this is coming from them. Right. They're saying that.
Yes.
So they say they are out there perpetuating that we are the weaker vessel in reality.
Yes.
Wow.
The men are. That's what I've been saying for years.
So so this is the reason why they really mad at me, because I'm trying to give them their power back. I'm saying, hey man, move in your masculinity and stop being a fucking stop being a little
girl.
No, I don't want to say that because
bitch. I was being nice with the girl, okay? I was being real with it when I said.
What I'm saying is I was trying to give them their power back and say, hey, we were strong. We protected our women. We protected our children. We protected our community. We actually uplifted everybody within our community. We uplifted our women. We uplifted the children. When my daughter was trying to do a handstand and she didn't think that she could do it, and I produced and I slowly got her up into it, and then she did it. She was like, oh shit. I never understand that.
You know what I imagine?
That's the thing that you produce and you promote that within your child, and they believe in you. And once they believe in you, your word, then they're gonna believe in themselves and it uplifts them.
You know how I see these men when I listen to them talk. Remember the movie Titanic, when they was letting the women and the children get on the boats first? The black men would come and throw them women overboard and be like that one white man, and they act like he was a woman and got on a boat. Remember? That's what the black men would do. They would say, fuck these children and fuck these women, and they would get on the boat because they said, you know, their lives matter too.
Right.
Not only that, we did have a conversation on this channel where it was a bunch of young men saying that they tired of looking as expendable. Like men are the ones that are just seen as to just go ahead and die off. Nobody really looks at you like that. I do not look at myself, and I don't think my family look at, hey, dad, go out there and die. I don't think my family look at me that way.
But
That's
they
the thing.
they
They
also
think that they're expendable because if they did not, there's no way they would go into situations willingly where on the front end people telling you, hey baby, if you do go down this path, it's only two ways out, either in a coffin or in a prison cell, and they go willingly, right? So they think they're expendable.
Yeah,
and they also hate the empowerment of women. So when I'm telling women, you have the autonomy over your own bodies. These men can only do what you allow. They built a system that no longer benefits us having to live underneath their thumb to their own demise from the hidden matriarchy. They don't want to believe in the matriarchy. You don't have to believe in shit for it to be true. A hidden matriarchy. You built a society where women no longer have to live underneath your thumb, and they created patriarchy for you to build that system. It was never going to benefit you. Patriarchy was never going to benefit the everyday man. What it did was give you this entitlement that your natural birthright is that you're better than a woman, and you're entitled to a woman, but you're not. Because you won't understand that women are biologically inclined to be selective breeders. Biologically, we will not just breed anything. That's where they confused us. Where they turned us into breeding farms and made us have children that we didn't want to have by men we didn't want to have them with. So we felt like, oh, this is our only purpose. No. If you put them in the middle of nowhere, they're going to choose the strongest, healthiest man to replicate, and they're going to let the other ones die off because we need a strong society. That's what women have always done. So with mediocre men and men who were not the ones who were going to be selected did was they created patriarchal systems. They created systems like fucking consumerism, all of this extra stuff so that they could get their hand in the game. It just is what it is. You got to start facing the facts of what these men did. So when we start talking about these men, it's funny how all the men in the world want to get offended as if they control anything. You've never controlled anything. The strongest man in the world does not control anything. And that's the only reason y'all can say y'all better than us is because y'all are stronger. Strength wise. Well, then why didn't God leave the elephants in charge? We should all be praising elephants because they're the strongest. You're not gonna win just because you're the strongest. That's why they went and created guns for y'all big niggas. Now they're controlling y'all big niggas. So how are y'all just automatically better? It's better to just say you're one. Just say you're one. Because just saying that you're better, that would mean any woman can find any man on the street and he can lead her to a better life. We can all go find a homeless man and say, lead us to a better life. They can't. Because they're not just intrinsically better than us.
And with that being said, I'm gonna start selling my sperm $99. Goddamn it, because
To me, though, the first person in my entire life to believe in me was my mother. My father was there, he believed, but my mother, the first one, she knew something, though. She was the one who actually literally, me being a spectrum child, she literally actually did not believe anything else anyone else said. The expected expectations for a person on the spectrum, though, and what they expected to have. My mom was like, no, I don't believe that. Though. She's the first one to believe it. In no home, she was the one working with me, doing everything. My father was there helping, but the only thing he was doing is the one outside. So he's the external support. My mother's the internal support. So I give everyone credit, but I give mother credit first. I give women the credit first, because that's just how it's to me. Woman actually is the one who believed in me first, and then the man was there to believe me in second. So that's why I go with woman first, man second. Even though I'm a guy myself.
And I think it's interesting points that Sherelle brought up is the fact that like that's the reason why we made guns, because just because you are physically strong doesn't mean that you are physically the better being neither, right? Like, yes, you are stronger. That's only one aspect that we are going to judge you by. It's many other. That's how come they have brains over brawn, because we understand like the brawn do have its place, right? The bull, he has his place, but it's plenty of animals that will be over the bull, even though a bull is one of the strongest animals out there. But he ain't the king of the
That's why I
jungle.
said earlier, the brains of the operation. I know it sounds messy. I know it sounds messy, but when I say brains of the operation, that's what I'm saying. Like we each have our gifts. Like let's operate in those and stop fighting it. We're living in the situation that we rose above. I think Sherelle said, the women are now living outside of this, being pushed down. They're rising above, and the men are still fighting it instead of flowing, right? You're fighting instead of just flowing with the natural, what I believe is the natural order of things. But again, it's this fight, but it's capitalism. It's this fight to be a part of this patriarchy, and it's going to be the demise of our community.
God damn it. Hey, babe, I'm going to tell my wife now, I'm tired of the patriarchy. I don't want no parts of it no more. Babe, you need to get a better job.
Mhm. Yeah, I can agree to that. I can agree to that. I literally had
Hold
to
on, yo.
basically.
Hold
Sorry.
on, yo. And I just want to make sure that my wife go out there and go get all the goddamn money, and I'm going to protect and I'm going to kill anybody that opposes the opposition to my goddamn household. So, babe, you got free reigns. Go out there and make that money.
You know what? You're so silly. No, but I've been thinking about something Dr. G said when she first came up. When the first mention of matriarchy and patriarchy, and she said that patriarchy is based on scarcity, and just having an understanding of why we would have practiced matriarchy, right, in our communities, because we evolved in a place where there wasn't any scarcity in terms of the environment, right, whereas other people evolved in environments where there was scarcity, and so that might be a natural thing for them to practice, right, but not necessarily for us to practice, especially with regard to like the women being the brains of the operation, because we can look around us and see, right? I don't know. I was just thinking about what she said, and it just made sense. And so different, strokes for different folks. But I think she also said that, the men are fighting to Black men are fighting to adopt this patriarchy and be in lockstep with other groups of men, when that's probably not going to work to their advantage, because we see where they fall in the patriarchy.
Damn. And it definitely makes sense when you really start to think about it, and we break down the Rim Brothers' whole ideology is out of scarcity. The whole situation, when you really think about it, it's not enough good women out there. Women ain't doing this. Men, you can't do this because men, you ain't 6 foot. Men, you can't do this because you ain't making 6 figures. Men, you can't do this because it's all out of scarcity. None of it is out of abundance. And this is why so many men fall victim to the goddamn scarcity mindset, because they don't believe in themselves. And this is why they telling women not to date men, because they know they ain't shit. So for me, when I'm looking, I don't look at myself as a piece of shit. And I realize that's why my perspective of life is a lot different from a lot of the men that I'm having conversations with. Even if I'm at the worst level of my life, even when I was a goddamn alcoholic making $8 an hour, I didn't look at myself as a piece of shit. I know I had to stop some things so I could move forward in life and progress. I know I had to change some things. And I know I was the reason why I'm holding myself down. And all I had to do was change these few things in my life, and it's going to change drastically. And it has.
Yeah, in comparison, I just think that they're afraid of all the shit that they said being debunked. And it keeps getting debunked. The way that you want to say what women are capable of, how are we going to tell us what we're capable of when you're not giving us opportunity? women haven't had opportunity for a long time, but yet we're outpacing them in education. We're climbing up and closing the financial gaps and how much we make. We're making strides. The person who got the biggest deal in sports, the agent was a woman. So when you're putting us in these positions, yeah, we're failing because we're new at it, right? So we're missing the forest for the trees right now because women haven't had the opportunity. But look what we're doing with our opportunity. We're doing great. They like to call us baby mamas. They will not negate the fact that at one point where y'all was running it more often, we was having teenage kids. We're not having kids as teenagers now. We're not even having kids now. Millennial women aren't even having kids that much now. They're never going to acknowledge our growth. They're never going to acknowledge our progression. You know why? Because nothing that we're growing and progressing in solely benefits them. Us not being desperate doesn't benefit them. Us being empowered doesn't benefit them. Us not wanting, us not holding marriage as this gift. Like us looking at marriage like, yo, that's really hard work. And if I'm not going to be married to the right man, it's going to be more detrimental to my life than me being alone. That's not beneficial to the everyday average man who is undesirable. And those are the loudest ones, the undesirable ones. Like, it's just not beneficial. Us making our own money, deciding that we want to be part of sisterhoods, the 4B movement, not choosing to not have kids. How is that beneficial to them?
Damn. How is it beneficial to men for women to upgrade themselves? For me, I see plenty of benefits. But most men, they think that they gotta keep women barefoot and pregnant. They gotta keep them in a subservient situation. Women cannot think. Women can't articulate. They can't lead. They can't come up with good ideas. Even though they will admit and say that creation is a female characteristic, they would still say women don't create anything. That's wild when you really think about it. What's going on with these men?
Well, they know that if women rise, right? Because when what you do is when they tell us that we don't have autonomy, we're not this, we're not that. When women don't have a standard, when women feel less than and they're not empowered, it actually cripples the society. Because the smarter, more in shape, more healthier we are, the more the majority of the men won't qualify to be replicated by us. Which means they will have to actually step up too. They're actually going to have to get better. So why would they want women to get better if they know they're going to have to get better to get us? Because we're the number one desire for men.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. And so, for me, it's really for women, it's about, turning back to self. We don't have to be a part of a gender war, that is stressful, it's not productive. But what we ought to be doing is thinking about self-care as a culture and teaching it, right? And I'm talking about top-down self-care, mental, physical, emotional, for self. We're going to put the men to the side. We don't hate you, we love you, right? But we're going to get ourselves in a situation where we are emotionally, physically, and mentally healthy. Then we want to look at ourselves and discover our leadership potential, not because we want to necessarily lead men, but we want to know where we are the strongest. I always say women have leadership potential laying dormant inside of them. Let's get that up and running so that you can realize your best self. And then last but not least, lean into your passion and creativity. You have something brewing. Every woman has something brewing inside of them that they have not developed. Let's lean there. I'll bet you have a money stream there. You have something that's going to cultivate health and wellness for your mental clarity. All of those things are laying dormant. Self-care culture, leadership discovery, lean into your passion and creativity. When you evolve from that piece, every man is not going to be eligible to even step to you.
He's just not, because you're going to be operating at your higher self and not your lower self.
And I think that's the main thing that a lot of men are afraid of, and it's showing, right? So the more women are getting educated, making more money, and all these other things that women are accumulating, as Sherelle was suggesting earlier, they finding a more difficult time of finding eligible men that suits their needs as they move up in life or in the world or in society, however we want to paint it. The women that are doing better, they're having a difficult time finding men because now the men got to step their game up again. Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah, and see, and that's what makes these men nervous, right? You know, I'm proud of the queens on the panel today because they are completely debunking the false narrative that our women are just supposed to be submissive, docile, and unopinionated, right? And to me, it's the weakness within men who feel like our women are just supposed to, you know, be subservient to men, right? When I picked my wife, I picked her because she was a good leader. I picked her because she had good opinions. I picked her because she was wise and had knowledge and she was driven, right? And she gave me healthy pushback in the decision-making process, right? That she had vision.
Make some money.
All of those things
could
that the
definitely still
queens
make
are
money, yeah.
speaking of now.
Oh, you talk your shit, girl. You talk
You're not
your
muted,
shit.
Sharon.
Oh,
Hey, I was just listening. I was gonna give the audience just a real conversation because of, that you have in real time with your wife. Just to let them know this is how we are in real life. There's no act. There's no pretending. You know what I'm saying? We're giving our real opinions and our real responses, and these are real conversations that we have in real life, right? And I feel like the reason why men in the chat are in an uproar because of what the queens are saying, it's because of their own weakness and insecurities, right? They want to keep the woman down because they feel like they're down. And Sherelle hit it on a note. Hey, put your standards higher, reach higher heights, and you won't have to compete with a woman. You won't have to compare yourself to your woman, right? So it should not bother you when a woman is saying the value that she's bringing, the leadership that she's bringing, the education that she's bringing, right? The confidence that she's bringing. That should motivate you. That should, exhilarate you, right? Put you in a space to where, yes, let's go conquer the world together, right? We don't have to be at odds one with another. Matter of fact, a man and a woman are supposed to unite, come together, and walk forward in production and positivity. But that's all I got, man. Peace and love to y'all. I'm glad queens just keep cooking.
Can I add this to that? I think cats got to start to
Absolutely.
realize. Cats got to start to realize that we're not here to compete with each other. We're here to complete each other. And men really need to understand that the inadequacies in them and what they project. Again, mediocrity is this new standard. So the reason why these men, and we're not talking about all, but the reason why these men speak the way they speak is because they don't want to do the work that needs to be done. You dig what I'm saying? So they figure if I can get a woman and keep them below me, then she'll never look at me like I'm inadequate to be her leader. When they don't understand that growth is an uncomfortable thing. There is no comfortability in growth. And this is why we tell these dudes to do the work on themselves first before they impede their thought process on anybody else. So again, from a counselor's perspective, these dudes are sick. For whatever trauma that they've gone through that they haven't conquered or they haven't gotten help for, they're functioning in their dysfunction and they're thinking that they're functional when they're not. Because you can heal wrong. Bones heal wrong if you don't get it set correctly. So we need these men to stand up and understand what integrity is, character is. We need them to start with themselves first, right? Pivot and understand what their position is in the community, what their position is in the home, and first what their position is under God. It starts with submission, because these men speak from an egotistical perspective. This is why they speak towards putting their foot on a woman's neck, opposed to saying, listen, every king had counselors, man, because that king knew that he didn't know everything. So he had counselor. Who better than your wife to be your best counselor? Who better than your wife to say, listen, I think we should do this, right? You want a woman that can think, because God forbid something happens to you. You want her to pick up the baton and continue racing the race until you can get better. So we need to understand what the plan needs to be. And it starts with us working on ourselves as men.
Bars. Beautiful.
I just came up to say that. I'm out. Have a blessed day, guys.
I think it's awesome that we have such a great productive build, because there's been a lot of craziness going on within the YouTube world, and I'm just glad that we was able to still accumulate a decent audience to have this conversation, because for some reason we keep hearing the rhetoric that just because we are talking in productivity that we cannot build an audience off of productivity. So I just want to appreciate everybody. I want to appreciate all the ladies here that trusted me to help build this thing, because without y'all, this is not happening. Without the great spirit of Sherelle, Bomb Cherry, Dr. G, PH Diva, we would, it's building. It's awesome.
And to touch on what Dr. G was saying about healing is, a lot of times they get up and they start saying what we don't have, right? We're fat, we have children, we're old, we're not smart, we're not pretty, so they've just thrown the majority of us away by saying we don't qualify for them. Now that we understand that and we've accepted that, we don't want to fight back no more, right? We're not good enough for black men. Y'all want passports, y'all leaving us. Okay, goodbye. Now that we're having conversations about what can we do for each other, the 85% of black women who are not good enough for black men, let's just focus on each other. Maybe this is our break. Maybe we supposed to be healing for our ancestors who didn't get a break because they didn't have men to protect them when they were being subjugated. So maybe this is our time to heal. Maybe this is our time to get back into nature, to heal ourselves emotionally, spiritually, everything. And with that healing, it would make you more secure in being alone. I promise you. Doing your shadow work, doing your inner child healing, doing your mother wound, healing your mother wound, healing your father wound, actually focusing on people that just love you for who you are. So you don't have to fit into societal standards. And you don't have to bend over backwards to be something just to say you're somebody's wife. Now, people who can find a good man, hold on to him. But are we going to just say that the majority of these men are fit to be leaders and husbands? Not if we're like choosing from what we see on the archetypes of YouTube. These are the men that we want leading us and having children for? Why every time we talk about YouTube, we talk about 10 good men? How many men are on YouTube? Hundreds. But we can only acknowledge 10 good men in this entire space. And guess what? Typically, they're married or in relationships already. That is reality for us outside in the world.
Whew, that's a bar as well.
I agree with her. And not only that, the men that we know in person, we may consider them good men. Other women may not consider them good men. I mean, he might be a good friend, he might be a good dad, he might not be a good husband or boyfriend. So I think that word good is relative to the person.
No, I definitely agree with that, because My daddy was a good father, but I don't necessarily think he was a good man to know none of the women that he was with.
Damn.
My daddy have 12 baby mamas.
Oh wow.
He has 14 kids. He would have 2 women pregnant while his wife was pregnant. Because he was a good father to us, he gave us structure, he gave us order, he loved us. All of his children, he raised us to be good. You understand what I'm saying? But my brothers took a different route and married one woman and had children with one woman. So we was able to correct his errors, but we love him for what he gave us. So it's not that we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but she's right. Sometimes a man can be a good friend to me and horrible for a woman. A good brother to me, horrible for women. My cousins could be good to me, horrible to the women that have to lay down with them and sleep with them. So that's why I'm starting to think that the best thing to be to a man is just his friend. Because when it's time for him, like, they're not fit to be husbands. Husbands, they're gonna have to work on that.
And y'all know I've been married a long time. My husband had to work hard on being a husband. I mean, like, he learned what he learned, and we had to learn together on how to be a husband and wife.
And I think that's why a lot of people do get upset at me, because they don't understand how I went from my degenerate ways to being a good husband today. I think they want me to be stuck in that arrested development that when I was falling for the whole ideology of what these males is pushing out. I fell for it too at one point.
Maybe you should go teach a class. Maybe they just want a class so that they can also learn how to be great husbands, Sharon. Maybe that's what they want, really. They just don't know how to ask.
They don't know how to.
They can't humble themselves and say, how do I too become a good husband? Because they're always saying we're not being trained to be wives. It's not that hard to cook and clean. We cook and clean for ourselves. We just don't want to cook and clean for you. Because that's all y'all think makes a good wife. Cook, clean, suck dick. Like bruh, that's all y'all want. Is somebody to cook and clean and suck y'all dick. That's all y'all want. But it's so much more to being a woman, so much more to being a wife, so much more, because women are protectors. We protect them kids.
Absolutely.
Women are providers. We're providing for their household too. We are leaders too. Y'all are not greater than us in every aspect of life. You wouldn't. It's disingenuous to even think like that. So we are also leaders. We are also protectors. We are also providers. So they're always talking about we're not trained to be wives, but who's training them to be husbands? Who's training them to be men? Because majority of them are just little boys trapped in big bodies, running around acting like damn kids.
Go ahead, Diva. Because I want to talk about something else as well.
All right, conversations with MJ. You notice when some speak, they always speak death over women instead of life. Deflower you, lower your value, etc. Only time they speak life is creating a child. Damn. Interesting, because women are supposed to speak life into.
It's so true. I think that's why I think a lot of men, they are afraid to ask what is a good husband and how you became from what lessons did you learn throughout being in a relationship with your woman, and especially a man that is showing that he has a good relationship with his wife, because there's a lot of men that we don't know if they actually have a good relationship with their wife. We understand that. It's a lot of lies out there, but the men that actually show that they do have a good relationship with their wife, those are the men that people are most afraid to go and ask questions, which is weird to me. Me personally, I was never like that. If I see somebody doing something that I like, I ask as many questions as I can, so I could get something from them if they willing to talk. And we do got to create some kind of, I don't know how I'm going to create it, but I'm going to have to create something where it's some kind of guidelines, and I'm just put it out there and leave it and let it, whoever it gravitates towards, it gravitates towards. Because I know most people are going to say, I don't want nothing that Sharon got. Fine, if you say so.
And you're gonna help us too, because if we want to get married, we could just look at your guide and compare it to the man when we vetting and help us vet. They keep telling us you're gonna need a man to help you. Listen, what y'all want to y'all said we don't got no daddies. I just don't understand where are we going? What are we going to do with the people who don't have? How can we just throw a large majority of people away because of the circumstances they were born into that they had no control over? Don't they understand we didn't set the house on fire? We was born into it. Y'all are demonizing us for being born into something where we lacked understanding. And we have to and y'all are gonna just throw us away. There's no solutions for the people who was born into how is it our fault our daddies left? How is it our fault crack was in the community? How is it our fault we was in civil rights? The children? You're gonna punish we're the children. We're not the adults from that time. We're the children. Why are you punishing the children?
I just want to say this, Cuzzo, to Thomas Legacy or any other of the gentlemen that's in the chat. If y'all got questions for the queens, hit the link like a strong man and had a conversation, right? If you have an opposing opinion, you got something you want to contribute to the conversation, hit the link and had a conversation, because that's what strong men do. Weak men just, snipe on the side with chats. Strong men engage in the actual dialogue, verbal communication, and let's see if we can find areas where we agree.
And I think it's interesting because that's how we kind of we started off yesterday, was finding places that we all agree on yesterday, right? We need to start finding a common ground where men and women say, hey, this is what we are looking for in the opposite sex, instead of always focusing on the negative aspects of what we don't like. We understand you don't like weave and these and all these other aspects that, like Sherelle said, you are throwing this whole group of humans away. We get that. So now let's focus on the things that we are agreeing in. And then if we could build upon that, maybe those people, those same people that you think that you are throwing away is your actual person.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I'd rather learn from here than basically any of those men. Though. I actually despise those, those guys you mentioned. I actually despise them type of men, though, actually, literally. Because what am I gonna gain from that, man? I'm just gonna. What am I really gonna gain from? Nothing. I'd rather learn from actually men who actually, real type of men, though, who can show me what to do. And I'm only 22, though, and I understand that.
And
so I got a real man in my life.
Awesome. And I think also Sherelle hit something else that is very key. Like, if men and women learn how to be friends first, it'd be easier to start a relationship, because then now you're not worrying about the person being a representative. Usually friends, they are being the most honest and transparent with a friend. A friend, a decent friend, even a best friend or whatever, those are the people that you are going to give your whole existence to. So they know who you are, what makes you tick, if you are good, bad, or indifferent or whatever. And then now you can actually make a real decision on if this is the type of person that you want to be with. So often we get caught up in dating people that is just showing their representatives, and we know that people can hold that representative for 3 to 5 years.
Exactly, which is why I say women should wait. Just really get to know these people, especially before you have kids with them, because after a year, you've seen everything you've seen, and after a year of knowing a man without having sex, clouding your judgment, you know you don't want to be with that man. Because they always talk about the 90-day rules is a lot. When I say take 90 days, 90 days is until you have sex. 90 days is to see if you can even hold up who you say you are. And 9 times out of 10, the weakest link is always going to fall apart within 3 months. His story will fall apart. Within 6 months, that's when the second weakest link. But after a year, most people, they can't stand their ground. Not if women are paying attention and their judgment isn't cloudy. That's why they want you to hurry up and have sex with them, so that your judgment can get clouded by dick. You know what I'm saying? Because they know they ain't shit, so they're trying to connect this emotional bond to you and get your emotions. And why are you trying to rush to get to know a whole person? A whole person. Why are you trying to get to know me in a week? How are you gonna know me in a week? Oh, I just know it's just love at first sight. It's just, girl. Sure.
Love at first sight is lust.
You
Love at first
gotta
sight.
evict, because I know my cousins do this. You ain't got nowhere to stay. So you try and hurry up and fuck on me. So by the 90-day, I'ma let you live here. You
Damn.
got a 30-day eviction notice. You try
Damn.
and make a bitch fall in love in 25 days. Okay?
Damn.
So yeah, we should be together. Let's move in together.
Right, but if you refer back to Diva's 10 points of men you should avoid, then you know if he need to move in with you, X him out. No. That's a
Uh-oh.
red flag.
Wait,
This
I
is
don't know. I don't know the 10 points. Diva, do it. Run them off. Run them off, Diva.
Let's go, Diva. Run down your 10 points as what men to avoid.
All right. Number 1, if he got a crazy name, Jaquantavius, all that crazy shit that with apostrophes and whatnot, leave his ass alone. If his parents ain't have no sense, the baby ain't stand a chance.
Damn.
Number 2, if he got excessive or any facial tattoos, right? So this person is telling you they trying to be counterculture, and in black culture, we know what counterculture is. Leave his ass there. Number 3, if he got crazy hair, same reason, right? Them wicks, them freeform locks. Again, if he's showing you that he don't care to conform at all to societal expectations or whatever, leave his ass right there, because he's probably involved in criminal activities. Number 4, if he got multiple baby mamas, right? That's self-explanatory, because all he gonna do is make you one. Number 5, if he ain't got no job.
Damn.
An idle mind is the devil's workshop. And if this man ain't got shit to do all day, all he gonna be doing is driving your car and getting into trouble. Number, was that what, 5, 6?
Yes.
If he don't have his own place. We all get the same 24 hours in a day. So as a woman who suffering from the wage gap and all these other things that women have to deal with, if you can go out and secure a roof over your own head as an adult, then why the fuck can't he? What happened? Number 5 was no job.
Okay, keep going. You cook. I think
You
you're
on number
number
7. You on
yeah,
number
Yeah,
7
number
now.
7.
Yeah, number 7. She got to go back to her.
This like, yo, cuz we making
Right.
history, man. This like the 10 Diva commandments. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, she right. Okay.
If he wear eyeliner,
7, if he can't form a coherent sentence.
Damn.
Right? I can't tell you how many times I meet a black woman and her man, and as soon as I'm with the black woman without the man, the first thing I have to ask her is, well, what y'all talk about? Right? He can't form a coherent sentence. Leave his ass there. What number was that? Number 9.
8. Yeah.
That was 8. Okay. Whatever number it is. If he violates boundaries, I don't care how big or how small, right? They usually start out violating the small boundaries.
That's a good
So
one.
if he violates any type of boundaries, I'm gonna give you an example of a small one. I had moved into my house, and so I had stuff everywhere. And there was a guy I was dating. We were actually on my back deck, but I didn't even have curtains at the back window. It was a bedroom, and I told him don't go in there. And then we were on the back. He was like, "Oh, well, what if I just look through this window?" Right? So he was testing my boundary, because I told him I didn't want him in that room, or don't worry about that room at all. So he says, "Oh, well, what if I just look through this window here?" That I should have known then he wasn't shit. And he wasn't shit.
That's fair. That's
right.
actually,
So any boundary, the little black girl, FKA Twigs or whatever, who's getting beat up by Shia LaBeouf, talked about how when she first met him, he would jump her fence and leave her little gifts. And she thought it was cute. Right? But that was him literally violating a boundary. She had a fence there to keep people out who she didn't invite there. And he jumped over it to come and leave her a gift. So violating boundaries is a huge one, ladies.
Number
Hold on.
9. We up to 9. You got 2 more. I actually really like the boundaries.
Dead eyes. Pay close attention to the eyes, ladies. No, because a lot of these men, look at these men when they show they mug shots and they done got arrested for something. A lot of them, they ain't got no life in their eyes. They look like fucking demons. Y'all laugh if you want to, but I pay attention to people's eyes, right? If his eyes too small,
oh shit,
right? Leave his ass there. That mean he crazy.
Oh god.
If
Dead eyes is
I'm
hilarious
telling
though. I'm
you,
sorry.
if his eyes too small, if it's a black person and they got funny colored eyes, unless they blue. Now, if you got blue eyes, you get a pass. But
Hell
green
no.
eyes, no. That mean they're a demon.
Last one. What you got?
Hold on, let me go back to my list.
Oh my goodness. Dead eyes is wild though. I ain't gonna lie, that was a good one. Man.
No, Diva
Say a
didn't forget
criminal background. If he got a
Oh.
criminal background, leave his ass there.
Okay. And we rounded off with a criminal background.
Any
number
type of
10.
criminal background, ladies. The
Any
man
type
has
of criminal
been
background?
any type of criminal background. Leave his ass
What,
there.
what if it's
Lady,
for civil rights? What if it's for civil rights?
man, get out of here. No, if he got spent any time in prison, jail, leave his ass there. It was a man who got sentenced in 89. He just bashed some woman in her head with a hammer in a bathroom, a gas station bathroom, and killed that woman. Leave his ass there if he got a criminal background. There we go. So that's the 10 points to saving your life.
Damn it.
They was actually pretty solid though. You had some pretty solid ones there, to be honest with you.
They're awesome.
Hey, Kasim, what is your thoughts so far?
Yo, that list was wild but true, right? And I think once you've gotten to a certain point in your life and you've gotten through certain experiences, you kind of learn to build yourself up to have these attributes, right? So I don't think anything that she was saying was too crazy, right? I think what she had some really good points when it comes to this list, some really good attributes in order to look for and behaviors, right? Those behaviors are going to lead to different experiences in your life, and those experiences are going to cultivate into something nasty, like going to jail or being a certain temperament. But I think it's also important for the women to be emotionally present when they see these red flags, but they're feeling these type of emotions, not allowing those emotions to get the better of them, just to kind of draw it back a little bit. And I think if they take more time, just as Sherelle was saying, when we're taking time to learn the individual, they can minimize a lot of the errors and picking the wrong men.
I like it. Thomas, good day to you, sir. How you feeling?
What's up?
How you feel about Diva's
Yeah,
10 points on
that? I'm not even about to even. That's subjective. You like who you like. You don't like who you like. Find someone that you fuck with your back. Move on. I ain't really got no position on that. That's her list. She's entitled to her list. Pretty sure other people can have a whole bunch of other lists that may be totally different from that, similar or somewhere in between. That's purely subjective. But Brownsville, but that's cool. I mean, she got her list. I mean, what you got people? That's her list. That's her experience. I mean, that's what she said. I'm not gonna say everything on the list was bad. A lot of shit on there that men, should be having their own job. They got their shit together. Not having sucker attacks. All that goofy little weird shit when they be getting mad over relationships. And I just seen the dude with the other day. He plugged this girl 8 times because she wanted to break up with him. So I know that shit happens. I get it, but that ain't my picture. So Brownsville, let me ask you a question. Yeah. So Brownsville, who you talk? I got a question for you, bro. What you talking about? Weak?
What's that?
Did you say I was weak? Like what was you saying? Because what I don't want to do, you gonna speak directly to me. Don't say no real man and weak men, Cause you don't know me. You don't know me. All right. And we gonna keep it just like that. Don't do no indirect talk with me. If you gonna say I'm weak, say I'm weak. Don't do that weak man, real man. Be direct, cause I'm gonna be direct with you. And that's all I
Right.
gotta say about it.
So if you would have heard me, Thomas, I didn't say you were weak. I said
That's
strong
what I'm
men.
clarifying now. That yeah, but all that strong man do this, weak man do that. I'm not trying to hear none of that shit you say.
So
I
why
don't
did you
need.
ask me the question?
I don't give a fuck about what your opinion is. If you didn't say you call me weak, then leave it. That's what it is.
Is it your time of the month?
Hey, don't put him on
Nah,
blast.
it's the time when I see you. I put this 40 in your mouth, bitch.
What?
You little pussy ass nigga. Why if I run into you, Brownsville? Because one thing about me, because let me say it like this. Hold on, I don't qualify for the criminal background and all that shit and PhD list. Yeah, I don't qualify. I don't qualify. And one of my indictments, one of my federal indictments was attempted M1. Don't fuck with me, Brownsville, because if I see you out NY, bro, if we saying face to face, you're gonna have the energy, and I don't give a fuck that you're a police. So sit here on your panel, do what the fuck you gotta do. But I'm not one of these YouTube gangsters, bro. I got a background that's serious. And I'm telling you this, and I'm not saying it to be scared, but I'm telling you, bro, if we was face to face, bro, you gonna need your strap. So shut your bitch ass up and get back to your show, you pussy. I'll fuck your wife.
I feel sorry for yours. My God. Like, imagine
So
if YouTube could get him that upset. Imagine how he resolves conflict in his home.
Damn.
Did he
I
raise
just
quick?
said that. I said,
He raised quick.
Yeah.
He did.
PhD, we're gonna have
Can
to
I
add
respond real
threatening.
quick, Queen?
Okay.
Can I respond him real quick? Right? Because Thomas, now I'm calling you directly weak. Right?
Damn.
Because you hit the panel, right? You asked the question, and then you weren't here for a conversation, right? Because strong men ask questions, and then they allow the question to be answered before they offer a rebuttal, right? But what you did, and I don't know if it's because you PMSing, I don't know what's going on with you, my brother, but what you did was very emotionally unstable, right?
Damn.
You hit the link, asked the question, and then went on an emotional diatribe about nothing.
Damn.
Right? You say that you're not an internet gangster, that you're a gangster in real life, but yet you hit the panel and talk gangster, right? Making threats that yourself can't even cash, right?
Damn.
You see, Thomas, that's what weak men do. That's how weak men behave. And I'm glad you hit the link, right? So that the queens, the ladies and women, they can see you and they can recognize someone who is in such a weak state that one word like weak would cause them to jump off the deep end into verbal aggression, verbal attacks, and threats that mean nothing, right? So I pity the people who depend on you for strength, right?
Oh, shit.
Because when you get into a real world situation that requires you to maintain emotional intelligence and stoicism and self-control and self-discipline, you're gonna fold every single time. Probably like the way you were bending over and folding while you were in prison. Peace and love, my brother.
Good, Sherelle, do your thing. You got one, you can do what you need to do. What's up, Ralph? What's your thoughts?
I feel like PhD Diva might need to add threatening people on YouTube as one of those men to avoid.
But did you hear him say, I got a criminal background? I'm telling you, it's the people. If they be any of those on the list, throw them away because that's how they gonna act.
What was number 10? I didn't hear number 10.
What? It was the criminal background.
10 is the criminal background. Okay. Yeah. See, I got a list too. That's some good ones I need to add to my list.
Interesting.
My show is on red flags and deal breakers, but yeah, that right there. Cause just imagine being in real life with him, making him mad as a woman.
Exactly.
That can be scary. Absolutely, that could be scary.
Mad over nothing.
Right.
Damn. Whew.
All right. Natasha Vincent, Brownsville be rim roasting like
Not a rim roast.
Okay, they be
but it goes to show that like it just shows that certain men that can actually I mean that I think that articulating a full thought is another interesting one.
Oh yeah, got to be able to put together a coherent sentence. But the interesting thing is, like, you know, some of the comments I saw from the men was like, "Oh, she gonna have all y'all dying alone." And if you look at the list, it's very basic stuff. You know what I mean? Do you look like you trying to be somebody and do something? Are you about your business? You know, are you functioning as an adult? Is basically all the list is. And do you stay your ass out of trouble and not violate other people? And that bare minimum threshold, because even if they meet all that list, that don't mean that's the man you should choose, right?
That
But
goes
if
back to
they
what Sherelle was talking about earlier, right? And what you was talking about.
right, so we ruling men out. We not selecting one based on the list, but this is just to rule them out. But even those bare minimum standards, and the men think, oh, you know, it's impossible to meet all that. And that's just crazy to me.
Especially when they got their own list of why they excluded women.
And they in the top of their list is she's a woman. Like
Yeah.
Right.
No.
they excluding
No,
us. She wears makeup. She likes looking pretty. She
What
likes
else?
dressing sexy.
What
She
else?
likes versatiling her hair.
What else?
She's emotional.
What else?
She cries on movies.
What else?
She wants to be treated well.
What
She
else?
wants us to care about how she feels.
What else?
Come on
Yeah.
now, like what the
She's
hell?
too educated.
Everything that
She's
makes us,
too
she's
educated.
educated.
That's my criteria
She make
for
her own
I see
money.
the woman
Oh
though.
my
She wants to
Okay,
goodness.
cool.
respect her boundaries. She
Damn.
got standards.
Damn.
Oh, I wish you
Get
was
rid
here
of them.
Ooh,
yesterday,
okay.
Sherelle. I
Wow.
wish you were on the panel yesterday, because we remember when Illa came up and he was
Yeah.
like trying to talk about you know, education don't mean anything, but he was talking about blue collar workers as well. So I wonder how he would have responded to Sherelle, given that she was in a blue collar industry and
Right.
excelled. You know what I'm saying? And now is able to call her own shots at a very young age. And so I wonder if that would have made him feel better, or if the fact that she's a woman would have still rubbed his ass the wrong way.
Perfect. And I also want to welcome into the show everybody's favorite. Welcome to the show, young Joseph.
Ciao.
Ciao.
You know what? Fuck you, Sharon.
Okay, now, ladies, let's refer back to the list. Look at Joseph's head.
Hello.
Look at Joseph's head now.
Okay.
What about my head?
Your hair is it is.
I know my hair looks crazy. I know.
Yeah, boom,
I know.
crazy looking hair. Right? Where he just got back from. Right? The list don't miss, ladies. The list don't miss.
Listen. Hold on 1 second. Let me tell you something.
Wait,
man.
before you go,
why
Joseph,
don't you pull your?
We're gonna entertain yours. We want to let Silent go. Silent is very patient and he's not long-winded. We're gonna let Silent jump in front. Go ahead, Silent, and then we're gonna go ahead with Joseph, see what he got.
Why you always got to take shots, bro?
No, I just got here, so I wanted to hear what the list was.
Okay, we'll break the list back down.
Hello, everyone. Oh, is that?
Hey, Silent.
Good
day. What up, Silent?
We're gonna have to write it out. We're gonna have to write it out because we can't have PhD but keep saying it.
It's in the chat. Where Kim
say it.
was writing it out.
Say it so you can hurt their feelings. Yeah, say it.
So, Joseph, what part of the list you disagree with?
First of all, I don't give a fuck about no stupid rudimentary list that these chicks be making up, bro. You know what I'm saying? These chicks talking about Cheesecake Factory is not good enough. That I'm over it.
So
I
you
want to
didn't hear
get back to
you
my.
didn't hear the list. You could just
You
say
know
you
that
didn't
was
hear
a
the list.
skit too, though.
You could just say you didn't hear the list. You didn't hear the list.
I didn't hear the list, but I really don't care about it because I'm not feeding it. I'm not feeding it into that delusion or that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is, these women are in an identity crisis. They don't know what they want from one day to the next. It's always true. It seems like self-aggrandizing. You know what I'm saying? And just being the contrarian for the sake of it is trendy nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Either dysfunction is a religion or lying is the second language to these females, bro. And it's
Okay,
just
so all right,
at
so
one point
okay,
it's
so you
frustrating.
didn't so you didn't hear the list. So what is it that you came up to have a conversation about?
I came up here to address you.
Okay. What's that you
No,
want
he
to
came to see you.
I came up here to address what some of
Ay,
the you know
basura.
some of the insulting and offending things that you were saying, and they were rooted and based in the assumptions. You know what I'm saying? When have we ever had beef? We never had any beef. You know what I'm saying? So to come up on, when Fatty was asking you about that, you're making it seem like, when we were standing face to face, I cowered or something like that.
That's how you took it. I said
No, I didn't take it like that. I said that's what you implied. That's what you implied to the masses. Like, when we met each other, it was all cool and everything was, like
it was exactly what I said. When we met each other, you didn't have no smoke for me. You had no vitriol for me. We all sat down and ate food. Is what I said. If you want to add
and
anything
what and
extra
what
to it,
else?
because, the reason why you want to add something extra, because the reason why we met is because I said something about your woman. I told your woman to shut the
That wasn't
fuck
my
up.
woman. That was my hair. That was my hairdresser.
Whatever she was,
The
that lady that
hairdresser.
was in your protection. I told her shut the fuck
I
up
had
when we were
dreads.
talking. And so therefore you got upset and you said, Sharon, if I was in your face, you wouldn't say that. And we met up. That's what happened. And then when we met up, what we
That
did
was day. First of all, that was weeks. That was weeks.
Hold on. What did I say that was a lie yet?
That was weeks after.
No.
Second of all,
it was the same day.
it was weeks after. I had forgot about that situation.
No, it was the
You the
same
one that
day.
felt some type of way about it.
Hold on.
Because the thing is, yo, you don't know who that. Hold on, you asked me a question, right?
Clear it up. Before we move on to whatever you're about to say, what did I say just now was a lie?
That was a lie.
That what? That I told her to shut the fuck up?
You told her to shut the fuck up, and I checked you on that because first of all, you didn't know who that was, and she never came at anybody in the room disrespectfully. Yo, what kind of host are you, bro? You asked me a question and I'm answering, and you're talking over me.
You are not being honest. I want to make sure it's coherent. So now, after I told that, you told me if we was face to face, it won't be the same energy, correct?
I did say that.
Okay, then the next step is what? Did we not meet?
We met face to face, and if you wanted to push the issue, I was ready, but you didn't.
Okay, so therefore,
you didn't. You know what I'm saying? So if you forgot about it, I forgot about it.
Joseph, so therefore, did I lie?
You didn't lie about that situation. Okay, so my point of contention is the fact that I told you to chill out a few times on that panel. I told you to chill out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because that lady who was doing my hair at the time, she was not coming off disrespectful. And the thing is, I think it was Aaron O's show. Aaron O invited her to say her piece. You were the one that were being disrespectful, telling her to shut the fuck up because you couldn't articulate your point.
No, that's not the reason why.
And she's Haitian. She's not even from America, and she understands society. She understands economics and politics more than you do.
So I told her to shut the fuck up because she had no idea what the fuck she was talking about.
Yes, she did. Bro, everybody agreed with her. Angry Man was up there. Aaron O was up there. I think the doctor dude, I can't remember his name. He was up there. I was up. I'm sitting there listening to what she's saying, and I'm agreeing with it.
Well, we all
you was the only one that was pushing back on her.
That's because
and you was being disrespectful on top of that. That lady's somebody's grandmother, bro.
What does that mean? That means she could say
it doesn't obviously it doesn't mean anything to you, but you didn't know that lady.
And I don't know you.
And me and you live in the same area. And she could have called her son.
Again.
She could have called her grandsons.
Again, I'm gonna tell you like how I told you that day. Ain't none of you motherfuckers scare me. So I'm
Oh,
gonna
come on,
always
Sharon, man.
speak
Chill the
my mind. I'm gonna say what I say and talk what I talk. Like I met you after we had the verbal disagreement, and when we met, we ate, we sat down, we ate food, we broke bread, and we kept it moving. And so do not act like it's gonna be something different. I'm tired of all these men acting like
you brought
because
that up, dude. You brought it
I
up.
have to bring it up because
I
y'all
forgot
act like
about it,
this
bro.
is not
I remember. We
Christ.
went to Tops. Me, you, J1, and Little King. We all went to Tops. Then I took you to my cigar bar in EO. Everything was cool. But you brought that up yesterday to try to clown me.
Again, because y'all be acting tough.
They
And
want you
when
pulling the
in real
fire line
life,
because there's gonna be
all
a lot
y'all
of
want to
stuff
do is
going
have a
going into
conversation.
that.
There's nothing
Pull up
wrong
the
with that.
fire line in front of the store.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with that. We don't have to be tough because this is what men need to start speaking about. And maybe you can actually speak to it. When we act tough, we tend to get into tough situations. And then we have to go to jail, and then we got to be tough there as well. And then what happens when you be
Come
tough
on,
there?
man. Stop with the bullshit.
And then once you got to be
What
tough
is my
there,
jail situation? No. You know what, Sharon? You was being messy. You was being catty. You was being messy. Just like these females that you pander and kiss their ass. You just like them. You know what I'm saying? Because you constantly bring up old shit to try to always trying to clown somebody when you know you don't have that kind of energy in front of them. That's the point that I'm making, talking about I'm scared in jail and I became a Muslim for protection and all this other nonsense that you're talking about. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about half the time.
So did you not say
All of a sudden I'm gay?
Hold on.
How can I be Muslim and be
Let's jump
gay?
there. Let's stop there.
Riddle me that,
Let's stop
Batman.
there.
How can I be Muslim and be
Hold on.
gay?
Let's stop there. So did you not say becoming Muslim in jail gives you protection? Yes or no?
I was speaking generally. But for the most part, I was the only one that was practicing Islam in my cell with 10 other guys.
I just asked you a question. See how difficult it is for you to answer a direct
I
question?
just said, bro. So okay, so somebody learning how going to listen to answer riddle me this. So somebody that's going to a gym to learn how to fight, are they scared? Are they doing it because they're scared? If somebody goes out and get a gun permit and learn how to shoot, it's because they're scared? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you're implying by me becoming Muslim. I was scared in jail. Come on, man, stop it.
The fact that you using Muslim as a weapon shows that you were scared, and it's fine.
Bro,
jail is a scary place. Okay. So what I'm saying is this: you use religion.
You're assuming shit.
I'm not assuming. I'm going by the words that you are using. You just said it's somebody that goes and get a gun, somebody that goes to a boxing gym, are they scared? So therefore, you use religion as a form of a weapon of protection from other human beings, not a protection of your spirit. So those are the two different distinctions. So now when you come outside, you still not moving in a it doesn't seem so that you're moving in light.
Yo, I gotta go, bro. I'll talk to you later, man.
That's fine with me.
Hey, Bracy. I just wanted to say one thing to you guys up here. I want to apologize for any confusion I might have set up here on the panel, derailing the conversation, and someone being a nuisance to you guys. It wasn't my intention. After I took care of business with my family, coming back here, I had enough time to meditate on what I had discussed with you guys. And if there's anything I wanted to say to the panel here again, I apologize. PhD Eva for any confusion. Bomb Cherry, I apologize to you as well. Sherelle, I heard some things you was talking about, but I had to leave. Sorry about that. And Brownsville, I'm pretty sure you said many things when I was gone as well. But ultimately, though, what we really discussing, though, and just my opinion, looking back at it, it was basically power struggle and the power dynamics that we pretty much ultimately discussing here. It's not about roles, but it's more about our desires. Because you got to think about this, right? The one thing that came up was empowerment, and I said to myself, just me, speak to myself here, right? What will make me seek power outside myself? And then you look at the word power and what that means. It means to manipulate things. So why would I have a desire to manipulate things outside of myself? Why do I have such a strong desire? And I said fear, because it's the things that I can't control, I don't understand, that allow me to go into this space of curiosity and to feel like, okay, now that I know what's best. And that's whatever I'm trying to deal with. So it's like, now that I assessed it and I understand it, now let's see what power I can do to manipulate the situation to how I deem it best. But then I remember to humble myself and say, I don't know what's best. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a moment. I'm here to be here for just a little bit of time here and then I'm gone. So it's like, I understand like the conversation and where we can have discussions about what direction we could go or under whose leadership or what. It's all good. I understand where that's coming from, but ultimately, like I want to go back to self because that's the thing that people, I think, for the most part, it's my opinion, when they go outwardly, there's something internally they're not trying to deal with or they can't manage to deal with. So, but that's the thing. It takes a while, it takes discipline, it takes patience to deal with yourself. And a lot of times we're just trying to find a way to escape into other things and to blame things and to shape things because depending on what we're feeling or what we're going through in life, we try to find the reason to the causation to why I'm going through the struggle, why I'm going through the pain. It can't be my fault. It has to be these things that are outside of my control. So I look at it from that lens, and that's why I said I'm sorry. I apologize for any confusion that I had brought up on the panel. That was not my intentions, and I wasn't trying to bring up scripture or Bible because, as you guys kind of already said, there's a lot of stuff in there that they left out. It's been tainted by man and all that other stuff. So that's why I didn't want to get into that realm as well. And I didn't mean to bring no confusion. That was not my intention,
So
guys. I apologize.
so marvelous. First of all, man, I'm glad you hit the panel once again, right? Because in real time, what we're showing the kings and queens that strong men take accountability, right? So you felt like you added to the conversation with confusion, and now you're saying, hey, I'm gonna take accountability for that, and I'm gonna apologize for any confusion that I may have caused, right? So that shows that yes, we don't know everything. We don't have all wisdom. We don't have all understanding, and we can be wrong, right? And when we are wrong, it's our job to undergo a self-reflection process and then come back to the table with a renewed mind and spirit, right? But and the problem is, men, we gotta get away from all of this getting emotional over words, right? We're having a conversation and we're not going to always agree, right? We're going to have some pushback. We're going to have some disagreements, right? But we shouldn't be taking it personal. We shouldn't be getting emotional to the point that we're blowing up and we can't even have a conversation, right? Because we're so caught up in emotion. As Marvelous articulated, we have to have self-control. We have to have self-discipline. We have to have the ability to regulate ourselves and have emotional intelligence within the conversation, right? So Marvelous, in real time, hey, you showed what a strong man looks like. Although many of those weak men would say, well, you look weak for even apologize.
I can understand that.
And let me get to the super chats. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. OG Do Dirty. Rim World salads with, I think they mean rim word salads with sissy dressing. Learn how to spell, sir. Shiesty Bum. Not we got a convicted woman beater on the panel again. Call 12 fast. I don't feel safe. But if you refer back to Diva's 10 point, I'm telling you, it does not miss.
I'm telling you, mine's I say, don't mess with no man who don't have nothing to lose. Cause a man with nothing to lose, the only thing he ever gonna lose is his mind. And after he loses his mind, it leads to losing his freedom. And a man that don't even value his freedom don't value nothing. So if he don't even value his freedom, he don't value himself. Why you think he gonna value you? That's the type of niggas that break your stuff when he get mad, cause he ain't got no stuff. He break your car when he get mad, cause he ain't got no car.
Damn.
He break your TVs, break all your stuff, cause he ain't got no stuff. A man with nothing to lose don't need to be around no woman.
Absolutely. And speaking of men that have nothing to lose, damn. God damn. All because I'm just speaking my truth. These men want to put hands and feet on me because whatever I'm describing, they fit it to a T. And speaking of fitting it to a T, welcome to the show, Pastor.
What's up? What up? Hey, PhD. Will verbal abuse be on that list as well?
Did you hear the list?
I heard the list, but I didn't hear verbal abuse. That didn't make the list.
No.
Oh, that didn't make the list. Damn. Okay, so are we gonna forgive Sharon for being verbally abusive against this? Hold on, Sharon. Like, hold on. Why come you wasn't stoic and able to guide that woman through that conversation. Why'd you have to cuss her out? What's
So
up with that,
again,
man? What's going on with that, Sharon?
for some reason, y'all have the wrong idea what stoic means. It doesn't have anything with being calm. It doesn't have anything to do with not cursing a bitch out. So she was acting irate, and I had to put her in a place. Simple as that. And we have to get back to a
That's the
conversation.
patriarchy, Sharon. That's the
It could be what it is, but that
patriarchy.
was me personally talking to another human being personally. It wasn't me
Nah.
talking to, it wasn't me talking to all women saying shut the fuck up. I was talking to a woman and telling her to shut the fuck up. So there's a big difference between what are y'all trying to do and try to make it as if some grandiose because I spoke to one human being.
Nah, that was verbally abusive. Y'all was both on a panel just sharing ideas.
No, we wasn't on the panel. He was on.
Why
So
do your
hold on.
ideas
So
outweigh
hold on.
her
First
ideas?
of all, so this is the problem.
Why do your ideas outweigh her ideas?
Hold on.
To
See,
the
the
point where
problem
she has
is
to shut
the
up
problem
or shut
is
the fuck up.
the problem is you wasn't there.
I wasn't,
And-
but now that I'm
all right,
hearing
so
about
now
it,
you just
I
going off
want
of
to.
what-
Now that I'm
so
hearing about
now-
it, I'm getting some
so
clarity to it.
now,
I came up to get some clarity.
So now you going off of what a jailbird say. He been to jail 2 times in 1 year. He just recently had an ankle monitor on. They took that off and actually put him in the jail. And then he got released. So he been in jail twice in 1 year, and he don't think that he's a jailbird.
You never been to jail, Sharon?
This is the person that you are
No,
trying to
Sharon,
defend.
you never been to jail before.
Why are you asking me that? What does that mean?
Exactly. So you probably been in jail before, at least 24 hours. So stop.
What did I got to do with what I just said?
Nothing. But anyway, you want to say call to do the jailbird, but you moving the goalpost. You were verbally abusive to this young woman or older woman on the panel, but yeah, you wanted to talk about communication skills and being stoic and treating women better, right? You got Brownsville up here talking about the 10 Commandments of PH Diva, but yeah, he a Christian. That's no diss to you, PH Diva. You can have your list. Your list was pretty good, actually. I agree with the eyes. The eyes.
I don't want to hear no bullshit. So again, so stoicism does not mean restraint and calm in the face of elevated pleasure and pain. That's not what it means.
You wasn't in no pleasure or pain. You were on a panel having a conversation, and
correct. And so what I'm saying is this: that so I think we need to start using words and be very direct with the words that we're using and use them for what they actually mean.
Were you verbally abusive or not?
No,
Hold
I
on
was
one
not.
second. Hold on, I'll let y'all argue in a second. What's up, PhD? How you doing this morning?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm a little slow this morning, but I still got to give you what I owe you this morning.
This nigga don't do no
It's
weak
my
ass push ups,
second.
my nigga.
Nigga, don't talk while I'm talking. Listen, like I said,
Oh,
how many
nigga,
you
I
think
can talk
you need
whenever I
today?
want to talk.
How many you need today, PhD?
How many we did yesterday?
He did 30. He did 30 yesterday.
So do 60 today, then double it up.
Wow.
Nah, listen, I'm not.
I'll go with you though. What's up? What's up? We do right now.
Hold on, PhD. But how did the
Hold
voice
on, nigga.
get?
You need to quit
Hold
muting my
on.
mic, nigga.
Hold on. How did PhD voice get so deep? Hold on.
The spirit of PhD took over my body.
Keep on the challenge, you E. I was gonna say 35.
35. All right, let's get it. Oh,
damn.
All right, we counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32,
Let's
33,
go.
34.
One more.
5.
Easy day, baby. Easy day.
Yeah.
Easy day.
Yeah,
We got that, E.
buddy.
Good
Love
shit, E.
that. Love that. That's what we like to see. We like to see productiveness.
All
we don't
right.
want to hear a bunch of men want to go across a goddamn river about how some woman was attacking you and you had to protect yourself so strongly that it landed you in jail twice in 1 year. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy, my nigga.
And you see why Edelman, right? Now he got
That's
the
crazy.
push-ups out of the way, right? Now watch, his energy is gonna be different, right? Because he already took out some of that mental aggression that he had within him, right? In order to get that out of you, man, you gotta go work out. You know what I'm saying? Put that pain in real life, so that when you come on the internet, You don't have that type of aggression to where your emotions are all out of whack, right? Like Cuzzo said, 2 push-ups a day would get that estrogen away, right? Now, either man's up to 35, right? Woo. So I want to challenge Thomas, Joseph, and all these brothers who are suffering with controlling themselves emotionally. Get in the gym, get those push-ups in, go on those runs, walks, wherever you got to start, right? But you can regulate your emotions by actually doing something positive and productive with your body, right?
Hey,
You
so
ain't got to
Sharon, did you ask
come on
that
the
woman
internet with
to
all this bravado. Go
did you
ahead,
ask that
Eda, man.
woman to shut the fuck up after you ran a triathlon or before? When did you actually start telling women to shut the fuck up? Was it before or after that?
Pastor, it's so petty. Oh, God.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question, man. That's it.
Yeah, so this morning, Sharon, I was lifting weights. I was like, damn, that nigga live. I'm gonna have to go do these push-ups. I should have been doing this bench this morning.
My
But
nigga,
I'm
you
in the
ate pancakes, not no push-ups. Nigga, you doing head ups,
That's
my
cool.
nigga.
Hey, Pastor,
Your
let's see
head was
25.
doing more push-ups, my
Let's see
nigga. Like,
25. Yeah,
my nigga,
I was
your
hoping you
head, you
said so.
doing
Let's see
head ups, not
25.
push-ups. All right. So
Let's see
let's
25. Can
stop
you do
all that
20?
shit, bro.
Can you do
Like
20?
you 45 years old doing head ups on the internet for clout, my nigga. It's okay. Anyway, Sharon.
Oh, now
So
I need
hold on,
clout.
Pastor. So Pastor,
I need
before you move
clout.
forward, can you at least do 10 push-ups
Oh
before
yes,
you
I can,
somebody?
bro. I
All right, so
have
go
to
ahead.
lift fat
So do
motherfuckers
it.
every day.
So go ahead.
I have to lift fat
Hold
motherfuckers every
on.
day. That's my
Hold
job.
on.
Did
Hold
you
on. You
just
don't
say
need
my
to
job
jump
was
out of
wiping ass
enemy.
and lifting
Hold
fat people?
on.
I have to do
Hold
it every
on,
day. But I don't
Pastor.
have to do it for clout though. I do it for a
Pastor, hold
paycheck.
on. It's not about being anything with clout. So turn your camera on and go ahead and do 10 push-ups.
Nah, that's fine. You can do it for me.
Because
Yo, actually run the triathlon for me, my brother.
Okay, Pastor, serious question though.
Mhm.
The last time you were up here, people in the chat were saying that you were arrested for putting your hands on your baby mama or your ex-wife or somebody. Is that the case?
Nah, that's not true.
Okay. All right. OG do dirty at PH Diva. Next time, love, if you can please read the chat as it is written, smart lady. It's called a play on word. Do better. It's actually words, sir.
And
But
hold on, Pastor. You have backup. Welcome back to the show, Joseph. Good day, sir.
All right. Yeah, we know Joseph good for 10 push-ups. He just got out.
Yeah, speak your mind, sir.
Y'all gonna keep talking? Yo, come up with some new jokes, bro. Y'all been saying the same shit for like 2 years about me, man. Like, obviously, y'all don't know. Obviously, y'all don't have the intelligence to come up with something new, so y'all keep hopping on old shit.
Okay, I have a question.
You just
hold on, y'all.
Say something new, please.
Okay, hold on. We're
Yo,
gonna
I dare you. I put money up for y'all to say
Hold
something
on.
new about
Okay,
me.
hold on, Joseph. I got you.
I got
We're gonna
something
attempt
new.
to
Let me
move
get
forward
35
right
push-ups.
now. Hold on. We're gonna attempt to move forward right now. What is it that you want to talk about, Joseph? Let's move forward.
None of your fucking business. How about that?
Okay, can I ask him a question? Can I ask Joseph a question?
I want to see them 35 push-ups.
Hi, Joseph. How you doing? I just want to clarify something that I heard you say, and if you can clear it up. When you said that 3-year-olds to 5-year-olds are sexually aware, could you tell us what you meant by that?
I meant that, based on the
hell
study
no.
that
I'm out of here. Y'all have a blessed one.
You ain't lying.
Based on the study that I have read, a reputable science, scientific review, it said that little kids start having sexual awareness as early as 3 years old. Now, it's not on the perverted shit that y'all are thinking about. It's basically, attraction to the opposite sex.
So how did they
That's what I was.
operationalize sexual awareness?
I'm sorry.
How did it operationalize sexual awareness?
They start having crushes. They identify. I haven't read it in over a year, but I'm gonna try to paraphrase it from what I committed to memory. They understand. You know what? I don't.
You don't remember? It's okay.
I don't remember. It's been a long time.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. You
I
want
just want you to clear that up because you know that's what's going around. The men was talking about being with younger girls, and you went to that conversation of them being 3 and being sexually aware.
You're thinking of something very, very perverted and something very taboo, and that's not what that scientific article was about. You know what I'm saying? You forgot that we are based in science, that we are everything that we do, our physiology, our biology, you know, it's all rooted in science.
But not sex.
Sex is rooted in science.
All right, fine. Let's move forward. We're gonna move forward. He said he didn't mean it as a perversion, and he doesn't remember the article.
I thought I cleared that up. I thought I cleared that up when I had brought it up. I even left. I don't know whose show it was. I think it was your show. I actually left the links in the chat about it.
I missed it, baby. Thank you for clearing it up for me though. Right now.
Yeah.
So you've been carrying this idea that like I was trying to be on some perverted shit.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
That's going on in
that's how y'all really think.
I just want to see.
It's just a misunderstanding, Joseph. I don't want to say something
That's
personal,
crazy
but
because
it's a
when I was reading the article, it was nothing perverted that came to my mind. It was just something that I found interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Joseph, do you understand why she said that? Because I understand why she's saying it. It's like what led up the conversation that they were having, right? Prior to you bringing that up, it was like, well, why is that relevant to the topic they were having discussion about? And that's why it kind of links to perversion because they were talking about something that was perverted in nature. And you brought children into it. And that's why I was like, oh, which is why the other guy, he dropped off. He's like, I don't want nothing to do with the conversation because, again, the perception of where it could lead up to. Not saying that you could be innocent in all this, but it's like, why bring that taboo? Well, not necessarily taboo. Why bring that part into the discussion?
Man, he ain't never been innocent in a courtroom. What y'all talk about innocent?
Oh, I could show you my paperwork if you want to believe that. And you know what I'm saying? I don't talk to avatars, man. So if you want to talk shit, man, be a man and show your face.
Damn.
Is he
But that's all, Joseph.
Hold on. He talking to the dude who just camped up to do push-ups?
Yes, that's
like I'm scared. Like I'm scared to show my face.
Yes.
Well, do it then. Don't talk about it. Be about it.
Damn.
I just did it, bro. I know you was in jail back there before he let you back up, bro. I just showed my face, bro. I show my face all the time. Everybody, you know who I am.
Do it again. Do it again.
Chopping wood on camera, bro.
Do it again.
You know who I am.
Come on,
Niggas
man.
acting like they don't know who the fuck I am.
You gotta love me, Sharon. You just gotta love me.
Hey, yo, Big West, you gotta reset your browser, bro.
Big West, you gotta drop and come back. You sound crazy. But Joseph, what is it that you want to talk about? You want to talk about the topic, or you just want because you already set me straight. So
no, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I'm just listening. What's up?
I just want to see you do 35 push-ups to show that only the fat dudes are not getting in shape. I want to see that y'all.
You want to see me do 35 push-ups?
Just 35. That's easy. That's light work. Light work.
Yeah. Okay.
Light work.
Okay. Hold on. I'm out in honestly, I'm out in public right now. But you know what? When I take you back to the house, hopefully y'all still on because right now I'm at Chili's right now. So you know what I'm saying. But what I can do, what I could do is I can give you 20. I can give you 25 right now. Then I'll just owe you the 10 later because I'm out in public right now.
I like that. I'll take 25. I'll take 25 since you in public.
God. I don't know how to set my camera up so y'all can see this shit.
I got you put it against the tire. I do it all the time. You put it right against the tire and lean it against the tire. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Let's go.
Yeah, we got you. 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
I can't
Oh, he keep going. He keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, he keep going.
38, 40, 41, 2, 3. Woo!
All right, Joseph.
Okay, Edith, man, he did 43. He pushed out 43.
I'll give him this. At least he broke 90 and came way up. I'll give him that much.
Dang, I got.
Bro, that's nothing, man.
Oh man, hold on, guys.
Shout
We
out
proud
to
of
him.
I
you,
got
Joseph.
duties eight.
God
I
damn it.
got duties eight. I can't let no nigga come over here be looking good in front of PhD like that. Count out my last eight.
Showed
Let
you
me
up
get
in
my
front of
last
Diva,
eight.
God damn it. He showed you up in front of
Brownsville,
Diva.
Brownsville, give me
Not in front of
15 real
PhD.
fast, Brownsville.
Come on, man.
Big West, what you gonna do?
Hello, I got
Oh, they already
Ex-military,
seen Big West do his, baby.
ex-military boxer.
If,
Come on,
if
man.
y'all
Not
ain't
bad
putting
for a
no
40-year-old.
babies,
1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1,
Looking at you.
2, 3, 4,
Hey.
5.
I
He said, don't
love
play with
that.
Hey, PhD, but what did Humpty Dumpty do when he fell off the wall?
Let's go, Big West. No, Big West. Let's
Right,
get
where
them
you at,
push-ups.
Big West?
Yeah, you better
Look,
stop
now
talking.
look, y'all know I crank shit up. You hear me? I'm driving right now. Y'all can see this fade though. Y'all want to see this detail fade though?
No.
Nope.
Y'all want to see this
No,
Lil
fade?
Wayne about to
no,
show you
thank
his
you.
back
No,
pedal,
no, no,
Sharon.
thank you.
Show my nigga
All
Sharon.
right, hold on, D-Town. Hold on. We got a super chat. Go ahead, Diva.
Ed Unchained. That's the strength Joseph hit his grandma with. You know what?
God, so petty. My
Damn,
God.
y'all can't let him live? Damn.
Ed is wild.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Cruel
Let him
and
live.
unusual.
He did something positive. He did something productive today. Let him be. Let him be. He got his animosity about me off his chest. He got some push-ups in. Hey, he's a work in progress. It is what it
Hold
is.
on, who over here saying that that's not real push? My technique needs work. Back
Nah,
straight,
Don't worry
feet
about
locked,
it.
arms
you
locked out.
straight.
Don't
You
worry about it.
straight. You
They
straight.
bugging. They never done a push up in their life.
I did 30 with my baby girl on my back, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, shut,
Whatever,
man. Y'all
D-Town.
leave
Yeah,
Joseph
that's a
alone,
fact.
man.
That's a fact,
Nah, Joseph,
PH.
leave
Don't pull up
Joseph
the
alone.
field.
Joseph came up and y'all scared to do push-ups. Leave Joseph
Damn.
alone.
That is a bar too. At least he ain't afraid to put his face out there. All the nonsense that he might say, at least he put his face on it. Hey, gotta
Bro,
give
how come, bro? You know what's funny? Through all the nonsense that I say, bro,
All right,
nobody
you
has
is
never came up
crispy.
and challenged me, bro. Nobody never wants to have a debate with me.
Hey, Big
Everybody
West,
always try
hold
to
on.
run
Big
from the
West caught
smoke.
a
PH,
moving
you gotta
up.
love me,
Nah,
PH.
hold
Big
on.
West caught
Nobody
is
never
not
want to come up
moving.
and have the smoke with me, man. Everybody always talk about, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about, but when I ask them for a debate, they run like little scared bunny
Joseph,
rabbits.
Joseph, you always lose a debate because you don't have no actual reference points. You just talking and
Are you
we
serious?
yes, you don't have no reference point. You're just going off your underdog of how women treated you wrong.
Nope.
And not of going of what women actually do. So it's a
Nope.
difference between it's the same thing what Pastor tried to do. It's one thing I had a problem with a woman versus I have a problem with women in general.
So the majority of men in the red pill are wrong, huh? So it's just me. So I'm the only one that represents the red pill.
You and everybody else that anybody that's a rim brother that is red pill, incel, or manosphere, y'all are all wrong.
Or we could go back to what Sherelle said earlier. They got a group of men who not men, right? They the forgotten. They haven't met that quota in order to get a woman to treat them right.
That's
or even to get a woman
bullshit.
out. No,
That's a very antagonistic lens that you're looking through. See, the thing is, y'all think there's something wrong with men for speaking the truth. You know what I'm saying? I cannot in good conscience sit back and allow somebody to just run off with the side of their mouth and say these deplorable things about men. And the thing is, women don't really understand men as much as they think they are, because instead of talking to the man right in front of them, they'd rather run to another woman and talk to him.
Well,
That
hold on,
is
but
perfectly
Joseph,
fair.
hold on one
Before you
second.
jump
Hold
in,
on.
E, hold on. Before you jump in, because I want to make sure it's fair, because I believe E is going to be on our side with this one. Big West, I know, is on Joseph's side as well. So I want to make sure that they're not trying to say I'm trying to capitalize on the situation and Big West don't get a chance to talk much. Big West, do you agree with Joseph?
Well, I guess I do.
Yo,
Cruel and
Listen,
unusual. Cruel
listen.
and
A lot of these,
unusual.
I got
a
you.
lot of the
Hold on,
women
y'all. Hold on. Let
nowadays,
me let her read the super
especially
chat
the ones.
first. Hold on.
Okay.
Jabba the Rainbow Boogeyman. Big West, come back when you are no longer driving and able to do at least one push-up higher than that hairline. Damn.
Cruel and
Damn.
unusual.
No, so Joseph, let me ask you this question: do you believe that there's certain women that are not that shouldn't have a man? They don't qualify for a man.
It's fair to say yes, because if there are conditions that are if there are conditions that men have to fulfill in order to be a modicum desirable to a woman, I think that it should be the other way around. You can't be fat, you can't be stupid, you can't be
All right,
lazy. You know
all
what I'm
right,
saying?
cool. Hold on,
Those
we
are the
get
three.
there. Hold on, Joseph. Let's have a conversation. So if
Okay,
it's
cool.
that way for women, wouldn't we agree that it's some men that don't qualify for women?
I said that. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
So what
But
was
the
the
thing is,
pushback when
men
they
bring
said that
more to
some men don't
bring.
qualify for women? They don't qualify. The men
I
don't
know where
qualify.
you're going with this. I answered the question already. I said yes.
Yeah,
There
he
are
answered that.
some men
He
that
the
do not
man. He
qualify,
answered that.
but
He answered
that's
that
not for
already.
me to decide though. That's not for me to decide because there's already, I don't really agree with them, but pickup artists and they have self books and stuff like that to tell you how to be desirable. And you know what I see more in men that I don't see in women is the fact that men are willing to improve just to get a woman who is subpar. You know what
Okay,
I'm saying? Because
So Joseph, let me ask you a question, right? So
yo,
based on that logic you just told us, you said men are willing to approve and women aren't, right? Now the topic for today is men who believe in over sexualizing women, right? The reason
mm-hmm.
why that topic the reason why that topic came to be is because we had a man on a panel, right, who said that it should be fair for men to be able to compliment a woman's sexual organs in the same manner they compliment their smile or their hair, right? So if you find a woman attractive and you trying to pick this woman up, right? Do you believe it should be okay for men to just go up to a woman and say, hey, you got a big booty, a nice booty, or hey, you got some beautiful breasts? Is that the icebreakers that you believe that men should be doing?
No, because there's a such thing called verbal violence, which is under the sexual assault statute that doesn't have any statute of limitations as far as the Me Too movement is concerned. But I don't think that's ideal. That's not ideal, and that's not really game because when you meet the average woman, she's probably had that butt and those breasts ever since she was a teenager. So she's pretty much heard every pickup line and every attempt of game from every man that came across their path just because they're high, because they have those accoutrements to their body. You know what I'm saying? I guess the best thing, in my opinion, in order to get a woman's catch a woman's interest, is to talk about things that you never talked about, that nobody has ever talked about with her.
I just want
Notice
to
things
point
on.
out.
Hello.
I want to
I'm
point
sorry.
out
No,
one thing about
I'm sorry.
Brownsville.
I'm sorry. I got to interrupt just for a moment because I wasn't here, and I heard that PhD would ask Pastor, did he get hit with a charge with hitting his baby mama? And I heard through the chat that he denied it. Now I'm asking Pastor, do I need to go to the stream where you're the one who told us that you hit your baby mama and got in trouble for it, and you blamed her? You blamed her.
Damn.
So I'm just saying, I just don't want nobody to think I'm lying on them. So Pastor told us this. I have the stream, and I will grab it if he's gonna call me a liar. And that's
Yeah,
okay.
that I got that. So I want to point out Brownsville. I hate to say that you right, but this nigga right again. For some reason, when niggas do push-ups, that that energy leaves a little bit and they calm down a little bit because the energy is totally different. The energy is totally different after a
PhD,
couple
when you see him
push-ups.
in chat, you see he's saying he changed his ways, so he's admitting it now. Okay, just want to
Oh,
make sure.
so yeah. So what I want to say is that I think we had this conversation last night, and I tell people is that some people just don't qualify, and I know it hurts. I know we feel like it's an unfair world, but there's some women they gonna be alone, and there's some men that's gonna be alone. And what it really comes down to is everybody don't get nobody, and I think that's the hardest reality that people have to accept, that you might just be by yourself because you don't qualify.
Well, then, well, I would only refute one thing. I don't think that's the hardest thing to accept. I think the hardest thing to accept is yourself in general. I think that's really the hard thing. People are too hard on themselves from decisions that they make and got too many regrets. And you don't have to have regrets. You can just stand on what it is that you know and keep moving. But then some people also have nostalgia issues too. People want to live in nostalgia, trying to capture a moment and keep it forever. Again, that's being delusional. Like I said, I think the biggest challenge, is my opinion, is just yourself. That's all.
Well, no, you got to live with yourself. This idea that people don't accept themselves, I think is not a reality, right? Because you got to live with yourself. That one person you can't escape is yourself. So most people
Yes.
do deal with themselves, or they not here no more. If you know what I
Well,
mean by that. So
well, when I say that, what I'm saying is people like to look for external things to distract. So you can still be here, but you have like boredom. Boredom in itself is a feeling as well. No one wants to feel bored. Again, that's dealing with self. How do you manage boredom? Again, it's all self management. So we still do things to distract from outside ourselves, to be entertained, to look for pleasure and other things. Because again, when you're just dealing with yourself, that's a tough thing to deal with. It's hard to be
All right,
bored. It's hard to be. Sorry, go ahead.
so I got a question. So since Joseph, you are the only unmarried man on this panel right now, do you think you qualify for a woman? Reasons why, or reasons that you don't? What?
Nobody's ever asked me that question. For the most part, I'm kind of surprised myself with the the woman that I locked arms with. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I'm always looking to improve. I'm always looking to educate myself, and I'm always looking to try something new. You know what I'm saying? Qualify? Do I qualify? I'm gonna say yeah, I do qualify for a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm realistic though. Right now,
All right. So build on
let him let him talk.
what is your good qualifications why you are qualified for a woman? What's your good one?
nobody's ever. I don't know because no one's really. I never sat back and really thought about, okay, what do I offer a woman? You know what I'm saying? I've never really thought about that. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing,
let's mine it out in real time. What you think? Like, what do you think? Like, she should choose you because of X, Y, Z.
I don't want to, because I don't want to sound vain. I honestly,
Nah,
man,
sound
like,
vain. This is your chance. We want you to be vain. We want you to be cocky. We want you to be arrogant. Forget all what everybody else talking to. This is the time for you to one up yourself.
bro, I already said that I'm a 2. Yo, I said that I was a 2 last year on Hamp Show. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
So when I mentioned that women aren't choosing men like, certain type of men, and y'all angry, y'all red pill incels, that's true, right? You consider yourself a 2, so she consider you a 0, a minus 2.
No, that's not how that works, lady. That's not how that works. Usually
I'm a woman.
people,
I'm looking at you. You will be a minus 10.
okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
let's
That's your
go through the
opinion, but
list,
that's
Joseph.
rich coming from a woman that sounds like she's 300 pounds. But you
But
know what I'm
even if
saying?
I was
Like,
even to a 300-pound
it
woman,
sound like
you still a minus 10.
that's fine. I don't
Okay.
care. I have other things. I have other things to overcompensate
Jail. You got jail.
for my looks.
Yeah, your jail.
So
Your jail time.
wait.
Okay, so
All
let's
right,
go through the.
let's unpack that real quick, because the first time I heard about gel dick was from a black woman. So I think that y'all actually prefer men that I'm not proud of being in jail. That's not something that, I wave the flag for, carry a flag for. Fuck that gel shit. That shit is overrated, and that kind of thing went out back at the turn of the century. You know what I'm saying? But I hear mostly from black women that this is, the status
Hold
that
on,
I'm
hold on.
so
Let's
called
not
in.
lose it though. Yeah, Joseph.
You know,
Yeah, I
No,
understand.
Joseph,
is what
let's
I
y'all
see
find
understand
if
he want to
attractive.
his
defend himself. Hold on. Let's go
survived the
back.
list. Let's see it because we just did a 10-point list on
Okay.
women, how we screen men out. So let's see if you would stay in or be screened out. So first off, okay, it was crazy hair was number one.
Listen, man. First of all,
No,
I
no, no. It's
haven't been.
just yes and no.
I
It's just
I
yes and
haven't.
no.
I have an appointment
Let's go
next
through
week. I'm
yes
not
or
even.
no before. Hey Joseph, before you explain, let's just go through the yes or no part of
Okay.
the list, and then we could just build on it after. But let's go through the yes or no, and then we build upon the conversation.
Okay.
It's fair. Go
My
Crazy
ahead.
hair.
hair. Yeah.
Well, I seen men with women. I'm sorry, women with men with crazier hairstyles than mine. I don't know if
Is
I
your
want to
hair
keep.
crazy? Yes or no?
Of course, yes. It's been. I haven't
Okay.
had a haircut in 4
So
months.
okay, so crazy hair. Do you have dead eyes, dead or small eyes, or green eyes?
No, I don't. I don't
Okay.
have dead eyes.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna give you that one. Excessive tattoos or facial tattoos?
I
No.
only have one
Okay.
tattoo, and
All
that's
right.
my mom. Ironically, my mom's name is on my arm.
Okay. So you passed that one. Do you have a crazy name? Is Joseph your real name?
Yes, Joseph is my real name.
Okay, so that's not a crazy name, right? That's a good biblical name, right?
Gloctavius.
Right, exactly. Do you have a job, Joseph?
Yes, I do.
All right. Look at Joseph.
I'm working.
Joseph.
I'm working right now. You know what I'm saying? Like the lady I work for, she's in Chili's right now. I have got high blood pressure, so I can't eat that shit no more.
Okay. Uh, do you have a car? That's your car you in?
Nah, my car burned up right before I got locked up. So she's gonna get me another Impala. We
Let's
already talked about
go.
it.
So
Let's
no
Yep.
car.
go.
And
Okay.
No
she
car.
gonna get it. She gonna get him a car.
Right.
Woo.
Amen. No, that's a flex for Joseph. Stop it. Keep going
Do
on the
you
list.
have your own place, Joseph?
Yeah, well, not right now.
Okay.
I lost my apartment when I was locked up. But you should
Okay.
see the house that
That's
she
what
just
she
bought
got.
out here.
We just
That's
ran through
her
the
house.
list. You can explain later. We just ran through the
Okay.
list.
Okay.
Do you have multiple baby mamas?
Nope. No
Okay.
kids.
Okay. We can hear that you can form a coherent sentence.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you passed
Sometimes.
that one.
Sometimes.
All right. And number 10 is, do you have a criminal background? And so we know
Yes,
that
I
you
do.
failed that one. All right. So Joseph, out of the 10-point list, you failed 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. Ladies in the chat, tell us yes or no. Does Joseph qualify for a woman?
I'm gonna put it on. Let me put it. Go ahead, cuz.
And
Yeah,
then
do it as a poll. Do it as a poll.
right.
Does Joseph
So
qualify for a woman?
that's a good question to answer, but also let's just get the elephant out of the room, right? So Joseph, do you believe that it is acceptable for men other than self-defense of their life to physically harm a woman?
Other than that, self-defense. I'm gonna say no because there was a book that I read, you know what I'm saying, called The Elite Way. You know, I know you don't like this guy, but his name is Tariq Nasheed. And he said there was seven levels of disrespect that's going to come to a woman because women, he mentioned though, he used a term called mental gymnastics or mental terrorism that women would try to ingratiate on and put on you, you know, and as a man, you have to remain firm. You have to stand on your square. You got to remain stoic at all times. But if a woman finds out that her words are not affecting you in the way that she likes them to, now she's going to go to that fifth, sixth, and seventh level of violence or try to get somebody to do physical violence to you. So, you
That's
know,
crazy.
at the first point, you know what I'm saying, you have to nip that in the bud.
So have you found yourself in precarious situations to where you were unable to maintain self-control and self-discipline and you
I've
kind of fell victim to the opposite of what you were just saying?
Well, I didn't fall victim to it. It's just basically what I had to do. You know, I had to do it because for the most part, when you look at a man's face, you don't know his heart. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men deal with a lot of shit on the outside and they got to come home and deal with the shit. And the thing is, it's always that inherent fear in the back of their mind that, you know, I'm either going to hurt somebody or somebody's going to hurt me and I'm going to do the rest of my life in prison. So you know what we do? You know what I'm saying? We chill. You know what I'm saying? Until we get to that point where then we become too emotional and then, you know, we act outside the scope of being a man. You know what I'm saying? And I think that is a common theme in a lot of these spaces. These women say the most egregious and the most disrespectful things to men, knowing that if that was the case in their presence, that those words wouldn't have been uttered.
I
You
know,
know what I'm
but
saying?
hold
And a
on.
lot of women.
But let's examine that right there, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
you believe that words coming from a woman that you don't like should be justification for a man to respond in violence?
Yes, because if you look at the American Red Cross manual, one of the general, not the general rules, but one of something that I read that said if you have a patient or somebody that's being irrational and acting out of pocket, is keeping you from actually performing your job up to par. So you're authorized to smack them to get them under control and to get them to
No.
calm down.
So let me correct you. Let me correct you right there, right? So
Right.
there's in America, right now, I don't know about other countries. In
Mm-hmm.
America, right? There's no law or no statute that suggests that words will justify physical violence, right? Not even in law enforcement, right? So what I'm saying is you're incorrect with that, right? So
You asked me for
you're
my
saying,
opinion.
right? I'm asking you for your opinion, but you attempted to
Yeah.
justify it. You attempted to justify it by saying that there was some type of legal statute that substantiated your opinion. So now that you've been faced with evidence that shows that there's no legal statute that would substantiate your opinion in America, do you feel like you should change your opinion?
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Because for the most part, when it comes to this, it's a zero-sum game. You know what I'm saying? Especially for men. You know what I'm saying? Like you honestly, women, children, and the LGBT community are a protected class. No matter what a woman does to you, you really can't do anything and retaliate. You know what I'm saying? So that's a zero-sum game that men
But
we
Joseph,
always
let me stop you right there, right? You said
okay.
another thing that was just totally incorrect. You said that no matter what a woman does to you, there's nothing you can do in retaliation. And that is totally false, right? So the same means that women have to retaliate for wrongdoings are the same means that men have, right? So if a woman is physically harming you, then you could call the police, right? You could call the authorities and press charges, right? In which the same way a woman can do if a man is engaging in that type of behavior. So it's a false narrative within the red pill community, which suggests that for some reason women have extra rights that men don't have. And that's just not the case, right?
That's nope. I'm not gonna let you go there. I'm not gonna let you go there, man, because I was just in a place where over 60, between 60 and 70% are in the men that are in there for a woman calling the police just because she's tired of him. You know what I'm saying? Not because he done anything or threatened to do anything, just because, you know, she just wants him out of the house, putting false charges on people. You know what I'm saying? Exacerbating a situation that, you know, that he ultimately gets blamed for that she caused. You see it on reality shows and like Cops. You know what I'm saying? Do you ever heard of the Duluth model? That actually,
Yes,
that Duluth model came into existence right after OJ. Because
but
what they tried to
Joseph,
convict, hold on, let me finish. What they tried
go
to
ahead.
convict OJ Simpson on was the fact that he was abusing Nicole Brown Simpson, and that wasn't the case. Social work became a big thing. Women's shelters been a good thing, became a big thing. Crime victims' rights fees had become a thing where you actually have to pay your victim once you get out of jail. You know what I'm saying? Just because. You know what I'm
No,
saying? So the same woman. Go
Are
ahead,
you
man.
so
Go
saying
ahead.
Joseph,
OJ wasn't whipping her
you're
ass?
incorrect again.
It
You're
doesn't
incorrect
matter
again,
what we think about
right?
OJ now. OJ's both of them. Everybody that had a part in that case is either dead or old.
Right,
It
but
doesn't
you are
matter.
the
But
one. But
a
Joseph,
lot of things was written into law based on that
right,
because of
but
that OJ Simpson
here's the thing, right?
situation in '95.
So you can't say that OJ doesn't matter because he's gone, and then at the same time bring him up to try to substantiate your argument. That's number one. Now, number two, right? You're totally incorrect to suggest that 60 to 70% of inmates, right, are in there due to false charges, right?
That's
If that were
I
to,
would.
it's Joseph,
Have
let's
you ever
be
been there?
honest about this. Let's be honest about this, Joseph. I know it very well, right? I just tell you that. But let's be
Okay.
honest about it, right? Obviously, when you're in prison and you're in a law library and you're having conversations with these men, right? Everybody in there is gonna say, well, hey, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, right? Because their natural inclination is to find a way out of the prison. So they're not gonna admit to what they've done. Would you concede to that?
I will concede to that. That's why you asked for paperwork.
Right. So what I'm saying, Joseph, right? So we gotta be careful when we online and we're painting false narrative as if DV is not an issue and is only something that's used by women incorrectly to hurt men who are
That's
not being violent, right?
Man, I wish
Because when you
Fantastic was here, so I wish Mr. Fantastic was here, so he could bring up the statistics of men reporting domestic violence situations that are taken seriously, as opposed to women reporting domestic violence that gets taken seriously without even any kind of justification, cause, or evidence.
Because usually
Let's talk
to
about
make an
that.
arrest, hold on, Joseph. So in order to make a arrest for DV, right, you have to have some kind of physical evidence, right? So
That's not true. I just gave you an example, the Duluth model.
I'm telling you how it works, because you need probable cause, right? You need probable cause to make an arrest. And
Have you ever heard of
Joseph, within that probable cause paradigm, right? There's going to be witness statements, and there's also going to be physical evidence, right? That would suggest, yes, a crime was committed, right? So we don't have a problem to where in America where police are just going out into random houses and just arresting men without any physical evidence. No, these men are being arrested because there's evidence that points to them being abusive towards that woman, and vice versa.
Okay, you remember that next time you get pulled over just for being a black person and driving.
Okay, we don't want to turn it.
It's called reasonable suspicion. It's called reasonable suspicion. There's nothing probable.
Can't get arrested.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's keep it. We was having a good back.
Yes, you can.
Hold on, Joseph.
No, listen.
Hold on, cousin Joseph. Hold on. We was having a good conversation, Joseph. Don't get frustrated. Keep it within the conversation. We just having a difficult conversation, but keep it within the conversation. Don't turn it into.
We good.
I understand, but it's starting
so
to get.
Let me correct you
on.
this.
Come on, because I want to make sure he understands that it's elevating towards something that is not a conversation. So he's just having a conversation with you. I understand it's difficult conversation, but have the conversation. I want to get Aaron. Aaron, just jump in when you feel like there's a need to jump in.
Hold on, I gotta
be
go.
mad at me again.
Can we get an update on the poll?
Hold on, no, one second. PhD.
No, either man. Let me correct this real quick.
Let them finish it up, and then we go jump back.
I just want to leave. Go ahead?
So reasonable suspicion, right? That is a term used to detain people, right? No law enforcement officer in the U.S. of A can arrest someone for reasonable suspicion. That's used to detain and to further investigate, right? In order to be arrested, there has to be probable cause, right? So that's we got to be careful when we're having these conversations.
You don't understand the nuance of what I'm saying, and so is the rest of the idiots like Tiffy in there that don't understand what I'm talking about. So they want to call me. They want to say that I have mental health issues or whatever. Why don't you pick up a fucking book? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
All right. Okay.
No. I have to say that because have you ever heard of US 517-806? That's called US versus Wren. They have the Supreme Court gave the police force carte blanche to basically arrest you, detain you, or do whatever they can under the guise of reasonable suspicion.
Hold on 1 second, Joseph. You don't have
Come
to.
on,
This is
man.
something that you need to learn how to. You need to have some discernment. Go ahead, eat a man. We're gonna go with Aaron so he can just calm down a little bit and we can get back to the conversation. He was doing very well. Go ahead,
All right,
E and Aaron.
all right, PhD, but don't try to hurt me, man. I gotta get up out of here. So we gotta exit with these push-ups. How many you want to take me on out of here, man? Don't hurt me now.
We just gonna do 10 out the door.
Yeah. All right, 10 out the door. Let's get these 10 out the door. Out the door.
Lord have mercy.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Whoop whoop.
You did it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Devin D, make sure you go and tell Mr. Rimtastic that the bat signal was called out to him. Go ahead, Aaron.
All right, yeah. 100
Oh.
push-ups a day will change your life and it'll get you a wife. So I need y'all to start doing 100 a day.
Have a good one, E.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Greetings, everyone. Sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, pretty loud.
All right.
We can hear you.
I'll deal with the smallest, I think, issue. So, Supreme Goddess PhD, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks for asking. I take issue with one of the items on your list of your 10 criteria on how to weed out a man. It is the size, color, and expression found within his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have very small, very hazel, very expressionless set of eyes.
I'm a firm believer the eyes are the window to the soul.
So I guess what I'm asking is, how does your criteria weed out a man? Because I technically don't fit the bill for a viable, to be a viable candidate for marriage because of the state of my eyes.
Let me see.
So he got 1 out of the 10.
Right. You got 1. So a woman might take a chance on you. If you look at the poll, several women were willing to take a chance on Joseph, and he fell for the criteria on the list. So
I thought
Oh
this
wow,
list,
I'm supposed to be happy about that.
I thought, Mr. Joseph, if you could excuse me, I thought the list was an absolute list to weed out. This is not a list of criteria to find out what's the best version of. I thought you had to meet all of this to even be considered.
that is the intent. But as you see, there are women who have porous enough standards that they willing to scoop below at the bottom of the trash can and get, that juice that be at the bottom of the dumpster. They willing to take that and try to form a man out of it. So while it's intended to be an all or nothing thing, these women ain't gonna act like that.
So as a constituent ingredient of this dumpster juice,
Wait, I actually got a meeting right now. I'm gonna come back though.
I got you, girl. I got you.
The dumpster juice.
all right,
Aaron.
I'll move on
Have
to
mercy.
Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brownsville.
Okay.
Brownsville, I'm afraid you have failed to reach this young man. You have dropped the ball. Let me show you how it's done, my friend. Joseph, it's very simple. When conversing with a young lady, there's a standard of conversation that must be met, right? If you're a man of your salt, that standard is yours. She can have her standard, and that's fine. And it's up to her to accept you as someone that meets her standard of conversation, but has nothing to do with you. If she doesn't meet your standard of conversation, you attempt to make a correction, and if she doesn't, then you slot her in as beneath you because she's beneath your standards, and you move on. What do you do when you're driving a broken vehicle? You cease driving it. Here's the thing about control and leadership. It doesn't mean you're relegated to keeping a thing going. You also have the control to cease it. You can stop it and you can jettison it from your life. So if a woman cannot speak to you with respect, now here's what does happen. It puts you on the hook for offering the same performance, and not necessarily as a matter of obligation, but as a matter of example. You have to speak to her in a manner where you're setting the example for her as to how you expect to be spoken to. If she fails to meet that criteria, You give her one warning, attempt to make one correction. If she does not make that correction, she is deemed useless merchandise. You know what you do with useless merchandise? It goes in that dumpster with all the juice in the bottom.
Where you sitting?
Damn.
See,
Go ahead, Joseph.
see, that's you're absolutely.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Who just addressed me? Who said where I'm sitting?
Yeah, that was where that would be me. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Bomb Cherry Juice. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Aaron. How you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to have a conversation with Mr. Joseph, if that's okay, uninterrupted.
We're on the panel, but I mean that's up to Sharon. But it's so you're asking me, so you're being courteous to me, like men should be courteous to women, and women should be courteous to men. But the conversation, what you're telling Joseph is that a woman gonna be beneath him. But when you mentioned that he is beneath the woman, right? He should just move on. Everything should be great. He should.
I'm asking for courteous. I'm asking for you to be courteous to me and let me have a conversation with Mr. Joseph. If you wish to address something in the conversation, we can do that. But allow me to finish the conversation first.
You're asking me, and let me think about.
I'm asking you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give it to Sharon. Sharon is up to you. But I'm just saying that was nice of you, though, to ask.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. So we're gonna let Aaron and Joseph have a few minutes. Go ahead.
Now, what you just saw happen was I'm not going. No, wait. I'm not going to reduce myself to any level of conversation that I deem is substandard. And interrupting other people in their conversation is something I deem is substandard. If she didn't agree to not interrupt us, however we got there is inconsequential. After all, this is Sharon's panel. If she wants to run that through Sharon, that's her prerogative. Because at the end of the day, I have still the power to stop the conversation I'm having with anybody on this panel, including you, Mr. Sharon, and Bomb Cherry Juice. So if I've had enough of having a conversation that I deem is substandard, as far as my criteria of a quality conversation, I simply jettison myself from the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And now, as you can see, we're having a conversation with decorum and class amongst two people.
Right.
Your turn.
Honestly, okay. Well, I agree. I agree with everything that you said. The problem is that when I sit back and I listen to a lot of shows, Sharon show, Fatty show, Hamp show, Tommy Sotomayor show, and for the most part, they have a problem with women understanding that men are not pets. We also human beings. And you know, the graciousness, the sensitivity, the intellect that men have in regards to women, I don't honestly, from my experiences and a lot of experience that a lot of men have told me about, they wouldn't give that same grace to a white man in that position. See, women act like automatically come into the fix, automatically come into the mold like they're superior to men anyway. You know what I'm saying? You know, so what? No matter if you reject her or she rejects you, she's always going to have this air of superiority. And the thing is, in the face of her getting rejected by other men, now all of a sudden something wrong with these men for having standards. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, it's just like, when are we going to stop saying, when are these women going to understand that maybe the problem is not the men, maybe the problem is you? They don't think there's anything wrong with them, but you know, we're bastards, we're dogs, we're misogynists. Everything under the sun is wrong with us. We got mental issues. You must be gay. You know, you don't respect women. You know, it's become the conversation is becoming trite and it's becoming very circular. You know what I'm saying? And we're not getting anywhere with it. If there's a thing called accountability and responsibility that every man has to face, whether they like it or not. If you're too fat, you're not desirable to women. You got to get your ass in the gym, get on a diet plan to lose some weight. Being tall, that's of no consequence. You can't really help that. You know what I'm saying? If your mouthpiece is not up to par, you got to get out there and you got to get some experience. You have to learn the game and stuff like that. But here's the thing too. A lot of men elevate themselves and they're constantly dealing with women who reject them right here at the menial level. They're not meeting women where they're at. They're meeting women down here, but these same women that are down here are telling men that are up here that they ain't shit. I have a problem with that.
So, I'm sorry. Are you?
I'm done.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I'm done.
So, no, I'm not going to disagree or push back on a lot of what you're saying, but what I will say is this: women have their own prerogative to be and think whatever it is they want to be and think.
Hold on,
And
hold on, Aaron, 1 second, man. So you said you're not gonna disagree or push back on what he said?
Yeah, I'm shocked on that too.
So hey, put me in a box. Sharon, put me in a box.
Mr. Brownsville, what are you doing? What is this?
You failed, sir.
The conversation's not over.
Here's the thing, no, but he said a lot of crazy things, and you responded and said, I'm not gonna push back or disagree with a lot of what you said. And a lot of what he said was absolutely crazy, right? Number one, Aaron,
okay.
you know, we're living under a patriarchy, right? And the power dynamic within that patriarchy.
Just so you know, I'm not going to entertain this conversation because you rudely interrupted the one between me and Joseph.
Right,
and
but I didn't want
my ability to finish my thought. So you can go ahead and waste your space with whatever you're saying, but I'm not going to dignify it with a response.
Right.
Do what you say you
Joseph in a box.
I wait my turn.
Put Joseph in a box, cuzzo.
Your show, Mr. Sharon.
Now, Joseph, the first thing you said, right? You said that women feel like they're superior, right? You said whether they are rejected by men or whether they reject men, they still come away with those experiences with superiority. Did you say that? Did I hear that correct?
I did say that. Yeah, I did say that.
So my question to you is this, right? Do you realize that we are living under a patriarchy?
No, we're not. No, we're not. It's been a paradigm shift. It's been a paradigm shift. You have
so you're saying the power dynamics, right? The power dynamics have changed and men no longer have more power than women. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I believe that wholeheartedly now, yes.
So it substantiate that.
I substantiated because look at all the rights that they have with the LGBT. You know what? I'm not even going to go there, bro. I already repeated this shit so many times, bro. I'm tired of hearing my own voice.
No, but we're talking about power, right? We're talking about power. So show me, substantiate it by showing me how women are in power or control of substantial systems that govern us.
Can't answer that question.
Right. So you can't substantiate it. So therefore, your argument is irrelevant when it comes to women having a superiority complex. When we know under this system, it's men that have that superiority complex, right? The manosphere started because of that, right? Men were being rejected by women, right? That they felt entitled to. So therefore, through their own rejection anxiety, they decided to start the red pill, the incel, the manosphere, right? Because women were raising their standards and maintaining certain boundaries, right? That excluded degenerate men. And those degenerate men got emotional, felt upset and unheard, right? And they formed a space predicated on a foundation of hating and disrespecting women.
That's bullshit. It wasn't started on the predicate. It wasn't predicated on the disrespect, you know what I'm saying, or the subjugation of women. You know what I'm saying? Now you're going back to the 1920s where we're talking about women's suffrage, where they didn't have any rights and they were deemed as the government as being broodmares and helpmeets, right? They didn't have any rights. I'm talking about a situation now where the arrogance and what's going on with misandry has become to the point where it became so unchecked, where women think that they're men now. They think that they can do what they think that they can do what men do. And they're actually, have you ever seen the Pineapple Show? There are women that have come on there and just reject men just for shits and giggles. And how the incel, and I don't agree with the incel shit, but as far as as far as the red pill thing have started, is basically showing that, listen, men, continue to elevate yourself, continue to stand on your square, do your thing, but have standards too. Don't get with that chick with four kids by 3 different men. Don't get with a chick that has, that has stretch marks and weighs over 185 pounds and 5'2". You know what I'm saying? Don't deal with masculine disrespectful behavior. Basically, all in all, men do not want to date another nigga. That's
So let me
basically
ask you
what
this,
it is.
Joseph. Let me
Okay,
ask you this.
Joseph. You
We don't want to
speaking,
date
Joseph?
another nigga.
Both sides. Everybody, hold on. So I want to ask Joseph a question.
Yeah.
Do you think you was getting leeway with Brownsville or Aaron? Which one you was getting through more?
I actually like this conversation. It needs to be had. You know what I'm
Do
saying? Because
you
women
rather?
have gotten out.
No, you missed what I'm asking. Which person was you feel like you was getting more ground with? Aaron's way of communicating or Brownsville's way of communicating?
I would have to say Brownsville, because he's challenging me to think. He's challenging me to think. You know what I'm saying? Like, Aaron's cool, but I don't really want anybody to agree with me. You know what I'm saying? Because me and Aaron are here. Me and Aaron are here. We already have an understanding. You know what I'm saying? And I like Aaron. He's very wise. He's a sage. You know what I'm saying? But this guy right here, he's challenging me to think. I've never even heard him speak before. To be perfectly honest with you.
Interesting. Okay. Keep it
Right.
keep building.
And the issue that I have, right, with what you're saying is with your complaints about women all revolve around mostly about the way they look, right? But when
No.
when women are,
act.
because you listen, you brought up 5'2", 185 pounds. You brought up stretch marks, right? You brought up superficial things to disqualify women based on looks, right? Whereas what you should be looking at is her value characteristics, behaviors that should have came out first, right? But see, this is why I call for men to recalibrate their value system, right? Because when we only focus on the superficial, that's lust, right? So lust and degeneracy needs to be removed from the top of our value system. Replace it with a supernatural power like God, faith, or whatever you want to call it. I know you're on your dean, right? You started your dean before prison or after prison?
No, I didn't take my shahada yet. I haven't taken my, because the thing is, you have to be pure of mind, and you have to, not engage in self-neglect. And look at me right now, bro. I'm not in the position to take my shahada right now.
What I'm saying is I'm encouraging you to continue walking down that journey, right? Because that is the first step of recalibrating your value system, right? Once you go ahead and walk that path, now you got the number one value you need to have, and then you can add other values underneath that, like honor, integrity, self-reflection, accountability, self-discipline, self-control, right? That will lead you and put you in a position to where you can communicate effectively with men, and most importantly, women, right? Because what you got to understand, Joseph, if a woman is giving you healthy pushback, right? You shouldn't take it personal. You shouldn't get sensitive. You shouldn't get overly emotional about it and think of it as an attack, right? You should look at it as, well, hey, what can I agree on, right? And how can this be beneficial for me in the future, right? But oftentimes we find the low vibrational men who haven't recalibrated their value system, they are not able to have a conversation with Bomb Cherry Juice, right? Because they look at everything Bomb Cherry Juice say as a verbal attack, right? So then they start verbally attacking her and getting emotional, right? And that's how you're losing the stoicism that Tariq Nasheed was talking to you about, right? Because stoicism is the ability to endure pain without complaining, right? So if you don't like how somebody is speaking to you, right, you should be able to stay under control and under emotional balance enough to continue to have the conversation in a respectful manner, right? Because somebody else's standards, no matter how much they lower it, shouldn't change your standards. Do you understand that, Joseph?
Exactly. I understand that 100% agree with you. Women require men, you know what I'm saying, to be a superhero. Be that
Not
stoic
woman.
man.
Hold on. Not
Hold
women
on.
require
Hold on.
men.
This is what women say. Because, you know, the question that I asked last year is that if a man speaks the way that I'm speaking, right, or have spoken, he's being emotional, like a woman, right? But when a woman does it, I'm being masculine, right? And I asked them to define that because that sounds oxymoronic and it sounds like a misnomer to me. So I'm a female because I'm speaking my mind, but when you're doing, you're considered masculine. So if I'm speaking my mind as a man, doesn't that make me masculine in the grand scheme of things?
No. So
Somebody answer
you're
that question.
conflating. So I'm about to answer it, Joseph. You're
Yeah.
conflating two things, right? One is emotional control, emotional balance, and the other revolves around masculinity and femininity, right? So when we're talking about emotional balance, the main thing we're talking about is regulating yourself, right? So when you hear words that you don't agree with, you shouldn't be quick to anger. You shouldn't be quick to just respond just to respond instead of listening and understanding what somebody says and then respond, right? But
I understand.
oftentimes, but we in this conversation, I'm gonna give you a real live example, right? Within this conversation that we was having, and I was talking you the way how men should move and communicate. The first thing you did was you say, well, women are requiring this, right? So you defaulted right back to the woman. And what I'm saying is, no, you gotta have your standards as a man, right? And those standards shouldn't be movable, regardless of the woman, right? Because a woman gonna have her own standards, right? And what you're required to do is maintain your standards, maintain your boundaries, and be able to exist in the world to where you understand you're not in competition with your woman. So you understand that a man shouldn't compare himself to a woman, right? Once you get that down pat, and you understand how to have empathy for a woman and how to lift a woman up instead of putting them down and how to properly communicate with a woman to stimulate her mind, then everything else is going to follow after that. Then you'll have the positive outcomes.
Okay, man, I've done that already. How many times have I came up here and I'm speaking in the tone that I'm speaking now, and I'm giving you resources? Usually, most of the time, when I pop up on shows, I usually have a book or something next to me that I can actually put up on camera and point to. Hey, I just read this. You need to read this. I have a notebook next to me of notes that I have taken down before I come up to debate. And you know what women will tell me? I hate my mama. I'm gay. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm speaking things that are actually quantifiable through statistics and research. They'll tell me that something's wrong. You're not even listening. You want me to have empathy. I feel no empathy for somebody who puts pressure on people and then vilifies them for not being able to stand under the weight. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's very arrogant.
I want you to hold on 1 second, because I think we are at a great productive build right now. And I also wanted to give Aaron a chance if he wants to jump in. It looked like I got you as well, Bomb.
Okay.
I know I seen Aaron. Aaron doesn't usually show expression, and so since I seen Aaron show expression, I want to know if he wanted to jump in at this juncture just to have a quick conversation, just so it gives Joseph some time to reflect on the conversation.
Brownsville need to apologize. That's what he need to do.
Okay, Big West. I asked Aaron.
No, I just found it extraordinary that I failed at the task of reaching Joseph when Brownsville used the same root kind of talking points that I was trying to impart on Joseph, trying to remove him from the mindset of competing with a woman and understanding that he has standards as a man on the way he communicates with women, and women can have their standards as well. There's nothing. It was almost as if did somebody rewind the tape back, except is this like a Brownsville voiceover? So I just found that extraordinary that he used the exact same point that I used, but then said that I'm failing after stopping me from continuing a full thought.
Right. And
Right.
then even
Where's
And,
the,
and, and,
where's the decorum? Where's the standards? That's what I want to know among
right.
men.
So let me respond to that, right? So I listen to you. And yes, we do have similar ways of viewing how a man should move. I do give you that, right? The problem is when Joseph mentioned that women have a superiority complex, and when he was going in that direction, I expected you to immediately correct him and say, no, if me and you are both men and we're having a conversation about how men should move, should the first thing that we should be talking about is how a woman is dictating how a man should move?
Your expectations have no place in a conversation between two men, me and Joseph.
Thank you. That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's a fact, bro.
No, but we're
Bomb Cherry, you jumped in because it panders to you.
Hold on, Joseph. Let them have the same respect that everybody was giving when you and Aaron was talking, when you and Browns was talking. Let them have it. These are grown men. Let them have a strong conversation. These men are capable of having conversation. Please.
So first of all, Aaron,
I wasn't done with him yet.
First of all, all right, I'm gonna apologize, right? If you felt disrespected, that I interjected and interrupted your conversation, right? That was not my intention. My intention was not to make you feel a certain way, right? What my intention was to correct him in real time from spreading and painting false narratives about women, because we allow it to happen all too often on these panels, to where men will say some slick stuff about women, right? And then we just gloss over it because we men, right? Even though we disagree with it, even though we know it ain't true, right? Even though it's painting women in a bad light that isn't correct, right? We'll gloss over it just to further the conversation. Me personally, I think that that's when we become disingenuous.
Do you know what I was going to say next? Do you know what corrections I was going to see? Here's the thing. I think you're imparting your standard of communication on me and expecting me, once again, to follow your standard of communication. You don't know what I was going to say next. So you're now making judgments on incomplete information. When your best plan, your best course of action would at least be to find out what my entire thought is going to be. You don't know what thought process I'm setting up. You don't know how I set ducks up to knock them down. But
That's
just because
correct.
I'm not setting ducks up that are in a way where it's conducive for you to shoot at them doesn't mean you get to go and level all the ducks and start all over with a conversation between two other people. I don't think that is a good example of decorum. I don't think it's a good example of discipline. I think it's you jumped the gun. There's no discipline, there's no patience, and there's no forward thinking there.
Right. And the issue is, you're correct about me not knowing what you was gonna say next, right? Because what you said first was egregious, right? What you said first was, I agree, and I don't have any pushback for most of what you said, when everything he said was egregious, right?
No.
So
no, that's gaslighting.
When that happens within a conversation on a panel, right? And you got other men who are interjecting and interrupting, Aaron, but since they're on your side, you don't feel slighted, right? You don't feel like you need to correct them, right?
I'm just
Let's
correcting.
let's be consistent. Let's be consistent with how we're feeling about how conversations are happening on panels, right? Because I interjected on you, right? And then you felt disrespected and you said it was bad decorum, right? But Big West, he has the ability to interject and interrupt, right? But not one time did you correct Big West and say, hey, stay out of this conversation until it's your time to speak. So why aren't we being consistent in that way?
No, I'll address Big West in a minute. But
I gotta go.
You gotta remember something. I have a noise gate on here. There's certain things I can hear and I can't hear. And you must admit, they're not being as consistent with their interjections. I mean, even I look for an in where I'll open my mouth and I'll try to say something, right? And I'll cut it short. But you formulate entire sentences to bully your way into the conversation, and no one has done that yet. No one has gone beyond maybe a comma, where you move through 3 or 4 periods on your way into a conversation. Now, going back to what you said before, your opinion on what he said does not give you carte blanche to interrupt the conversation, simply because I said I'm not going to push back on a lot of what you're saying. Even if you think all of it is egregious, that's your opinion. And you don't know where I'm going to go with that. I might go to a place that completely shuts down his entire argument, but I'm setting him up to not gaslight him, because I might understand that one person may experience one thing. And if you know anything about science, it only takes one event to disprove a fact.
Right.
So I'm not
And so
interested.
you're
I'm not
saying,
finished. I am not finished.
okay, I thought you would stop. Okay.
But now, see, that was appropriate. Do you see how you just got a couple of words out and then you stopped rather than going and moving through? So that is exactly what Big West was doing. He wasn't going through entire paragraphs. So as I'm saying, your best course of action would have been to at least let me get the full thought. Because what I notice about your communication style is you try to impart your beliefs, your logic, not your logic, because that doesn't belong to people, but your line of thinking onto other people by force. I tend not to do that. I try to listen, and if you notice, the words I choose are very strategically chosen, surgically. I try to listen to people and their full thoughts with an objective approach. I divorce myself of my allegiance to my thought when I listen to people, because I have to be ready to make a change just in case the thought I'm hanging on to is to be deemed improper. So I approach everything with an objective and a fair, and I let them finish, and I don't impart my own opinion on what they're saying until they're done. And that's how I have a conversation. But for you to impart your beliefs and opinion on something before I even finish and then interject, and I don't feel disrespected. You didn't call me out my name. I just think it was inappropriate, improper, and it lacked decorum that I expect gentlemen to have. It just lacked discipline. That's all. It's not a slight on me. It's a slight on you, my friend.
Okay. So you done?
I am.
Okay. So let me ask you this, Aaron. Is there any time that you're having a conversation with anyone where it's appropriate to interject or interrupt?
Yeah, I would imagine that would exist. Yeah, sure.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes. Can I readily come up with one? No. But to answer your question, yes. Is there a time where that's appropriate? I'm sure.
Right. And during those times, you would agree that it's subjective, right?
No, I can't fully agree to that, because, like I said, I can't readily come up with an example. So I mean, that could be the case, but it doesn't have to be.
No, but I asked you a specific question, right?
I know you did.
I says, do you agree that there are appropriate times in a conversation where interjection and interruption is appropriate? You said yes.
Yes, I know. Right? I said that. Yeah.
Right. So my next question was, during those times when you interject and interrupt, the times that you find appropriate to do so, is it subjective? Yes or no?
Not exclusively, no.
So you're saying it's objective?
It can be subjective or objective. It's a case by case scenario. You're not going to pigeonhole me into an answer when there's potential. See what I'm saying? So I have an open mind, so I'm accepting possibilities that are beyond my scope of vision.
Right. So the reason why I ask you those questions is so that you can concede that even though I interjected and interrupted, that doesn't mean that it wasn't an appropriate time to do so. Right? Because you just conceded that sometimes in conversations, interjections and interruptions are appropriate. Now, the reason why I found it appropriate, once again, Aaron, is because you said out of your own mouth, hey, I'm not going to push back on most of what you said. And I agree with most of what you said, even though most of what he said was completely egregious, right? When he talked about the superiority complex and he talked about a whole bunch of other things blaming women, right? You're a man. He's a man. Y'all having a conversation about how men should move. Yet, when he speaks, it's all about women. right? And maybe you don't think that that's inappropriate. Maybe you think that that's good decorum, but sir, I don't, right? Because under my experience, when men are having conversations about how men are moving, women seldom come up, right? Women are seldom blamed, right? Because we're talking about the issues and responsibilities and duties and how men should react and respond. Specifically, in this conversation, Aaron, we were talking about should a man have the right or ability to physically discipline a woman just based upon her words. Are you familiar that that's the conversation we was having?
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with what he said after the fact, because I had moved. The way I had taken the conversation, I had moved away from that.
Facts.
Right, and that was the first problem. That was
nowhere
but I
in the
wasn't done.
picture.
I wasn't done, Aaron. I wasn't done.
Oh, you
done.
asked
I
the
just wanted
question,
to
so
clarify
go
that.
ahead.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Right. So we know the premise of the conversation between me and Joseph was how men should move and react towards a woman in regards to her utilizing harsh words and how a man should respond. Right. So understanding that premise, right? Also understanding that when you were engaging in conversations with him, the only thing he was doing was blaming women, and everything was about what a woman is doing, right? And you wasn't putting him in a position to concede that what he was saying was totally wrong, right? Number one, as a man, besides a man defending his life, there's no reason why a man should put his hand on a woman, especially if a woman is just utilizing words on a man, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to address, and you're filling this up, so I'm losing sight of previous things. So you can please move with. Please move.
Moderator, can we have a period, please?
Foregone conclusion. You can assume that.
Oh wow.
What's going on?
Girl.
No, that's what I'm saying. I expect.
I have a lot to deal
All right,
with.
so let Aaron get a little space because he said he got a lot of things he want to address in between. Let him get a little space.
Forgive me, my memory is not taking it from the top. You
Aaron,
said
those
that
lines make you a degenerate. That's it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
PH. Now you stay over there. Your Honor, can my defendant get?
He's not even laughing. Lighten up, Aaron.
Let Aaron. Go ahead.
Women irritating.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Brownsville. Initially, you said you have your standard of communicating, and I have mine, and that you felt it was appropriate, and I didn't. So what did I do? I said I'm not going to dignify that as a response because I felt it wasn't appropriate. Because you feel it's appropriate, that's fine. But that's part of the lesson I was trying to impart on Joseph. You don't have to communicate with people that don't meet your level of your standard of communication. It is your duty to therefore jettison yourself from the conversation, which is what I did. But to sit here and say that you have a standard of communication and you operate on that, that's fine. I don't have to agree with that. Right? So that was an example of how to properly approach when you're faced with those circumstances. And you said after that, because you
right.
I didn't agree with anything.
Right. So what I'm saying is you're talking about how to handle the ways you respond to communication, right?
No.
Joseph specifically, but listen, before you interacted with Joseph, he had already stipulated that his ideology suggests that if a woman gets out of line with verbal communication, at that juncture, at that point, a man has a right to physically discipline her.
I got you. Okay, so
right.
Let me take it from there. Let me take it from there. I don't agree that that's the case, and that's exactly where I was headed to before you cut me off.
But why didn't you address that first?
Because I'm me and you're you, and we communicate differently, and you have to accept that.
So
Just like you're saying, Joseph has to accept women communicate differently, and that he can't by force impose his standard on communication on women other than ceasing the communication. You neither can you cannot do the same.
But you
You're
know
asking me
verbal
why I
is
didn't
different
do
from
that.
physical, right?
If you really want to know the answer, you would have just let me continue, because that's where you would have gotten the answer. Why did I arrive at the conclusion I arrived at that moment? But that's not the path you took. You took the path of usurping the conversation out of my hands between me and another man and injecting your line of thinking.
My
If you
lawyer is
genuinely
too
wanted
good.
the answer to that question, you would have let the conversation take its natural course.
Right. So do you believe I was utilizing force against you?
No, you usurped the conversation. You interjected your way in, knowing that I would leave the. I'm not. I just said it to him what I would do if you don't meet my standard. I'm out of here. And then you did something that you knew wouldn't meet my standard, which took me out of there. And I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is, if you really wanted to answer to your question, you would have let the natural the conversation take its natural course. And you didn't.
Right. And I understand you felt that way, right? But I'm conscious of the audience, right? So when the audience hears Joseph, number one, say that it's okay to physically harm women due to their verbal attacks, right? And then
that's not what he said.
That's what he said.
All right, pause. Everybody
That's
pause.
not what he said.
I think so. So what I think is this. So because at first y'all was getting good headway. Now we just having a conversation about the conversation. So, but I want to say that is a good way to show that how two men that strongly believe their positions was able to articulate, disagree very strongly, and still have decorum and respect for one another. It was a great performance of men having conversation with men. So I just want to applaud y'all, give both of y'all flowers on that. Both parties still on a point. One man even apologized for overstepping any kind of bound that possibly could have turned it to something else. And I think y'all did a masterful job. It wound up turning into a conversation about the conversation. But before then, it was absolutely a great conversation about two men having disagreements. So I just want to applaud y'all and give y'all flowers.
Oops. I'm not muted.
No, you're not muted. No, hold on. Let me get since I got the beautiful PhD diva back. You there?
I'm here.
Good
All
job,
right.
Big Aaron. Good job, brother.
Easy Money Jones. What does qualify for a person mean?
Interesting.
Ed Unchained. I don't offer women shit. I'm a 0.
Damn.
The Dating Pool Roast Reactions. I would love to see the success rate of this philosophy. I can't think this overt hostility works for women at any time. Ed Unchained. Joseph is a gilf hunter. Grandma, I'd like to fight.
Oh, shit.
It ain't
That's
shit.
crazy.
Natasha Vincent. Wonderful range of manhood on today's panel. Much appreciated, gentlemen. Keep leveling each other up.
It really was. And it goes to show that we can have verbal discourse without it being some messy craziness. We can have great conversations, disagree and agree, even have the same framework of thinking, but still have different ways to get to the same point of view. Because Aaron and Brownsville point was pretty much going into the same direction. So it was interesting. I also thought it was very interesting that because I thought when I asked Joseph, I thought he was going to say he liked Aaron's line of communication more than what Brownsville's was, because so it was just very interesting to see that the audience was liking how Aaron was communicating with Joseph, but Joseph himself liked the way how Brownsville was communicating with him. And it was so interesting to see the difference of conflicts. You just never know what the actual individual might respond to more. It was so interesting for me personally.
Was Brownsville more combative with Joseph?
Absolutely.
Okay, but that's the thing. Like, abusers speak the language of abuse, right? So they like that stuff. They seek that type of stuff out. But I was wondering, what did the final poll show in terms of Joseph? What did the ladies determine?
It was 72% no.
Okay, but it's still okay. So what? 28% women said yes. That's crazy.
It probably was men.
It could have been some men. You never know.
Right.
Oh, well, yeah, it could. It could. Okay, so I'm gonna say that those were men, but that's just not the way to say this poll is for women.
28% with men. Oh man.
Well, just that's weird though. But okay.
But it was getting some ground. I think Aaron in Brownsville really did help out Joseph today, to be honest with you. I think he did attempt some self-reflection within this conversation, where it's going to help him for the long run. I don't know. Clearly he's going to have way more conversations, right, with men that actually had the results, like Aaron and Brownsville.
Well, I have something to say about the two styles, right? Because one of them was like somebody said in the chat, some men repackage their dislike for women. But when a man says things that was so terrible about women that yes, he feels like he can hit them, and another guy said, well, I'm not going to even touch that. I'm not going to even talk about that at all. I kind of even agree with you to a degree. Isn't that's kind of like him saying, well, I agree with how you feel about women. And so when Brownsville came in and said, well, hey, brother, that's where you failed. You were supposed to tell him that's wrong. And that's why when you see us women jump in, right? When you see us women jumping in, is because we're like, hey, aren't you supposed to tell him that that's wrong? Instead of telling you agree.
Right. Wow. But can I? So that takes us back to number 2 on the list. They got them small, dead, hazel eyes. I told you, it really is to weed folks out. Hey, do not mess with the list. The list don't miss.
Oh boy. The list don't miss.
But I think I appreciate having conversations with men like Aaron, right? Because I like that Aaron, the way he communicates, I think is awesome, right? However, our styles differentiate because of the nature of my upbringing and my experience in my line of work. I have a very aggressive style of communicating, right? And I think a lot of men, specifically men who are in this space, they have more of a passive aggressive style of communicating, right? So when I find something that's egregious, somebody say something egregious, in my head, I'm thinking, no, we gotta address that immediately. Let's not just let that breathe. You know what I'm saying? Let's not build up to addressing it. No, let's address it head on, right? And I think Aaron is more, well, I'm going to build up, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to build up to the point to where I can address it in a way that's more palatable to him, right? So it's like what Aaron wants to do, in my opinion, is yes, he wants Joseph to undergo self-reflection, but however, he still wants Joseph to, I guess, have a certain sense that yes, but he's still right. Me, I don't feel that way at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind just being more assertive and aggressive, telling you that you're wrong, and let's have a conversation about you recalibrating your value system. Because if you think that it's okay in any fashion that you need to put your hands on a woman, that's a no-go. And we don't even need to, elaborate on that. You need to stop that remedial rhetoric, change that ideology, and let's move forward in a more positive and productive way as men, right? I don't got to coddle you. I don't got to handle you with soft gloves at that point. No, you're wrong, and let's move on to something else.
I seem like everyone to
Yeah, I don't like. It seems like I'm getting painted as a person that agrees with the idea that we should exact violence against women, because that nowhere in the conversation did that happen. What he said was at that particular moment was that there are women that move in this world with a sense of entitlement, and that there's this expectation on men to change, and that same expectation is not being placed on women. That is when I said I'm not going to disagree with all of that, because I'm not going to sit here, because I've seen that with my own eyes. Does it happen in the majority? No, I don't believe it does. But I've seen personally circumstances where what he said fits the bill. But nowhere in that part of the conversation were we talking about physical abuse being perpetrated against women. I am vehemently and 100% against that unless it is in defense of life and limb.
Perfect.
So to say that I agree with that is 100% incorrect.
Perfect.
I need my name to go clear from here from that.
And before anybody else jump in, guess Supreme Goddess.
All right. Jabba the Rainbow Boogeyman at Sharon Bracy. I feel like that could have been some men comment with shade towards me. And no, I did not vote. Stick to your long and strong English cucumber, sir.
What? He's a mess. Also, go ahead. I know Bond wanted to jump in, and I know Sherelle, she hopped on because she has something to say as well. So go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to simply say, because I did say that the conversation was about him hitting women. Somebody asked him, do he think that a woman talking to him could force him to violence with them? And he said yes, and he explained why. So maybe, I don't think he was up here, Aaron, at the time. Maybe, I'm not sure. Can't remember that. But that's where this conversation was.
Fair. Go ahead, Sherelle. You wanna respond?
No, I was just saying if that's the case, that's fine, but that's not the conversation I was having. So I can't be held accountable or responsible for something that happened in a conversation that I was not a part of. That's all.
Perfect. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Okay, hey, I just want to say a really good show today. I think even though we had like discourse, you had discourse earlier, it never like went to like an all-out beef or brawl. And I think that people should stop beefing over here because you're vegan, you know? You don't even like beef. You don't even eat beef. So I just think people should stop beefing over here because when they're not beefing, it's actually like just really a good show. So I just wanted to give you your flowers. I also wanted to I don't believe that people change that often. I do believe that people can mature from who they already are. They can grow from that. So this whole overnight change thing, I'm like, everybody's reluctant to believe that. I do understand that some people were missing certain things in childhood, so that made their growth kind of stagnant. But we don't even have grace for women who had children young who may not have had guidance. We don't have grace for women who were raised in these single parent homes just like these single parent raised men who you think it probably had an effect on her if it had effect on the men. We don't have any grace for the women. We should just throw them all away for the mistakes that they've made. But when it comes to men who hit women and go to jail, we have so much grace and belief that they can change and grow them. So it's like if those type of men want grace, because we tend to babyfy overgrown ass men in this space. Continue to give them grace, continue to give them understanding, continue to try to grow them. But those are the loudest ones. Those particular men that we're trying to give grace are the ones who are reluctant to give grace to women who are younger than them, who may have been through worse scenarios than them in life, who have bad outcomes just because they had lack of guidance. So the same way they want grace, they need to realize you need to give everybody grace because everybody can benefit at whatever age from love and kindness. So maybe y'all should start leading with more love and kindness and respect for everybody, especially since y'all clearly be the ones that need it in the first place. So I just want them to pay attention to stuff like that. Like Joseph wants people to understand that, okay, we're just going to forgive you for being a woman beater. We're going to forgive you for just getting out of jail. And our woman is taking care of you. But yet you're like literally one of the men in this space who speaks and disrespects women the most. The same way we got the 10 good men, we got 10 bad ones. And Joseph is at the top of that list. Number 2 on the list. So you can't be a part of that list. And then when you get up here, we're literally showing you grace and trying to understand what you've been through and still trying to grow you at 40 years old.
Damn.
So I just want us to pay attention to that as a YouTube community, how we always have so much grace for him and Jay Prince and Dark Lake and all of these men. We have so much grace for them. But when it comes to the me, the PhD divas, the Venuses, the women who are actually don't have kids, aren't baby mamas, aren't any of these, but because we speak our mind and we're strong women and we stand up for ourselves, we're the worst women in the space. We're getting demonized the most, even though we don't have the results of all the negative stuff that they would say. We get demonized the most. But we ain't in jail. We never been in jail. We're not beating men. We're not having kids. We're not messing up the community. But when they look at us, we get no grace. Besides, we got to come to the 10 great men to get grace. But the majority of all the men are going to root for the mediocrity that these men bring, the disrespect that they bring. And even us, even PhD, but even me, even Venus, we even show them grace. But where's that in the opposite return?
I agree 100%. And while you up here, I want everybody here, I apologize to Sherelle. Listening to her today, I think it was my first time really listening to her. I want to learn more about some of the things she said because I don't know, about the religion thing. But I do want to apologize to you, Sherelle.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, sis.
So, ladies, no more grace for these niggas, right? Apply the list and then cut the deck. Apply the list and cut the deck.
Yes, because the men do want to give grace to these men and think that they could change them. But that man hit his grandmother. He was in jail for beating a woman. Like, why are these men want to have manly conversations with him?
Right. And I think what Sherelle said, I mean, it was beautiful. We got to clip that, you know what I'm saying, and replay it, because that is my overarching point in the conversation with Aaron and why I interjected and interrupted his conversation with Joseph, right? Because I'm cognizant of the fact that what Sherelle's saying is absolutely 100% true, right? These women aren't given grace, right? These women aren't being defended or protected by men,
me.
by men who say that they're for women. Yet, when a guy who comes up on a panel who has a reputation, right? We still, as men, prefer to handle them with kid gloves. And I say no, right? We don't got to handle them with kid gloves. We could push back on them. We don't have to tell them, listen, I agree with you. No, I disagree, right? You need to change your remedial rhetoric, right? We can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more stern in our communication and conversation, because sometimes that's going to be the only thing that they understand, as PhD Diva said, right? If they only stand aggressiveness, then that's how we have to handle them, right? And yes, everybody deserves grace, right? But let's apply it fairly, right? When we start seeing Bomb Cherry Juice getting grace, PhD Diva getting grace, The Sherelle Show getting grace, MJ getting grace, The Voice of Venus getting grace, right? When we start seeing that, by and large, panel to panel, that these queens are getting grace, that's when I can hear brothers like Aaron get up and say, well, hey, let's handle these men with kid gloves and let's give them grace and let's try to understand the way they think.
I have a question. You say, good girl. So you say that as if to say, I don't give women grace.
Did you hear me say that?
No, no. I'm asking for clarification, because when you open, say everything you just said again, but be concise. You said that I shouldn't give grace because men don't give women grace.
No. Did you hear what
So
the
why
Sherelle Show said?
I heard everything she said. I'm talking to you though.
Right. And I spoke directly after her. So if you remember everything she said, then you should have remembered everything I said too.
No, I don't want to make assumptions. I'm not leaning Brownsville. I'm asking for clarity.
Right.
I'm
And
interested in
I'm
the
telling you, if
conversation.
you
Can
didn't
you
hear me say,
provide the clarity? Can you
yes.
provide the clarity that I'm asking
I
for?
said I did not say that. I did not say Aaron doesn't give grace to women. What I said is men in general, by and large, in this space, as the Sherelle Show, greatly articulated.
Don't.
Majority of men aren't giving these ladies grace,
My
even
question.
though they haven't committed none of the egregious behaviors that these men have been accused of.
So here's my question. What stops me from giving anyone grace based on your standards, to include Joseph?
Listen,
why am I being held to the shortcomings of men that don't give women grace when I give women grace? Why am I wrong for giving grace to whom I choose to give grace to?
right. And that's that same mentality was back in slavery, right? The good slave owners, they had that same exact mentality. They'll say, well, if I'm treating the slaves correctly, then why should I join your cause of freedom just because these other slave owners are mistreating the slaves, right?
That's not
Either you're recognizing that the women are being disproportionately mistreated, right? Or you don't, right? And if you do recognize it, right, either you're going to speak out against it, right, or stay silent, right? But either one will speak to your character or concern.
You're comparing an apple to a cashew or a duck. What
No,
you
I'm
specifically said,
comparing what's real.
what you specifically said when you started was that you didn't agree with the way I was communicating with Joseph, the position I took before I even got to finish it. And then you leveraged the idea that men don't give women grace to support your disagreeing with the way I opened that line of communication with Joseph. That was the connection that was made. Here's the thing. You still, to this moment, don't know what my intention was, nor how I planned on executing it, on why I opened the. You're so stuck on me going, oh, I'm not going to push back on that entirely, which isn't even an absolute. You don't know what I'm going to push back on, or what. There might have been 1% of that I wasn't going to push back on, and 99% was getting ready to get decimated. But you didn't have the forethought or discipline to let it play out. And now you're sitting there saying that. Do you understand? Have you ever read The Art of War? Do you know what deception can do? You're essentially you're probably your most effective slave at getting out of the plantation, because he's the one that's going to lull the fucking slave owner to sleep. And now we can really, rather than try to go out the front door by force, lull this guy to sleep, and now everybody can walk out the back door. But you didn't let it play out. That's the point that I'm making. You can't pin these indictments to me like lack of grace. I agree that women don't get the grace they deserve. I'm a champion of look. I'm a stepfather of 2, and a father of 1 biologically. You understand? So the way I treat Joseph, you can't attach that to the other thing.
Well, can I say something? Or y'all two going? It's up to y'all. Because go ahead, Joseph. Did he freeze?
No, go ahead, Bob. He said they both said it's okay. You could jump in.
Oh, okay. I think he froze. But what I was saying, Aaron, I'm gonna ask you a question because I did jump in earlier, and then when Sharon put me next to you and we was talking, do you think that was disrespectful? Like you did it in a certain way, but you don't think that what you tried to do with me as a woman was disrespectful?
No, you would have to give me precisely what it was that was done. I was not intending to be disrespectful.
Oh, okay.
I would like, if you felt disrespected, I'm open to hearing why, and I'll apologize for it. But no, I don't see what was.
You brushed it off like, oh, you a woman, and like you told me I interrupted, even though Sharon put me in the box with you. Like I was placed there, which meant that the owner of the channel put me there, right? And then you asked me, like I thought we were about to have a conversation, and then you went on to tell me how I interrupted you. Sounds like you have an issue with being interrupted. I get that, right? But you make a big deal like it got so big, and then you because I'm a woman, I guess I get to be disrespected by you.
No, ma'am. No. Because I did the same thing with Brownsville. I treated the same circumstance with the same. I did the exact same, and I even told him. I said, "Now here's where I'm going to jettison left of the conversation and not take part in it whatsoever." He's a man, so no, I don't see any individual biased treatment.
No. At least with him, you had a conversation with him, and with me, you kind of was like, "Yeah, no." You like when we were there, you were like, "Hey, can I ask you a question? Can I continue to have the conversation with so and so and so and so?" So I kind of felt like that little slight, where some of you men think that you above even speaking to a woman at all.
Well,
and I think what she's talking
I can.
about, Aaron, it's more of that you attempt to use her interjection as a form of example of how to treat.
Yes, that's precisely what it was, Bomb Cherry. And if you feel disrespected, I'll apologize for that. That wasn't my intention. But that's also why I treated you with more delicacy than I treated Brownsville, and why I even asked, "Are you willing to do this for me? Can you?" You know what I mean? Whereas him, I'm like, I expect better from you, and if you don't supply that, I'm out of here. Where with you, I'm like, well, would you mind giving me a minute? Can I have this conversation? You know what I mean? That's why I asked. I wasn't being passive aggressive, and I can see how you can interpret that as such, because that does exist in this space. That's not how I operate. I operate very consistently when it comes to the realm of decorum and respect. So no, my intentions were very sound and pure. That's why I presented it the way I did.
Okay.
But no disrespect intended, and I apologize that you feel disrespect. Maybe there's something I could have done a little more cleanly. I'm sure, and if I look at it in retrospect and play it back, I probably will identify something I could have done more cleanly. But no, that wasn't my intention.
Okay.
I got a question for Sharon, because Bomb was touching on this earlier, but it made me think. Do you think a man could be a good man but a bad mate?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay, so what I pick up in this space, the overarching point of it, because I believe that too, right? Like he could be a good man and a bad mate. I don't think men in this space, the majority of men in this space, believe that we could be good women if we're not wives, because they think and believe that a woman's goodness is determined by an attachment to a man. So if they'll say if she can't cook, she's a bad woman. If she can't clean up after a man, she's a bad woman. If she can't keep a man, she's a bad woman. But why would my goodness be determined by my compatibility with another person if we don't do that to men? Like, a man is a good man by the works that he does, his intentions, what he produces into the world. Why isn't a woman goodness also based off that? Instead of her ability to attach to a man or a good man.
That is a very interesting point. Joseph, you having some internet connection issues, I guess because you outside of where you at. But that is a very interesting point. And this goes with the whole theme of what we just been speaking about, the grace part as well. We're not willing to say, hey, this woman is a dope woman. She's a great woman just because she is possibly combative, because that's the word that they try to pigeonhole y'all to. If a woman speak up her mind, she ain't a good woman. She's supposed to be shut up, fuck me, and silent, and all that other bullshit. It is a very interesting point. Like I had a conversation not too long ago. I said if I was dealing with a woman that couldn't cook or clean, only thing I would ask for that woman to do is find another way for her to feed us. So you're gonna have to hire a chef. You're gonna have to hire a maid, preferably with a big butt in Spanish. They don't speak no English. Fine, that's what we have to do, because you have to substitute whatever. That doesn't make that person a bad woman because she can't cook or clean. And they do pigeonhole women to that. And we got to give more grace for women to be a full woman. Just because she just take off 2 points doesn't mean that she's not a full human being. Same way how Aaron just got one attribute on the list that don't miss, it doesn't mean that he's overall a bad man. And Joseph got 4 points on the list that don't miss.
Can I say this really quick? Because some guy named Sway in the chat tried to make it seem like I was being a victim. I was having a conversation with a grown man. I'm a grown woman. He's a man. I asked the question. He gave me the answer, and that was it. We're not arguing, but I think some of these men want me to be the aggressor because I can be if I have to be. But I didn't. Aaron, did you take me as being aggressive towards you when I asked the question?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Thank you.
That's
So-
another interesting point. This is where we get with the confusion part, right? Saying the same way how I thought Joseph would have picked Aaron as the better communicator style for him to have the conversation. He chose Brownsville. And the same way how people are perceiving Bomb Cherry as aggressive towards Aaron, Aaron he doesn't mind directness. So for him, it wasn't rude or aggressive, or he just looked at I want direct communication. Tell me what's your problem with me, and I could address it, and we could just move on. That's how Aaron likes to deal with it. So it's very interesting to see all these different perspectives on the same conversation in the same situation. It's beautiful. Go ahead, PH Diva, and I'm gonna let Aaron address it as well. Go ahead, Diva, if you're there. Terry with the 199. Don't build them, correct them. Sway produced with the 499. Aaron, you going to go crazy trying to reason with crazy people. Anyone with level 1 or 6 thinking can't comprehend and communicate on level 7 and 9 thinking. Interesting. You want to respond to anything that's been going on, Aaron, with the level 9, level 7s, and
No, I mean, I get it, but that's the thing. And to Bomb Cherry's, I guess, credit, that's one of the reasons why I say I like to give everyone grace because, I can see why someone would think she was being aggressive, even though I don't. And I don't think she's being aggressive because I know, like I said, what the world shows us, what the world can potentially have shown her, and how how she could potentially misinterpret what I was saying and doing. Because there is a lot of passive aggressiveness in the world. So it's easy to misjudge. That's all right. And that's not an indictment on her. And I don't take it as an indictment. But that's the kind of grace that I offer people. And that's the kind of objectivity that I see circumstances with. I don't just run around. I'm interested in the build, not the tear down. And I understand that you have to take paint off of the wood to put new paint on. But I'm not trying to sand away material from the wood.
Can I say this really quickly?
I'm abundance minded. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, I'm sorry. I was saying we about the same age. We in the same, probably same. Are you Gen X? Because I don't want to assume.
I'm 43.
Okay. Oh, you're
April of 81. Yeah.
But you sound mature, right? You sound mature.
Well, I'm saying what you saying. I'm 43 too. What I sound?
No, you sound mature too, but I was talking to him in the moment. he sound mature. Like he sounds like somebody with a lot of knowledge and like, you know what I mean? I'm listening to him. And so that's why, but I asked you up front. I was like, hey, this is how I felt. So I asked you about it. You cleared it up and you didn't see me. I didn't get nasty. I'm like, okay, I can accept that. But other people are taking it as I was being facetious. I wasn't, or I was being rude. What's wrong with asking a person up front? Y'all, this generation say y'all like people being honest and up front. Back in the day, I wouldn't have said nothing. I would have been just like the little lady and let the man say what he want to say and just. But now we're communicating.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
You wanted clarity. I understood the need for it. It was given and accepted. There was no. I think the back and forth between you and I was actually pretty textbook.
I'm gonna start, Bon Trev. You gonna make me jealous. Well, I'm about to bring up somebody very beautiful. He's always gracing us with great commentary. Welcome to the show, the beautiful, unlikely.
Stop playing.
Beautiful. Lee, you are so beautiful.
I know I'm an extremely beautiful man. Like, but stop playing. What's up, everybody? Except Aaron. I don't know that nigga. And Joseph. Yo, let me ask y'all a question.
Oh shit.
Yo, so
you got muted.
That's God. That was God.
Deserve a second.
You smile a little bit, brother. It's some jokes being thrown around because that's what we do up here. But I think people taking you serious. But maybe you're not the type to smile, so I apologize.
That's what that's a good
That man
thing.
might
That
be
means
listening
that
to
Hold on,
you.
hold
when I did, so I want to say this. Earlier today, I did get Aaron to
my
laugh
mic
and
low.
smile yesterday, so I really feel good about that. That means I'm actually funny. That I got Aaron to crack a smile and actually laugh. I feel very great about it because he does not gives out laughs and smiles very often, so I feel great about that. So
Maybe that's just up here. Aaron, do you smile and laugh a lot in your regular life, your offline life?
No,
What?
I actually have a reputation for being very expressionless. I don't know.
he got those dead eyes.
Yeah, hey, the list. But Aaron,
I don't miss.
You know they're joking about the eye, right, Aaron?
Yo, could I say something? Could y'all hear me?
laughing
we can hear you now.
has all types of
All right.
positive benefits for you, sir.
Yeah, it does. Yo, I'm just trying to figure out, are we trying to change Joseph?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
So,
no.
okay.
Y'all going
Damn,
wrong.
I
Y'all
just
going
said
wrong
one
there.
thing.
Yes.
Nigga can't say nothing on these panels. Yo, so okay, so we should we try to change P. Diddy too? You think P. Diddy could change too, you guys?
Not yet, because we're not sure if Diddy is actually sorry. Joseph seemed like he is sorry. He's willing to put in some work. It seemed like, at least on today's show, he went from angry to willing to have a conversation, back to angry, willing to have a conversation. So he is in between his old thinking, and so since we are challenging his new form of thinking of how he's processing everything in real time. So I believe, to be honest with you, I believe Joseph want to be a better human being every day. He just have some fails.
No, I'm not saying if he's not a human being. I'm talking about towards
Hold
women.
on.
His mindset.
I'm standing
towards
right
women.
here. Why don't you ask me? I'm standing right here.
God,
Hold
bro.
on,
What the fuck are y'all doing, bro? Like, you don't speak for me, Aaron. I mean, not Aaron. I'm sorry, Aaron. Deron, you don't speak for me, bro. I'm standing right here, bro. Like, I'm not your project. What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
You are. What do you mean?
No, you're not. No, I'm not. I'm not your project, bro.
Because you have a
I don't need a
different form of
father, bro. My
thinking.
father's dead.
See, now you adding too many things. I never want to be
No,
your
bro,
goddamn
that's how you
daddy.
coming
I didn't
off
say
like,
I
you know
was-
what I'm saying?
I
Like
didn't
I'm a
say I
lost
was
cause
your
that need to be
daddy,
brought back
but
to the
at
light or
same
something.
time,
I
at the
definitely
same
think you're a
time,
lost
it
cause.
is no. It is
Well, then,
nothing
I
wrong.
think you're in the
It is
bestiality.
nothing wrong. Hold on.
That's
It is
cool.
nothing wrong with me.
Yeah, that's
being your
cool, huh?
I'd rather be cool with bestiality than punching my grandma in the face, you weak ass nigga.
Okay.
Did we hit the 6 hour? Oh, that's
Yeah,
fine.
okay. Bitch ass nigga. You'd have did
I
that
was
shit
trying to
in
figure
front
it
of me.
out. We
You'd
hit
have
the
never
6 hour
rose.
mark, so that's
I'd
what
have shot your dumb ass.
Okay. Sounds good on the internet.
Bruh, stop punching women. How about that? How about you stop karate chopping women, bro? And stop defending this dude. The fuck, this dude 40 years old, just got out of fucking jail, and y'all sitting here trying to have some heart-to-heart with this nigga about women. He don't give a fuck about women.
Bro, why don't you cam up, bro? Stop hiding behind an
Man, I
avatar,
ain't
bro.
camming
Address
up,
me
nigga.
man to man,
Nigga,
bro.
Shut up. Anyway,
Joseph, when was the last
shit
time
is-
you got into a fight with a man?
it's crazy that this the dude that y'all be sitting here trying to have
Last month.
conversation about
Okay,
women
so
to
you
this
just-
dude.
Hold
He
on,
don't like
hold on,
women.
hold on.
God
So
damn.
I'll fight
so
you.
gotta-
How about
hold
it?
on.
Y'all
I'll
trying
fight
to put
you.
a woman back in this
I'll
nigga's
fight you,
vicinity.
bro.
That's what y'all trying to
hold
do.
on.
I'll fight
Hold
you.
on. I understand we at the 6 hour mark, but hold on. Let's still attempt to have it.
Unlikely, man. You need to
we
mind your mouth, bro, because this is not what you want over here,
Man,
bro.
shut up. You be
Hold
punching
on.
grandmas, bro. I'll
Okay,
smack
hold
the
on.
shit out
Okay.
you.
And I'll punch
Okay,
you.
hold on.
How
Okay,
about that?
hold on.
Numerous.
Both of y'all, hold on. Y'all gotta understand this. I already allowed it to go past the 6 hour mark. I cannot do any what's it called? Editing. So y'all gonna have to have some kind of decorum. I understand y'all have a completely on different planets on the spectrum of what is going on in the past few. However, let's attempt to have a conversation. I understand you don't want to have a conversation with a so-called woman beater. I get that. However, for other people to understand what is going on in the world and be able to recognize another man like this when he walks up, because he don't walk up and say, hey, hello, how you doing? I'm a woman beater. Actually, if we go by Diva's list, I only got 4 on the list. I ain't that bad. So what I'm saying is just attempt to have a conversation so we can teach from all of our mistakes. That's what we need to learn how to do, is teach through our mistakes. Please attempt to.
Bye, Aaron.
Adios, bid you all adieu. I love you all. Take care of yourselves. Be
Have a
well.
good one, Aaron. Nice
Thank
to
And
meet
you.
just for
Thank you,
All right.
Aaron.
clarification,
Appreciate
if
you.
you
Okay.
miss one on the list, you out of there. You supposed to be, right? So it's bad.
She say,
I don't want.
eye of that.
Damn, Bees, what the fuck?
God damn. So now, so just because I don't want to be your daddy doesn't mean that I can't be your big brother. And you need an ass whooping, and it is okay. So I'm gonna have to give you a verbal ass whooping. So you mean to tell me you had a fight when you was in prison 1 month ago?
I wasn't in prison. I was in jail. This is different.
Okay,
What
so
you
you
was
had
in
a
jail
fight.
for?
You had a fight in jail 1 month ago.
How you going to jail at 40?
Hold on, anything's possible. So you had a fight in jail with a man.
Are
A
you
month
into
ago?
animals? You can't get a woman?
Okay, fine. We're not going to address that.
I've been with my
insult.
girl for
We're
almost
not going
5
to address
years.
that assault. We're not
And she
going to
hates
address
your
it.
light-skinned ass.
We're
What
not
is this,
gonna-
beige
okay.
rage?
So again,
Nah, you just punched the
hold
grandma,
on.
so I
Okay,
just
for
hate
both
it.
of
Like,
It's not
so for
beige.
both of y'all, again, we are past 6 hours, so y'all missed your mark for want to just have an egregious show. We are having a regular show today.
We were civilized the whole time, man.
Right? You should have did it the other way around.
He
I don't
called
have
me
to
out.
curse. I don't have to curse.
Bro, I don't
And
address
I
this
understand. I
clown.
understand. But I
you
don't
calling
want
somebody a
so-
clown, but you
so
I
hitting
what I'm
don't
women.
this
saying is
clown
for
cake, man.
both
This
of y'all,
light-skinned dude, man,
But
with
you
his hair,
hit women.
with
But
his
you
hair
hit
pinned up
women.
looking like a pineapple, bro. Yo, I
Oh,
think
what?
you
So
a
you gonna
secret. I
hit
think
me
you a
too?
secret gay dude.
All right,
I think you a
hit
secret
me.
gay dude.
Come hit me.
I'm gonna slap the smile up your
I
face,
will.
Big West.
I will.
You wouldn't
What you
even
gonna do?
hit
You
me.
gonna pull your little bitch ass 38 on me? You gonna pull
wouldn't
your
even.
little bitch ass 22 on me?
See,
You
this
wouldn't
is
even
what
Bro,
I'm
hit
I
a
hit
saying.
you
gay
with
dude.
I hit you with a
Too
3-piece
busy
and a
hitting
biscuit before you even
grandmas.
pull that little shit out.
See,
But
this
you
is what I'm
punched the
talking
grandma.
about.
Bro, how many
Fellas,
times I gotta tell your stupid
fellas,
light skinned ass that I was a kid when that
fellas.
happened and she was abusing me,
Oh, now
dumbass.
you're a colorist. So not only are you a domestic violence piece of shit, but you also a colorist.
Bro,
Let's
you
look
too
at the
light
fuck.
to be talking
Colorism
tough
only
like that,
applies
bro.
to
You too
dark
light skinned,
people.
bro, and you too short,
Hold
and you too
on.
small, bro. You too
Hold
small to be
on.
talking like that. You talk to
Hold
that to
on.
your kid. You talk like that
I'm
to your
taller
kids,
than
not to
you.
me.
You gotta watch the Dark Ones. What you was
Okay,
talking
Go back
well
to
then that
jail,
just gives
bro.
me more shit to beat on then. That
Bro,
just
go
gives me
back to
more shit
jail,
to beat
bro.
on.
Go your ass
All
back to
right, I
jail, bro.
will. Once I put
We
hands
don't
on you,
need
I
you
will go
free.
back to jail.
We don't need you free, bro.
And
Go
we
back
don't
to jail.
and we don't need you
All right,
around
hold on.
animals.
My
And we
whole
don't need you around
on.
animals.
Hold
my
on,
whole
you
argument,
crazy
my whole argument.
asses.
Yo,
Hold
look,
on.
at the end of the
Hold
day,
on,
you
Lee.
really
Hold on.
did
Hold
this
on.
stuff in real life.
Hold
You just
on,
talking
Lee.
about
Did you do your damn
hypotheticals that I
push-ups
said
today?
based off of
Because
fear factor joke.
I heard if you do some push-ups,
Hey
you're gonna
man,
have all this
perception
goddamn
is
blood.
reality according.
I heard if you do some of these push-ups, you gotta Joseph bust out 35 push-ups, Lee, on camera, Lee. Hey Lee, you're gonna have to
Where you
master
at, Lee?
35. You gotta master
Man,
35
I'm not
on
trying to
camera,
meet
Lee.
none of this motherfucker expectations. Fuck him.
Okay, so
Bro,
also we
bro,
had
it's not an
Eda Man
expectation, bro.
Williams.
It's a challenge. It's an
We also had Eda Man Williams. He pushed out. How many he pushed out? He pushed out 45, 10.
I did 45.
Yeah, he
I
did
did
45. He
45.
Okay,
did 25.
Joseph did
And then he
45.
did
Eda
like
Man did
30
about
something.
what?
30.
50, 70?
Yeah. Maybe like
So
60.
unlike Lee.
I ain't in no push-up mood right now, man. I already worked out today. I ain't in no
Yeah,
push-up
man.
mood
You,
right now.
yo,
I'm
you in
listening
a
to this
dog,
woman
cat, horse
beater.
mood. That's what you in.
I'm listening to this.
He
I'm
is
listening
not.
to
Hold
this.
on, Joseph. He's not Haitian. What are you talking about?
You know what?
I'm listening to this woman beater, and it's just disgusting just hearing y'all trying to get more women around this weird ass nigga.
So no, we are not trying
That
to get
y'all
more.
is y'all trying to change this nigga so some woman could try to think that he a good man, he a piece of shit. He need to address every woman saying, "I punched my grandma in the face. Nice to meet you, weak ass
No,
nigga."
so that's not what we're trying to do because we are
I
having a
was.
conversation about that. You can
Can you count to women?
hold on, you breaking up again. Hold on, you breaking up. So we was having a conversation that he could turn into a good man. It doesn't make him all of a sudden dateable again. But we can turn him into a good man. We're not necessarily saying we could turn him into a
At
dateable
40,
man.
is this a joke? At 40 years old, you could change somebody
Dateable?
now?
No.
Not dateable, but we could change him into a good, productive human
No,
being in
y'all,
society, but just probably
y'all
not dateable.
cannot. I've already said I'm not your fucking project, bro. What part of that don't y'all understand? I'm not your fucking
So you don't
project.
want
I'm
to
your
be
own
dateable?
man. I'm not up here for y'all to give me advice and to try to change me. I'm willing to have a conversation with anybody that got some sense. But if y'all trying to come up here to see to sun me and to get views, then this conversation is going to go it's going to end real quick. You
Go
know what
to
I'm
that
saying? I'm
barber
not
you
Jay
was
Prince,
talking
bro.
about.
I'm telling you, I'm not Jay Prince. Sharon, I got your phone number, bro. I'm not Jay Prince, bro. I'm not a
But what I'm saying,
caricature.
so what I'm saying is this: that Jay Prince has
You a
not been
woman
convicted
beater.
of a crime in the last month, right? So
You're
you
a
cannot
faggot.
use him. Stop using that word, please. Don't do that again. This is the second
Don't
time you
call
did
me a
it.
woman beater, bro, because you know we on the internet,
you are
right? You
a
know if I
woman
call my lawyer,
beater.
I can sue you for libel. I can sue you for
Please,
slander, right?
please come sue me.
I
You
can
are a
sue you for
woman
slander,
beater.
right? You keep calling me that, right?
Lee. I didn't call you that. Did I just call you
No,
that?
I'm just putting it out there.
I said
Anybody
what
else
I
that
said.
calls
Hold
me that, bro,
on.
you will
Hold
be
on.
hearing
What
from
I
a lawyer.
said exactly. Hold on. What I said
How you
exactly.
gonna find the person?
What I said exactly to you.
Living
So
out
Come
of house
on, man. You
halfway.
serious, Bomb Cherry? Shut up.
That wasn't Bomb Cherry.
That
You
wasn't
just
Bomb
Anybody can be
Cherry.
found.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. But
Joseph.
so how you gonna go
Well,
about doing it?
if y'all think,
You gotta
since
serve
y'all
the
so
person.
beautiful and everything, and y'all talk about what y'all got, how come y'all always never cam up? I don't know.
you mention
But
my name?
We don't want to be seen by women beaters. They don't want to be seen by a man that just
So
hits women. That's why.
man, shut up. Dead ass. Shut up. Because nobody's talking to you.
All right.
Hey
So
man, you told these stories, not me.
so Joseph.
But I'm in the ring.
Okay. So again, he's
This motherfucker on a chain gang, and y'all trying to help him. He out there on a fucking chain gang. Don't know internet. Y'all trying to help this piece of shit. I hope a woman never come next to this piece of shit.
not on the chain gang, man.
Straight piece of shit. Every time you come around, I'm violating you.
Right.
Talking about you punched your grandma. Fuck you, bro. What?
Okay, well, violate them horses that you be talking about.
I'll
You know what I'm
violate
saying?
them
That's
shits
more of your
too,
strong
nigga. Give
suit.
me
Not trying to
500 million.
violate
I'll
me.
violate them shits too. You ain't saying nothing. Y'all think y'all hurting, bro?
You ain't saying nothing that hasn't been said already.
You have
haven't
done.
been said already, bro. We can
Okay.
call Hamp, bro. We can do this in the ring, bro. Because I'm not with all this talking, bro.
Fuck
Because you
him.
want to end up
Fuck
just
that
like you
fight,
want to end up
nigga.
just like everybody
Y'all
else
go
that
fight
talk
for
shit
no
on me.
money. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't gonna go fight for no
Hold on.
money, you
Don't
dumbass
mute me.
niggas.
We have
Fuck you
5
talking about?
Gs
Let me
on the
go
line,
fight for
bro.
no money. Let me pull up just to what? Show Hamp I can fight. You gay ass niggas. Give a fuck about going to go chill with
You talking like
none
you
of you
can
niggas.
though. You talking
Bruh,
like you
listen,
can though.
you
Do
talk like
something
you
about
beat
it,
women
bro.
up.
You know what I'm saying?
Talk
You
like
could
you
meet
beat
me. I'm an
women up,
hour
bro.
outside of Pittsburgh, bro, with a
I'm not
mansion right
beating
across
you
the street.
nowhere. See, you ain't got no life. You just proving it. Why would I go meet you? I'm
I'm
living
at,
in
bro.
Villa
First of
Loca.
all,
What are you talking
where
about?
are you at? You can't even show where you at. I'm an hour outside of Pittsburgh, bro, in a fucking mansion across the street working.
Is there
What
a
are you
woman
doing
within
besides
100?
on here talking shit about me?
All right,
That's
so
the
that's a
fucking
good.
house right there. That's the house right
So
there.
why you not in it? Why you walking
50
around?
because I'm smoking, you dumb motherfucker.
Oh yeah, you
All right,
can't smoke
hold
in the
on,
house,
Lee.
but
Hold
you
on,
be
Lee.
smoking
Let's
in
ask
that
them.
basement though.
I don't smoke in the house, bro.
You smoke.
Bro,
You
you
was
know what?
smoking in
Sometimes
the
you gotta stun
basement.
on
We
niggas. You
saw.
want me to show you?
Oh,
You want me
this
to show
guy's
you
a
how I'm
straight
living right
liar,
now?
bro.
You
Straight
want to show
liar,
you
bro.
how I'm living
This
right
all
now,
you
fresh out of
smoking in the
jail?
Hold on,
basement.
y'all. Hold on,
Playing a video
hold
game
on,
every day
hold
on
on,
Hemp
Bomb. What's
Show.
that you playing, Bomb?
And you know what? And you know what I be doing when I be playing
Okay,
that
hold
video
on.
game? Making money.
Y'all don't listen. Hold on.
Hold
What's
on,
that?
hold on. You know what I'm doing when
Hold
I'm playing?
on, hold on. You hold on. What you playing, Bomb?
I'm
That's
making
when
money on
women,
Twitch, bro.
I said hold on. What you
yeah.
said, Bomb?
This is when these men approach their grandmother, beat them up.
But don't show no violence. I don't want to. Don't. Yeah, I don't
No,
want to see
nobody
no.
gonna get hit. Nobody gonna get hit.
Okay. So, all right. So now, Joseph, what do you do for work?
Play video games.
I play video. I have a Twitch stream, and I work as a veterinarian technician for a multi-millionaire.
Hold on.
That's the reason why I'm up here in
Hold
these
on.
fucking
No,
mountains where
don't
you
just start
wherever the
rambling.
fuck you
Hold
at.
on. So hold on. Are you telling me that you putting your hands up cows and you over here got the nerve to talk about lead with animals?
What are you talking about, bro? All I do is just take them and give them shots and stuff like that and make sure that they're okay. What we do is we take in sick, abandoned, neglected dogs and we give them forever homes. That's what we do. Right now we have 16 of them. She gets a lot of money for doing this.
But you just said you're a multimillionaire. So how did you become a
I didn't say that shit. I
multimillionaire?
said she's a multi-millionaire. I
You
said I
did
work
say
for a
I'm.
multi.
Did I hear that? I
No,
was
he's
on
saying
the
that
recording?
he said he lived in a multi-million-dollar house that she bought,
No.
that she's taking care of him, and she also started a business of taking care of dogs, which is the case of why she's taking care of him.
I've been doing this shit since
basically
last
you her
year.
puppy.
I'm about to become certified as soon as I finish the next 3 months of school.
Okay. Certified what?
Veterinarian technician. I'm in school for it right now, online.
You are
at Rutgers.
Lie about everything.
Rutgers School of Health.
Dude's lie. How you just get out of jail and now all of a sudden a millionaire woman done took your ghetto ass in, and you talk about women this way. I don't believe a word you fucking say, sir.
Okay, you don't
You
have
even
to
know how to
believe it,
treat a
bro. You don't
woman
have to believe it.
solid
You don't. I
enough
don't,
for her
bro.
to
I'm not
trust
here
you.
to
Look how you
validate myself
talk.
to you, bro. Everybody's
How you
seen it.
talk. You just
Everybody's
chose
seen
to.
it
You
except.
just started telling us this shit. We don't give a fuck about what you do.
Hold on, let's
Okay,
have a
well then
conversation.
don't,
Hold
because
on,
I don't
let's
care
have
about
the.
what you think about
Hold
what I
on,
do and not,
y'all.
because I show
Hold
what I do
on.
and you don't.
Hold on. So hold on. So
You've
you
never
saying
showed
that?
us that you were at a veterinarian's doctor. You just be lying. When have you showed me or anybody that you was in a vet's
Okay,
fucking
all right,
doctor's
action.
office?
All right, you can you know
Let's
what
get
you
a
could do,
some real
Sharon.
questions.
You
Sharon,
just
next
said
time
you
I come
showed
to
it though.
Jersey, I'm gonna bring you out here and I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you my bank accounts. I'm gonna show you
Nah,
the
we
lady.
don't need
I'm gonna
all
show
that.
you the lady in the house right now. I'm gonna show you the dogs that we have. I'm gonna show you her other house in the Poconos, because I was at that fucking house back in March, chilling.
Is this your girlfriend?
This is not my girlfriend. This is my boss. This is my
So you
manager.
live with your boss.
I
Yeah,
lost my apartment. No, I didn't live with her. I worked 24 hours around the clock. I had my own apartment. I got locked up. I lost that apartment.
I
Right
know that.
now,
Right now. I'm talking about right now. Right now, you live with your boss?
I don't
yes.
live with her. No, I don't.
But
Whoa.
you just said, see, you keep. Go ahead, Sharon.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Hold on. So the lady that owns that house, do you not live in that house?
I don't live in that house. No, I don't. I don't live in this house. You know what I'm saying?
So why did you just use it as a flex
Okay,
and show it to us like, yo, I'm in this big ass
Because
mansion?
I have access to it anytime I want. She's
Okay,
going back
so
to Jersey.
okay,
I could come up here. I could stay up here as long as the fuck I want. It's not my house,
At
but I
your
can stay
boss
in. I
house?
got keys
Show
and
us the house.
everything to it.
okay,
Show us the house.
hold on. So what you saying? So you live in the garage, you live in the shack, it's shed. What
Are
is
you
it that
serious, bro? You are you serious? That house got 5 bedrooms. Why would I live in a fucking garage?
okay, so which one is it? So are you living in the house? Are you living
I
somewhere?
can, but I'm not. It's too far
Okay, so
away.
where are
I'm
you? All right, so
outside
where
of
are you?
Pittsburgh. I live in New
Understood.
Jersey.
He said he got access
Understood.
to
So I'm
Walmart.
asking you a direct question. Where do you live at then? If you don't mind answering.
I don't
It's up
live
to
with
you.
her. That's all you need to know.
Okay, fine. That's
I don't
fair.
live with her.
Okay, fine.
So
So go ahead. Hold on. I gotta play the damn song for this one.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
You okay? Okay. Just FYI.
What does it matter, bro? All y'all motherfuckers up here, especially the dudes up here, bro. Y'all
Hold on. We reading super chat. Hold on.
show us where y'all. Nah, fuck that super chat.
Hold on. No, you can't say fuck the super chat.
Nah, fuck the super chat.
No, you cannot say fuck the super chat.
Rutgers don't have no vet tech program. Nevertheless, stepping back, Jack, disengaged and in the awayosphere. Great topic. Question. When a woman dresses sexy, is she signaling with her apparel that she wants to be sexualized? If not, why wear something that's sexy and not something that is classy or cute? Sexy means evoking sexual desire. What kind of attention will she get?
So I think this is a good question, and they kind of direct us back into the topic, right?
Right. He must not have been watching the show. Stepping back, Jack. I wasn't here. Clearly, sir. Clearly.
So I think it's a fair question, because that's why I got the whole Method Man situation, because he was on the Tamron Hall show, right? Did you see it, Supreme Goddess?
I did not.
And she was up on that stage talking to Method Man, and she was acting just like PhD. She said, well, let me see, take off your shirt. She was over there sexualizing the poor Method Man, and he was all being all shy. He said, well, Tamron, I don't want to be looked at as no lustful sex object. I'm a man. I'm a human first.
That's what he said?
Huh?
That's what he said?
Yeah, he said, I don't want to be always lustful. And then she said, but look at she did, you know what she did? She pulled a podcast. She pulled up on the screen. She turned around. She said, well, isn't that you at the Usher concert with your shirt off?
Not the Usher concert.
He was at the Usher. He took off his shirt at the Usher concert that happened in Brooklyn. And so she said, wasn't that you? Isn't that sexy? He's like, yes. However, I am proud of all the things that I built up by going to the gym. However, I don't want to be looked as that at all times. Right now,
Hold on, Sharon, real quick. Let me address this bitch. Let me address this bitch that's talking about. that Rutgers don't have no veterinarian program. They have a school of dentistry. They have a medical school. You can look up the fucking address. It's right on Bergen Street, right in Newark.
Right, but the thing is,
They have a
honey,
veterinarian
that
technician program. You dumb bitch. What the fuck are you
And
talking
see
about?
the
Look, now
thing,
she a
and
dumb
see
bitch,
how
nigga. You a
I
dumb
called him a
bitch.
lie, and now
Suck
he
my
Weak
dick,
ass
go
nigga.
off deep end. But
I
this
bet
is
you
the
like
thing:
that.
a
Weird ass nigga. That's why
I
you
know
keep going
you.
back to
hold
prison.
on, a veterinarian
Nasty ass.
program. A veterinarian program is different from a medical program. No
Right.
No, it's
veterinarian
not.
program is held in a
Hold
medical
on.
school, honey. They're
I
always
just
separate.
didn't I
They're
just say that Rutgers
always
have a
separate,
medical school? Didn't I just say that?
right?
Didn't
And
I
I
just say
just
that? You're
Hold
not
on.
listening.
Hold on. We
no,
heard you. Don't
you're not
repeat yourself.
listening
Hold
because I
on.
said you're never going to find a vet school that's inside of a medical school, right? The programs are
She's
always
fucking
separate,
stupid.
right?
Look
No,
it
no,
up.
no.
Lord have
They're
I
mercy. Let
said
her
always
finish.
separate,
Rutgers
Hold on.
Medical
right?
School.
Hold
And
on. Let her finish,
Rutgers
and then you
may
be in a
have a
rebuttal.
veterinarian program, but you do not become the program to become a veterinarian technician is not in your doctor of veterinary science school, right?
It's
Those
not
are
a vet.
typically
I'm not going to get a
those
doctorate.
are typically in community colleges. Absolutely, you're not going to be a doctor. But that's
I
why I'm
never
telling
said
you,
that.
Rutgers, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Rutgers don't have no vet tech program
They
here.
have a
No,
medical
they
school
don't.
and they have a school of health under the same
But that ain't no vet tech program in no school of health science, sweetie pie.
I didn't say a school of science. I said a school of health. I said the
Yeah,
medical school right on Bergen
vet
Street.
tech program is not going to be in the school of health, sweetie
Look,
pie.
just look it up. Just look it
No,
up
I
because
did
I'm
look
in
it
it.
up. This is why I'm telling you this because it didn't sound right when you said it. So I went and looked it up, right? And as a matter of fact, I went as far as to look up which schools have veterinarian technician programs in New Jersey. Rutgers never came up. It was 3 community colleges that
It's
came
not a
up.
community college.
Okay.
It's not even an extension of Rutgers. It's Rutgers.
Right, and
It's
that's what
not
I'm
an
telling you.
extension of
Rutgers
Rutgers.
don't have a vet tech program,
Yes,
baby.
they do.
No, they
Okay,
don't.
so
Bro,
Joseph,
you
so
lying,
here's
bro. I don't
this
know
is
why
what
y'all
you are
trying.
missing, Joseph. Joseph, we are not going to say that you are not in a vet tech program. However, it is from an online community college where it's not even credited.
How's community college not accredited? First of
We're
all,
not saying
how's that not an
community college
accredited
is not.
program?
We're not saying community college is not. We're saying the one that you are part of is not.
I'm just saying, how's the
Because
community
maybe
college
it
not an
spell.
accredited?
All
So,
I'm saying is
so
this.
everybody
Maybe,
else, so everybody that goes to 2-year schools, the associate's degree don't mean anything because it's so-called not
PhD, sir.
accredited because
The
it's at a community
question is,
college.
PhD,
no, don't leave. Don't go
Community
nowhere.
colleges
So
are
what I'm saying
accredited.
is this. So maybe
You just said it wasn't accredited.
Maybe what I'm saying is this. Maybe it's pronounced Rutgers, but it's probably spelled differently.
That's funny.
guys, what y'all not
That's a
understanding.
technical. It's a technical degree. It's not like a BS or
Yo, you
BA
get it.
or even a
Right.
PhD or MD or.
Okay, let's say if he's right. Let's say if he's right, guys. At the end of the day, when they ask him that question, have you been convicted of a crime? What are you gonna respond there, sir?
I'm not a felon. I'm not a felon, so it doesn't matter. I'm not a felon.
Okay. Have you been convicted
So
of a crime?
I've been convicted of a crime, but I don't have to put that down because it's not a felon. It's not a felony what I got convicted for.
Okay, so he was convicted
Didn't
of
I
a
did I
misdemeanor.
come up here and say that my lawyer had it reduced down to a misdemeanor? I said that before. So shut the fuck up.
So you got away with hitting a woman. Congratulations, sir.
I didn't get away with shit. You know how much money I had to fucking spend?
Well, you said it was a felony, right? You putting your hands on a woman.
This nigga's dumb.
And just
I swear to
because they
God,
got
this
pushed
nigga's
down
dumb.
to a misdemeanor, I'm just saying, congratulations. That's all I said to you.
Nah, fuck your congratulations, bitch.
Yeah, yo, go back in that 5-bedroom mansion, man. Spark that cannoli up, bro. Stop being scared.
I don't
Tony
smoke indoors,
Golden,
bro. I don't smoke
what
indoors.
was that link
You
supposed to
a
tell us
liar.
that you put in the back chat, Tony?
I only
What was
smoke
that link
indoors
supposed to
at
tell us?
lounges, bro. I don't smoke in houses, bro. That's dumb as fuck, and that's ghetto. Stupid.
Sir, you used to be on Hamp Show inside of a basement smoking. Like, why are you doing this to yourself? That's like so crazy that you just forgot that we used to see you in the house smoking.
Bro, that was in the garage. That was in the basement with the garage extension to it, bro. I never smoked in the house. I've never smoked in the actual house. Most of the
Tony
time,
Golden.
I'm literally sitting right next to the garage with the garage door open. What the fuck, dumbass?
Niggas can't
Okay, so
read.
that big
Somebody put
5-bedroom
something in the
mansion
back.
doesn't have a
Girl, do
garage
you
that
see
you
what
can
they
smoke
put in the
I'm
back?
not smoking
Girl, that's
in there, bro.
ridiculous,
For
girl. They
what?
can't read
Well,
workers.
bro,
Right.
you the one that made it seem like you
Right.
you
So
pointed
now,
at the house and
because
said, "I live in a
Rutgers
5-bedroom mansion."
offers veterinary services, they think that that's a veterinarian technician program. No, it
You
says that
have to
they
be a vet.
offer,
You
you
have
can
to listen,
consult with their
PhD. But you have to be
veterinarian. That's not a
in
vet
order
tech
to give
program. That means that
in
they
order to
offer
give insulin, you
consultative
have to be
services.
certified. You have to be certified in
You don't
order
know
to
what
give
you
Nigga,
don't
insulin.
they
care what you
don't have a
saying.
school there for vet tech.
Now you're in real trouble, Joseph, because hold on. Go ahead, PhD, man.
Stepping back, Jack, disengaged and in the awayosphere. No, you're right. It just showed up. This is a topic I really want to debate with an intelligent woman, but I'm doing a double shift, so I can only give my 5 cents and bounce. I'll go watch the replay.
All right, Jack. And hold on, we got somebody brand new to the stage. Let me get a peace sign, Chris Watt. Make sure that you're a real person.
Who is it?
Chris Watt. Good day, Chris Watt. What's good with you? How you doing?
No, they playing.
Okay.
Okay, back to the
Who
sexy.
got the time?
It's about the time.
No. I'm saying who got the time to come and play? You know, I don't know. That just always is weird.
This is the same program. This is the same program that I'm in right here. The fucking animal care.
Nick, Mom, he say that's the program he in.
Dude, that's not a program, dude. They offer where you can take your animals to them. They are not a school.
Right. That's not a school. It's not a program, sir. They offer veterinarian services.
Wow.
Goddamn.
You can't read. It's terrible.
Goddamn. And you know, we do have Dr. G's book. That can help a lot of you brothers out. To help y'all with reading comprehension. The World of Jeannie Pearl. It's a lesson on realness. Y'all should all pick this book up. Please, moderators, can y'all please drop Dr. G's book so these Rim brothers can pick up Dr. G's book. She is somebody, she was on the panel earlier today. She wrote a book. Make sure y'all go and check out Dr. G's book, please. It's awesome. It's a great read. And clearly, we need to get our young men at a 4th grade reader level and higher. So please pick up Dr. G's book today.
Damn, I feel like I missed something. What the fuck did I just miss? The fuck do now?
Oh, okay. Let me do this as well because it seems like we starting to get some trolls going on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know what's going on with that. Joseph, that's really you. Put up a peace sign.
That's
Make
me.
sure that's really you. In the back?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I got 2 Josephs now. What is going on with that?
Yo, what the fuck is going on, bro? Hold on. I hear echo.
Yeah, that's you because there's 2 of you for some strange
Hold on,
reason.
let me calm down real quick.
What is that? That is weird. Hold on. I don't know what's going on, but strange things are happening. Hold on, cuz we also have okay. Thank you, G. Washington. And also we have Ahmad. Good day, Ahmad.
Nigger, you're a nigger. You guys are nigger. I'm
Bruh,
gonna
that's
get you on
crazy,
nigger.
bro. Y'all ain't got no fucking lives, bro.
I'm gonna pop you up, bro. Give me location, bro. I'm just like that.
Okay, and I remove. Okay, there we
All
go.
y'all do is show how popular we are when y'all do this weird shit.
That's
You don't never see no black person going over there and just going crack, like they be on our dick, boy. Y'all be on our dick and like across the whole world. It's crazy. It's kind of weird.
Oh man, you should have seen the video that he had playing.
I can only imagine. I've seen some of them shits, but yeah,
a corn movie.
they love us.
No,
man.
it was actually he showing
fucking love
off
us.
a man getting his head chopped off.
Jesus fucking
Yeah, but it's just
Christ.
like that. You don't have nothing to do with your life. And that.
Yeah,
They obsessed with black people. I'm telling you, like the world obsessed with us, yo. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that was. Hey,
Is this app called Omegla, and like black dudes go up there and be like, let's see how many people, like how people gonna respond. That's the first thing they start calling them, and just like,
this is why
wow.
we
It's like, yo, do you just want to say hi?
We should.
You
get
can
rid
say
of the
what's
word.
up.
Sure. Go ahead, browser. What's your thoughts? It done went up. It done turned up. So your fault.
It turned up. Yeah, man, I had something to attend to, man. I want to invite Aaron to come back up, so we can continue the conversation. I had something to attend to earlier, so I had to step away. But I'm back. So what's been going on?
Well, I've been trying to figure out.
So
I've
what
been
we
try-
just found out that Joseph is not actually in school.
That's not true. That's
It's
not
true.
true.
Shut up.
He's a part of a program that his woman that is taking care
That's
of
not
him-
my woman.
A woman
Yo,
that
Sharon, bro.
his
Sharon.
woman that he is dealing with. A woman that he's
Sharon.
dealing with. Yes.
That's not my woman, bro. I'm gonna ask you again to stop saying that, bro. That's not my woman.
I corrected it.
That's your sweet
Stop playing, yo, for real, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. For real.
Now we gonna keep playing
because
with you.
when we met up, you couldn't even look me in the eye when we stood face to face. So stop it, bro.
Please. Nobody's scared of you. Nobody's scared of you, little
You
man.
couldn't even look me in the eye when you shook my hand, bro. You was looking down.
But hold on. The reason why I couldn't look you in the eyes because you're so short.
Look, oh my God, he's short.
Yes,
I'm 5'10". Sharon is about 6'3".
Bro, how tall are you? You're not 6'3", Sharon. You're not 6'3", Sharon. How tall are you, bro?
I appreciate all the love, but that's probably what I look like to him because he's a little short.
I'm not that short. Trust me,
You're
bro.
5'7". You're
Really
5'7".
about
I'm not
5'7".
5'7".
You
How
look
tall are you,
5'7".
Sharon? Please tell me how tall you are.
No, we're not. Hey, listen, leave it alone.
Maybe it was them bootsy. Maybe it was them Prince boots he was wearing with them long ass heels on them.
What's wrong with that? What do you walk around with? Slides on? You go outside with slippers on?
I got, bro. You already seen my sneaker collection.
No,
bro.
stop. You just got out of jail. Stop bragging about things. Jesus Christ, why do you do
Bro,
this to yourself?
hold on.
Hold on.
Sometimes you gotta stun on niggas. Hold on,
Bro, I'm
sometimes you
good,
gotta
bro.
stun on niggas,
Nah,
bro.
I'm good.
Bro,
I'm good.
I got the Brave Blue 13s on, bro.
This man
I got
hit
the
the
Brave
booty
Blue
gel.
13s on, bro. What are you wearing?
What are you doing?
I got the Brave Blue 13s on, bro.
Bro, I don't
Fresh
wear.
out the box.
I don't wear Jordans. That's not what I'm not gonna say what that is, but I'm good on that, bro.
I would say
Okay,
this.
well,
I
you
would
don't know
say-
what they are. That's
Hey,
why you
listen,
can't
this is
speak
what I
on it,
will-
bro.
This is what I will say. He's at least 1 inch taller than Daryl Long.
No, I'm not.
Jesus.
No, I'm not. I'm bro.
You 5'8", bro. Chill.
No, I'm not.
The short man disease.
That's why you was able to do 40 push-ups because you 5'5".
That's why he's so damn angry.
That's not why you're angry, Joseph. Do you have what is it called?
I'm not, bro. Man, come on,
Napoleon complex.
Napoleon complex, Joseph. Do you have a Napoleon complex?
I don't know what that is, bro, and it's not a short
know what
man's.
that
It's
is.
not a short man's disease because apparently Napoleon was about 5'9", 5'10". You know what I'm saying?
You know
So
what that is, though.
Let me look that up.
Why you like this, bro?
He's making up anything. But
just be saying shit.
Just like he say like he's in school, but it's okay. See, it's okay. It's okay, Joseph. We just fact check the things that you actually say. You say he's in the school, and then you reference whatever the school was, where it wound up becoming a program that this woman that is clearly a millionaire that take care of dogs, stray dogs. Hopefully, she don't catch no fleas. That you are helping her with, which is fine. You found the job right away, which is a great thing. And luckily, you know somebody that's willing to give you a job. So you didn't actually go find a job. The person felt,
he's at a halfway house and they get
well, this is a woman that he knows for years.
Wait.
Is he frozen again?
No.
Yeah, he frozen again because,
He said that he was in Michigan, I think another state, yesterday when he was showing us that halfway house, remember? And he also mentioned that he had a tether on his ankle. I'm making that up.
No, he did have he did have an ankle monitor. He did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, he showed us while he was smoking a cigar in a garage.
And then
Oh, okay.
today,
So
yeah,
today,
and today he showed us where he was driving for this woman. Remember, he said she was eating while his ass was sitting in the parking lot doing push-ups.
He was taking care of the dogs. So who let
somebody
the
say he put
dogs
on a
out?
hat when she come back and she get in the back seat.
Driving
That's
Miss Daisy.
crazy. Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
I gotta stop chasing the degenerates away from my channel. Give us a laugh sometimes, goddammit.
Nah, he ain't run off. He would have stayed here forever. His ass ain't got nothing to do.
Oh my goodness. Today turned out to be very interesting. I did not know it was gonna go this way. Diva, did you think it was gonna go this way where we was talking about this subject?
No, I didn't.
It's so interesting the way how these conversations twist and turn. We got some really great thoughts out in the first 6 hours though.
We did, and everybody was civilized
For the first 6 hours. So that
Right.
was awesome. Unlike Lee was like, nah, F that.
Yeah, man. You know what it was, man? When Brownsville started asking him questions, I think he asked him like something about if it involves a verbal altercation, you think it's just to hit a woman. And I'm on my scooter, man. I'm putting gas in these other scooters. I just lost it, bro. Almost crashed, bro. I was mad as hell. I'm like, why this dude be saying this shit, bro? Who talks like this, bro? What do you mean? You shouldn't be hitting a man. That's what y'all need to learn how to do. Stop putting y'all hands on each other.
Right, and that was my issue initially with Aaron, right? Because Aaron was in the chat and he was listening to the conversation. So maybe Aaron during that time he was saying that, maybe Aaron missed it. I don't know. But prior to Aaron jumping on a panel is when that conversation took place, when he said, yes, I believe it's just for a man to physically hit a woman who gets out of line with him verbally, right? And what happened was I was having a conversation with Joseph, and then Aaron jumped up and said, well let me try, Brownsville. I said, okay, go ahead and try. And then Joseph, in the conversation, started saying all these egregious things about women. Oh, women have a superiority complex. Woman this, woman that, woman this. And then when it was Aaron's turn to speak, Aaron said, well, I agree with most of what you said. I ain't going to push back on most of what you said. That was the first thing that came out of his mouth. And that's why I was like, hey, wait a minute, right? Just how you were outraged, unlikely, and you jumped on and said, hey, man, like, we can't be communicating this way as men. That's the same way I felt, right? So when Aaron jumped up and decided to handle Joseph with kid gloves and show him grace and all of those things, I did not think that was appropriate. Now, Aaron thought that I was out of line by interjecting and interrupting his conversation with Joseph, and he had a right to feel that way, right? But then when the Sherelle show jumped on a panel, and then she spoke to how women are maligned for doing not even nothing close to the egregious things that guys like Joseph are doing, right? You got women like PH Diva in this space who obviously is setting a standard educationally, right? You got the Sherelle show who obviously setting the standard financially because she's able to retire before the age of 40, right?
No, before the age of 30.
Before the age of 30, right? You got MJ, who is very successful in her career, right? But yet, these women are often maligned in this space. You know what I'm saying? For various,
that's a new word. Say that again.
They're often maligned in this space, marginalized and disrespected, right? For not even doing anything close to the egregious things that these men are doing, right? So that's why I say it's important for us to recognize that and accept what she's saying, right? The experience of what the women are going through, and then respond to it in an appropriate manner, right? And what Aaron did, which I didn't agree with, and I had to go, so I wasn't able to articulate it to him. Hopefully he's watching, he's listening, so he can jump back on a panel, right? To defend his position. That's why I brought up the comparison, right? Because what Aaron did when after Sherelle spoke and then after I spoke, Aaron decided to make it about him. He said, well, are you saying that I'm not giving women grace, right? No, that's not what the conversation was about. The conversation was about the majority of men not giving these women grace, not just about you. And why men like you should be speaking out against these men who are applying double standards across this space, right? But yet these men, for some odd reason, unlikely, they want to go along just to get along, right?
I'm
They don't
listening.
want to confront these men,
I
right? They
swear they
rather
don't,
be
bro.
friends with them,
I
right?
swear, bro.
They want to handle them with kid gloves so that for some reason they could be accepted by these men, even though they understand and they are observing that these men are mistreating and maligning these women.
There used to be a point where, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Diva. And we are telling you congratulations, the beautiful Sherelle. So because it's important of what you're doing, because not most human beings in America cannot do what you accomplished, and it needs to be championed. The things that you
Absolutely.
accomplished, it needs to be championed, and that's why I will always have your back, no matter how much it curse me out. I got your back. You ever need me to go to back for you? Just line them up. I will drag their ass as much as I possibly can. Don't play with me. Go ahead. Beautiful.
Absolutely. Stepping back, Jack, disengaged and in the awayosphere. Do most men respect women? No. Women want men to respect them like men respect other men. The irony is, if a man respects a woman like a man, he usually wouldn't want to have sex with her.
Damn.
I.e., lawyers, doctors, etc., aren't sexy.
Yeah.
I'd like to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
My bad, Diva. I cut you off.
Oh, yeah, I was saying I beg his pardon. Nevertheless. Stepping back, Jack. Most men's archery for respect is in direct conflict with the idea of sexy, hence the Madonna whore complex. Most men's idea of respecting a woman is to treat them like their mother, sister, or daughter. But luckily, you don't have to respect to love. You know what?
What do you say?
The last week. Okay. Stepping back, Jack. All right, I'm going to head out. Filled my derail quota. All right. Welcome back, Jack. Oops, not archery, archetype. Okay, I was confused by that.
I was confused by that archery too. I was thinking, what does an arrow being flown?
I was trying. But you know what? The crazy thing, now you know what you said about Sherelle, you would think that these men would be asking her, hey, what's the blueprint for doing what you did? Right? Because they talk about how they are supposed to be the leaders and protectors and providers, and the women are saying, hey, we want you to be those things as well, but many of them aren't able to live up to that standard. And so this young woman has come and figured it out, and so you would think they would be trying to pick her brain and say, now what's the blueprint, show us the way.
And not only that, also champion other women to carry some insight from how she's thinking and how she is moving as well, and champion actually her, right? And I think the real reason is that people like her, Venus, and et cetera, they are the living embodiment that these men are wrong, that these women exist. Not only do they exist for us to have a conversation with them in real time and pick their brains. Like normally somebody like Sherelle is so far down the road, they like, man, that's not even, we can't get none of those people in our space, and she's within our space. So supposedly whatever the space thing supposed to mean, which is absolutely ridiculous. They even say this space. No, this is just YouTube. Stop saying this space. It's ridiculous.
And the truth is, to your point, Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, right?
Oh, and I also want to, because just by you just saying that, brother, just spark up a new thought pattern, right? So also we got PH Diva, doctor. We got Dr. G, doctor, an author. Like it just goes on and on as we see that it is women. And guess what? Diva and as far as I understand, Dr. G, I don't believe they have any children. Do Dr. G have children?
Yes, Dr. G has children.
Okay. But they grown.
Right.
So what I'm saying, hey, These men are liars. They trying to paint women to be something that they are not. And as we see, the women that are doing all the right things is much more difficult for them to find men that is suitable for them to meet them where they at mentally.
There's a lot of women in the chat who are educated, you know.
Absolutely. Plenty of them.
Yes.
I just don't want to, because if I start saying names, they're like, what? It's plenty of them. And plus, I know a lot of the ladies, they be trying to, keep it humble. So I just leave it alone. Sometimes they be like, hey, I want to support, but I don't want nobody to know. So I just be trying to leave it alone. So I be wanting to brag on them, but
Right. And not only are they educated, but they are successful. They are articulate. They are confident in who they are and the value that they bring, not only in life, but in general conversations, right? But the reason why, Supreme Goddess, to your point, the reason why they don't feel it necessary to champion these women is because it's the opposite of what Joseph was speaking to, right? See, Joseph said that it's the women who have this superiority complex, when in all actuality, it's the men who have this superiority complex, right? The reason why we know it's a complex, right, is because when they see women who have just naturally, through their own abilities and experience in life and decision making, have obviously became more successful than them, right? More articulate than them, more educated than them, right? They themselves get sensitive and feel maligned, right? And they lose self-esteem, right? So, and what they decide to do is they decided to project their own insecurities for not moving forward, for not making the right decisions, for not finding success. They push it on to the woman who have found success. That's what a superiority complex looks like.
And I also want to say this. So this is absolutely wrong. Educated people don't speak much on low vibration. Either that is true or this is that. I guess you're assuming that this is a low vibrational channel. So therefore, either this is not a low vibrational channel or educated people speak on low vibration. I don't know which one it is.
What the thing is, you can look all over YouTube and see a bunch of educated people speaking, right? As a matter of fact, educated people get paid to speak. We get paid to give our opinions and our thoughts on things. So it's always crazy when these uneducated, stupid motherfuckers act like they know what educated people do. Bitch, if you really knew, you should have became one.
In real time, that's a woman correcting a woman, right? So once again, that crushes another false narrative that women don't hold other women accountable.
Damn, that is very true. Devo is quick and in a hurry to correct any woman that is out
Let's
of
go,
bounds.
Jack.
That is
Somebody-
100%.
Chaotic. Oh, I'm sorry.
Fucking go,
I'm
Jack.
about to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
All my everybody drop some Jack emojis if you are a member.
Lord, Jack got an emoji. Stepping back, Jack, disengaged and in the awayosphere. Men don't want to respect women because that means giving up the idea of potential sex.
Damn.
If a man has to respect a woman, that means sex is off the table. Being around women you respect but don't want to have sex with is for gay men and family members.
Wow, that is wild, right? When you really think about it, though. But he might have a point. That's how most men think.
I hope he don't have a point. I think that got to be most ridiculous. So these men are getting with women and don't respect them just so they can have sex with them.
That's what it's clearly to the conversation that we was having yesterday. Is he might have a very good understanding of how men are moving in today's society for sure.
No, those are stupid people. Those are the one.
Those are the Rim Brothers.
Yeah, the Rim Brothers.
This is a specific version of men for sure, because the guys that are outside existing around women every day, they not thinking like this. The average guy ain't about to put his hand on no woman. Say, I've seen in a Starbucks, this lady had got tight and she threw her cold drink on the dude, and he just looked at her and was like get away from me, I'm gonna call the police. But he didn't like attack her or nothing. And then once she left, everybody showed mad homage to him. They bought him a drink and shit. I was like, yo, you good? And just to see everybody, because I feel like if he would have hit her, and I know you got the super chat, I feel like he would have hit her, I don't think he would have got that type of admiration from everybody. Like all the men kind of stepped forward and was like, yo, damn, I can't believe you. You know what I mean? Like that was amazing. Some dude said, you feel me? So I think stoicism is powerful, man. It's so powerful.
All right.
Sorry.
Arnold Allen III. Do you ask women what they struggle with in the dating market? We hear men and we tell them to shut up and improve.
They say they struggle with trash ass men.
That is the number one thing. Financial men that doesn't have their finances in order, men that don't have their own car, men that don't have their own apartment, they having roommates, men that are not able to have a coherent sentence.
But I don't think those men are really the problem, though, Sharon.
Men that have too many tattoos, men that don't know how to dress their age, they don't know how to dress for the appropriate.
But those men ain't getting though. But
so
those
I was giving Arnold Allen some of the things because maybe he never heard women's legit complaints about men. So, because sometimes I think men tend to ignore women.
Ignore them? And how so? What you mean?
Like, so when a woman says, hey, I want a man that's going to be dressed appropriate for where we are going, they like, nah, I got swag. They'll literally, while they on stream, bend down.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Sharon. You're making it easy.
Bend down on the floor, Lee, pick up 50 hats. Look, I'm a fitted hat connoisseur. It's never been a woman in history said, I want a fitted hat connoisseur type of.
But let's make it harder, Sharon. Pause. But let's make it more difficult because like, let's say he is the guy that dresses well. He is the guy that is able to articulate himself. He is the guy that has wealth. How are those guys still failing? How are they still missing the mark with women? And then that's when I think we have a different conversation. And I think it's like Jack just said, and shout out to Jack, but Jack gave that type of mindset where it's like the women, like those men probably don't even respect the women. They like, oh shit, she want me for this and that. I got all this stuff. I smell good. I look good. I dress good. I'm in shape, all this stuff. And I've heard these type of conversations listening to my lady talk to her friends that are single, and they'll tell her like, yo, the dude got everything, but it's like his mind is just everywhere. It's so many women that want him. You'll hear stuff like that from them. Like, it's so many women that want him. Like, I remember she told me this, he spoke to one of her friends and was like, yo, would you ever meal prep? And then she was like, I don't know. Then the next day he had meal prep meals cooked for him. And he don't cook. And she was like, damn, this motherfucker must have had a shorty come in here and dig, cook his food. So, I just think that men really need to learn how to choose instead of getting caught up in the categories once they get those things. Because I'm telling you, Sharon, there's a lot of men out here, they got their shit. They shit on point. But they get their shit on point and they kind of get so caught up and enamored with all these women that want them, that they start treating all these other women like putting them in these categories. Oh, you could come over at nighttime. Oh, you could cook my meals, but you don't really like having sex like that. So so let me get the little freak shorty that comes over in the daytime as well. You feel me? So I think it's deeper than just making it seem, making it easy for them by being like, yeah, the guys that they don't want. Because trust me,
because they get caught up in that rimology saying that I'm a top 10% dude, so now all of y'all bitches gotta fight for me. I'm the top 10%, and I'm a 6'6" earner. I'm educated. I got my own crib. I got a fly ass car, so I get to fuck all the bitches because this is what the rimology is always saying. And now we have a problem with people that have the same status to meet each other. They don't know where to fuck each other at. Because then now it goes to the saying that we can't tell the difference between, Bill Cosby and whoever else is in Future. Because they all dress the same, look the same, and everything.
Exactly. So how do you really give advice to a woman?
Right. And on the other side is the same thing with the sexually red Clay Huxtable thing, right? So they saying both sides, they cannot tell the stripper from the successful woman, and the woman cannot tell the future from the Cliff Huxtable. It's kind of wild when you really think about it.
And yo, you know,
Well,
it,
with the
no, go
women
ahead.
and they dress, because these men judge. First of all, that's why they can't tell a trans woman from a real woman, because
Whoa.
they thinking
What's
with their own head, and they not, they looking at ass and titties. But we now know that men can have ass and titties, right?
Right,
Wait,
and that's
somebody
what
said that they can't tell
Fatty
the
was
difference?
talking
What's
about.
happening? Who said it?
Yeah, that's what Fatty was talking about yesterday, saying that since Sydney Starr can buy fake breasts and fake boobs, and fake ass, that he can actually look as voluptuous as a real life voluptuous woman. And so when she put on a dress, or he, whatever you want to call it, a lot of men, they so stuck with thinking
Quote
with
him
their wrong head.
accurately, cousin. Quote him accurately. He said that Sydney Starr
Jesus
looks
fucking.
better than 90% of women.
A natural
That's what the
woman.
man said. Right. That's what the man, he said a man looks better than 90% of women.
Because he could get plastic surgery.
Which proves that these men are becoming lovers of men.
Damn.
Exactly. Now, this is somebody in the chat said, no, it's because the women got strong features. First of all, that's not a man body is completely different than a woman, even when they have surgery. Y'all shoulders are broader than y'all hips because you're not made to have hips. And women, our hips are broader than our shoulders. So if you stop thinking with your penis and look at the body of the person, you will be able to tell.
I mean, they could also just listen to the voice too. Shit. All of them that attempt to have that feminine voice is still they have the same type of voice. They all
they
sound
have
exactly the
Adam's
same.
apple.
That is another. But
we
mean,
all have Adam's apple.
I'm about to say because Caitlin Clark, she definitely has an Adam's apple.
She does have an Adam's apple, but
and
women
she's
don't
6
have
foot
that.
too. And she's 6 foot.
Yeah, women have Adam's apples.
No.
It's just not as pronounced. You just can't really see it, but we all have.
Oh. So yeah, so I mean, it's not over there. It's not there. It's not there. Yep.
What?
Damn.
I think what Jack was really speaking to, Cuzzo,
Yeah.
in his last super chat was the intimidation factor that these men have towards successful women, right? So what he's saying is when a woman reaches a certain plateau of success, these men understand that in the vetting process, in the dating process, these women are going to have certain expectations for these men, right? You're going to have to be able to, as PhD articulated, formulate a good sentence, right? You're going to have to be able to communicate about a wide range of topics, right? You're going to have to show this woman that you have a certain level of emotional intelligence, that you're not always making yourself a victim or always sensitive to criticism, right? And these men realize, as they display every day, Thomas Legacy is one of those men, right? Seeing how he got up on a panel, really emotional, really fast, just based on one word, weak, right? And in that word weak, he showed his weakness in real time, right? So imagine Thomas Legacy going on a date with a PhD, right? She's going to provoke that on the first date, right? So a guy like Thomas Legacy, he's going to be very intimidated when it comes to dating a woman of a certain stature of success, right? Because he understands that he's emotionally unstable. So he can only attempt to date down, right? He can only attempt to date in the low vibrational plateaus because he's unable to exercise self-discipline and self-control, and he can't handle pushback.
Damn. Bars. Bartel, you like to have any final thoughts?
Me? Fuck these niggas and fuck these. Nah. I'm just joking. Now, yeah, I do. Just want to say that these men will never, because they're not smart enough to sit with a group of people and listen to them, so they can learn to better themselves, like you and the rest of you men up here have said. That's why they're gonna be stuck, and they want to drag the woman down. I mentioned the scenario where a woman reached down to help a guy, and he then takes her by the shoulders and pulls her to his level. You know, and that's why we women shouldn't be reaching down for these niggas. Okay, don't reach down for them, ladies. Make them stand up, stand straight up, and meet you at least eye level, even though they're supposed to be like a couple of steps above us. They're not, and it's their fault. Okay.
Go ahead, Lee. You got any final thoughts? No.
Hold on. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I just want to say, man, respect everybody, man. Peace and love. You know, live every life. You know, live every day is like it's your last. You feel me? Say, nah, don't do that. But, just respect each other, man. You know, this was a great conversation. I'm sorry I came in and kind of like blew it up, but I was tight about what was being said about our women. You know, because that's our moms, that's our aunts. You know, that's our daughters, and I don't like that shit. So I apologize, Sharon. And
We love you back. We love you back, Blackley.
There we go. I like that build right there.
But,
Go ahead, Diva.
have a good day.
All right. So ladies, these the men you need to stay away from. Crazy hair, dead eyes, face tattoos, crazy name, no job, no car, don't have his own place, multiple baby mamas, can't form a coherent sentence, criminal background. If you follow Diva's 10-point list, you won't miss.